All right, chat. It's time for a nice, calm theory stream. Like, nothing is wrong at all. Nothing has gone wrong. Everything is great. Everything is wonderful. We're happy. The sun is shining. I don't even care about the excessive heat. I don't even care if I start sweating all over the place. It's okay. It's all good, chat. Because I'm here and you're here. And that's what's important. Morbius Dragon says, I love the song. Which song are you talking about? Oh my god. Okay, yeah, so, you know, the worst thing you can do is freak out when technical difficulties are afflicting your stream, right? That doesn't help anybody. You don't want to see me sit here and get mad, do you? Anyone in chat want to see me get mad? Want to see me rage at my tech setup? Want to see me rage at the $20 restreaming program that I pay for every month? Probably not. Probably not. The sun isn't shining yet? Not where you are? It's the NPC song? Is it the NPC song? Oh, it's Open Your Heart. Yeah, yeah. So not the... Does anybody recognize where this song's from, though? Anybody know this song? Harvest Dawn, correct. But where have you heard it before? Can anybody tell me where they've heard it before? Where do you hear this song? It's kind of cool that nobody's answering, actually. Like, right? It's like, and I'm not even being I was being sarcastic earlier. I'm not being sarcastic now. I'm being legit. 2 minutes. Wait, what? 2 minutes? I don't understand. I don't understand, chat. EverQuest close. I mean, I guess close? Is that close? I don't know enough about these video games to really be able to say if that's close or not. Is it Rage Against the Machine? Yes, it is. We're listening to copyrighted music today. You know, some people do that, and I'm not sure how they. In fact, streamers that I like, I've seen do that. I'm not sure how they get away with it. Maybe they just dump the VOD on Twitch or something. Nobody. Elder Scrolls. What's up, Shadow Files? Did you sub because of the music? Because the based music? If you need to rage. Thank you, BCatK. I mean, look. If I thought it would help, I would. But we got a lot to cover today, and I don't want to get distracted. I don't want to go off on a 20-minute tangent about my frustrations with different aspects on... Yes, because the music. Yo. That's right. It is actually pretty good music, but nobody else has an idea. Nobody else can think of, like, a place that they've heard the music besides, what did someone... Morbius Dragon says Elder Scrolls, right? Elder Scrolls is correct. That is one acceptable answer. But no, I'm just trying to stay cool today. I'm trying to stay chill today. You can see that the background is ice blue. Look at that. Ice blue. Ice blue. And it's keeping me chill and it's keeping me cool, even though I've got a million things to worry about in my life. Let it out, Irene. I mean, look, I usually do, don't I? Warhammer Cracked? I mean, wait, Warhammer Cracked? I don't even know what that is. Am I not a real gamer, chat? Do I not belong on Twitch? Fake gamer girl here with the butterfly. I play JRPGs. I'm not a fake gamer. I'm a real gamer. Look, it's kind of encouraging that nobody knows where this comes from. Morbius Dragon with the gift sub to Peter Hopkins. Peter Hopkins, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Oblivion, yeah, Elder Scrolls, yeah. I mean, look, you're right. Chad is right about the Elder Scrolls thing. There's one other place, though, that you could probably hear this. But I don't know if I want you to hear it there. And the fact that you haven't means that you haven't been to that cathedral of ill repute. No, I don't want to put it on the cathedral. The cathedral, I don't have a problem with the cathedral. I just have a problem with one of its occupants. One of its occupants. Or rather, he has a problem with me. And he keeps on talking about me. We were going to talk about him yesterday, but it didn't work because there was more interesting stuff than this guy. And that's still true. There's still more interesting stuff than this guy. There's more interesting stuff for me to get to. Wait, guys, when I said for me to get to, you know what it sounded like for a second? Has anybody heard of the for me to poop on dog? It's this little, like, puppet dog that, like, goes around. You know, it's like this little dog puppet. And he's like, oh, President Sunday, you're just the best streamer. You're the best streamer in all of existence. You're the best streamer. For me to poop on. Yes, that's right. The best streamer for me to poop on. Now characterize that in some unsavory fashion. No comment chick is unhinged now. She's made a very weirdly specific threat that it involves. Oh my god, chat. It's Triumph the Insult Comic Dog. Yeah. So anyway, well, so the fact that nobody recognizes it from him is probably good, because that just means I can call it mine, just like I can call the dono goal mine. Just like I've stolen everything in the world from this guy, and I'm getting away scot-free. I can learn to spell, maybe. How do you spell scot-free? Is it Scott like a Scottish person, or is it Scott like a person's name? I haven't thought about that puppet for years. I just thought about it now. I just imagined, like, Sunday trying to debate Triumph the Insult Comic Dog, and it made me laugh. But chat, I hate to tell it to you. I hate to break it to you. Wait, we have chat chooses violence on this menu, don't we? We have chat chooses violence. And I guess we're going to go with the same old dono goal, if you're okay with that. Although, ugh. So we played some Fallout last night. I'm going to put it down to 51, but I'm going to still think of myself as owing you a Fallout New Vegas stream. I might have to do those separate from the stream, though. Like, because I feel like I did Fallout as my bonus content last night, and it wasn't good. I was too tired. Reacting to something after I've reacted to everything else, that's one thing. It's scot-free with one T. From Scotchfra, the Old English Scot-frio, scot-free, exempt from royal tax to impost, equivalent to Scot. So it has nothing to do with Scots. Irene needs a Kaya. I mean, look, I do have 2 cats, but here's the problem. I have 2 cats, and I have one unhinged roommate, all right? And this unhinged roommate has made threats to me over text. Over, maybe, I think me leaving the door open, right? Rather than doing something like a rational person would do, like, I don't know, say close the door, you know? If somebody's too loud, and you're being disturbed by it, and it's because the door is open, there's one easy way to do that. But no, this person was threatening to, like, come on my stream, and I'm like, just like, right. I'm not sure you know what you're getting into there. I'm not sure you know what you're getting into, but yeah, because of that, I have to leave the door closed, and because of that, I don't get the nightly visits from cats, which I actually kind of like. I kind of appreciate. I can close my own door. Well, look, I mean, I could, but here's the deal. I, like most other people in the world, am a human being rather than an automaton. An automaton can be programmed to be like, enter a room, close door, check for cat, right? An automaton can go through like a list, like a checklist every single time. A human cannot. A human will sometimes make mistakes, and that's like a normal human thing unless you've got a very disturbed, unwell roommate, in which case you get nasty little texts instead. So, but look, the other roommate gives me nice texts, appropriate texts, informative texts, right? That are just like, hey, you left your door open. But honestly, I wouldn't mind if they just closed my door. You know what I'm saying? Like, in fact, if I was them, that's what I would do. I would just close the door. So yeah, that's the reason that we're not seeing the cats as much. Although sometimes one of the cats will sneak in here and go to sleep under my bed, and I'll be streaming, and then halfway through the stream, I'll hear like a meow, meow, this plaintive mew. I call it plaintive mew, right? It's a plaintive, it's an asking, it's a pleading mew of like, there's a door that is closed, and I am a cat, and I do not like it when doors are closed. I need to be let out. And so, oh, you saw the Void Coffee, Just Jules. Yes, Void Coffee. Void Coffee. Anyway, I'm not really complaining too hard about anything, including roommate situations, although... It's weird when you live with somebody and you only ever talk to them on text, isn't it? Anybody else have that situation? Like, it's kind of like weird. Because there's a lot of stuff that is better, like, talked about on, like, as a person, as a human being, than it is, like, over text, right? I don't know. Look, I don't like phone calls. I don't love angry text, but I just cannot live with people, lol. I mean, I'm gonna have to live with people, chat, for the foreseeable future, until I am a wealthy lady, and until I'm like Hassan, and I can buy my own LA mansion. Then maybe I can think about not having roommates. But as of now, it is just like straight up cost of doing business, right? I can live with family, which more and more people can say, but I'm done with roommates. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like people. I like people. But sometimes communication is hard, including my roommates. I like my roommates, right? I'm a friendly, easygoing, easy to get along with kind of person. I just like, I prefer communication over non-communication, right? It's not my druthers. Chat, can somebody look up for me? Where does druthers come from? What is druthers all about? Do you know what I'm talking about? If I had my druthers? That phrase? Anyone know about that? That's like a boomer phrase, isn't it? That's like an omega boomer. Anybody have druthers? Okay, so I'm gonna put the same dono goal from last night up because I feel like there's people that are still interested in a great number of these topics. And if I'm wrong, please correct me, okay? Because I'm not trying to bore you. And certainly today's stream will not be boring. We're going to be talking about our favorite birthing person in the world. The original birthing person, Miss Anna Kasparian. Although maybe it's Mrs. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Look, I'm trying to get her honorific right. Not that she cares about getting people's pronouns right. The Druthers Report is what I refer to. What is the Druthers Report? But do you know Druthers with a U? Like Druthers? Like if I had my druthers, I'd do XYZ to a chimpanzee. Oh my god. I'm sorry, chat. I'm remembering a Primus song. A druther is an alteration of would rather. I'd rather. Oh my gosh, Narwhal by nature. It makes so much sense now. So Primus are actually not Omega Boomers? Any way you'd druther have it? That is what I'd druther have it? That is the way I'd rather have it. Said Huck to Tom in Mark Twain's Tom Sawyer, Detective. Wait, I don't know if I read that one. Is that the one where they paint the fence together? I'd rather. I never knew that. I thought it was some old boomerism from the country of druthers. Druthersvania. It's like the old country, right? No, it's not. It's druther. It's just like a slur portmanteau kind of thing. It's not a portmanteau, is it? That's Huckleberry Finn. It's not Tom Sawyer Detective. There are good ones. Well, look, yeah, boomerisms are fun. Drothers aren't the cough drops. Wait, I think that's Werthers, right? Is that Werthers? My granddad had Werthers. My granddad had the best candy because I think my parents like always tried to keep us away from candy. But my granddad was a granddad, and so if he wanted candy, he got candy. And so since he had candy, there was candy at granddad's house. And when we would go to visit granddad, there would be a lot less candy in the candy jar. And when he wanted to have a piece of candy, sometimes that was a little bit of a problem because the kids had gotten there first. But yeah, old people have like the best candy, don't they? Winona's Big Brown Beaver is a great Primus song. Granddad gets candy when he wants. That's a goat move. I mean, my granddad kind of was the goat. He really was the goat. The greatest of all time. The greatest granddad ever. Probably need him for his sugar levels. That could be it. That could be it. Yeah, to stay awake, basically. I just remember this dude, he had the most comfy chair, too. He had a recliner chair. And I didn't know anybody else who had a recliner chair. So when the grandkids would come over to Granddad's house, the grandkids would lay back on the recliner chair, and Granddad had to find another seat to sit on. Why did he like having us over? We were horrible to him. We would come over and we would fuck up his whole game. But he just thought it was cute. Yeah, grandparents' chair always hits. I think he made it more comfortable by laying in it so much. I think he broke it in for us. All granddads have recliners, it seems. I mean, this is pretty good music, though, but nobody recognizes the source of it. That's great. So I could just straight up steal it, just like I stole the, Dono goal. Just like I stole the concept of theory streaming. We're just stealing everything, chat. We're getting away with it. We're getting away with it. My granddad is still alive, hopefully for a few more years. I'm gonna be a wreck when he goes. Yeah, right? No, granddads are great. You gotta take good care of them, okay? Keep that... You know what we did? We did take good care of our granddad, because think about it, right? We take his candy. That's probably good. He probably gets enough sugar with his grapefruit. Yeah, you know, he's one of these dudes that just like, he takes a grapefruit and he's like... And he takes another spoon and he's like... And he's got like 3 spoonfuls of sugar on the grapefruit. And that cannot be good for you. I know grapefruit is healthy, right? But I don't think that 3 spoonfuls of sugar are also healthy for you. So we helped him out by eating that candy, I think. I think we were taking care of our granddad. And then by sitting on that chair, that caused him to get exercise, which granddads need exercise. We're getting the granddad the exercise. I think we were actually really good to our granddad, to the goat. The granddad of all times. The granddad of all granddads. I feel like every grandpa is like that. That's why I know so many old guys that that something grapefruit so much. All my grandparents are dead. The last one died in 2015. Yeah, me too. Me too. I don't think I have any living grand people. But I mean, I guess no, I do, because my dad's a granddad. Yo! I gotta go steal his candy. Chat, be right back. I'm gonna go steal... I'm gonna go steal his candy. I'm gonna go sit in his seat. Alright, yeah, he's a granddad. That means his candy will be good. That means his No, I bet he's not. With my dad, I would bet you if he has candy, it's gonna be like sucralose candy. Anybody else in here hate sucralose? I don't know what it is about it, but I hate stevia. I hate sucralose. There are a lot of like artificial sweeteners that I just do not like. I do not jibe with those at all. I cannot deal with the sucralose. This music is so relaxing. This music is so relaxing. No wonder Band Streamer loves it so much. Yeah, we're just gonna call him Band Streamer from now on, right? How about that? No, I feel like I should keep on saying President Sunday just so that he'll He'll name search himself and think that I'm talking about him, when really I'm talking about my granddad, because Sunday reminds me of my granddad. My granddad also wore a cardigan with a duck nana. Yeah, yeah. My granddad also had a bikini that he sold on YouTube with his face on it, on all the parts of the bikini. Yeah, my granddad was a lot like, yeah, he would read us theory, right? We would go over to his house, eat his candy, and he would sit down and read us Capital Volume 1, right? He would tell us all about constant capital and variable capital and commodity fetishization, right? My granddad was a pretty cool, like I said, he was the GOAT. He was the GOAT of granddads. The granddad theory streamer. I'm gonna start doing that thing with the red circle. Red circle emoji. Yes, that's what we need. This music is so damn good. It goes so hard. It helps me think. No wonder a theory streamer listens to music like this. Right? If I was going to sit around and think about theory all day, I would have some music just like this. And now I do. Thank you. Thank you, band streamer, for bringing more theory into all of our lives, which we all need. We all need theory in my... no, chat, I'm going to scare people away. People are going to think, wait, is this a theory stream? Is that what's happening? Is this going to be a theory stream? Is this going to be a boring theory? This is kind of like the opposite of the theory. The only theory we're getting today is drama theory. I usually take the bus. I never heard. Wait, groceries do deliver? For like a lot of money though, right? It's about that Gandalf pipeweed. I bet my granddad had some of that too. He just didn't tell us about that because like grandma would have been mad, right? Grandma did not want him smoking, did not want him drinking, did not want him doing anything fun, right? Anna, I'm afraid to talk to people outside of my own race, Kasparian. I mean, that's what she said, right? This music makes me think of a huge Melkor Morgoth video I saw earlier today. What is that? A talking cat? I wish I had a talking cat. I do have a cat in my house, but like I said, chat, I've got to close the door, lest I be yelled at for apparently talking too loud on stream, which I don't think I do. Do I talk too loud? Like, I'm not Hassan. I don't yell. I'm not like, yo! Yo! I'm not, that's not, I don't do that. That's not me. That's not me. I don't think I'm loud. I think I'm very considerate and stuff. Is it a rocking chair on a porch? Oh yeah, he had a rocking chair too. Meow indeed, Taco Cat. Orinoco Flow. I mean, that does kind of... What? MIDI Doctor says I'm pretty loud. Really? The volume is good, says Shadow Files. I'm gonna start pogging. I mean, look, I'm not trying to make you pog. I mean, like, not against your will, at least. I'm not required. Unlike Sam Seder, I do not require pogging. Although we do need to talk about Sam Seder some more, right? Because now we've got like the kind of end to the epic story, the epic drama, the epic. It's like the epic of Gilgamesh or something, right? Sam is like an epic hero, right? It's like the Samdacy. The Cederacy, yeah, the Cederacy, right? It's an epic tale where Sam Seder goes to all the known world, you know, brings us to a catharsis of pity and fear, and defeats the evil dragon of chaos known as Tim Pool. But yeah, we've got sort of a proper ending to the Sam Seder Tim Pool story now, with the revelation that Tim Pool, while he was talking to Emma, while he was offering Emma sush with the boish, right? Tim Pool was taking money from a Russian cutout from somebody from a thinly disguised member of Team Rocket that only wanted to steal his Pikachu and get him to do pro-Russian content, which apparently he was already doing. Like, Tim Pool is the one person they didn't really have to tell to do much because he was already doing what Putin needed him to be doing. Is that some Gilgamesh? Wait, what is Gilgamesh? Sam isn't Thanos MR. This is the TVA. Wait, what's the TVA again? The Tennessee Valley Authority? I know you don't mean that. Youth did no wrong. Ash Ketchum is a pro-Russian operative. Yo! Yo! You know what I do? When I do that, I feel like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. Gilgamesh, yeah, that's what I was joking about. Yeah, he's like the Gilgamesh dude. He fights the Bull of Heaven, that being Tim Pool. But we have a proper ending. What is the TVA? Wait, what? I thought you were going to answer that question, Midi Docs. All right, what am I still... Oh, there we go. That's pretty good. So, yeah, we've got... Nobody recognizes Gilgamesh any more. How to know you're getting old? Any Mesopotamians in chat? That's right, we got the Mesopotamians. I saw that in my analytics, right? That I've got a lot of Mesopotamian viewers. Bloody more culturally knowledgeable than the kids. I know Gargamel. But I don't know Gilgamesh. What is Gargamel? Is that the Bored Ape dude? The Nazi dude that was selling Bored Apes was named Gargamel? Gilgamesh is the... Oh, yeah, Gilgamesh was the goat. People are asking, who is Gilgamesh? Gilgamesh, literally the goat. The goat. The original goat. The goat. The greatest of all times, right? Gilgamesh was like... It's basically my granddad. Gilgamesh had a comfy chair. He had candy. He got caught up in a flood. He fought the Bull of Heaven. He caught all the Pokemon before Ash Ketchum even made it out of diapers. The baddie in Admitted. A Lord of the Rings is weird railing against modernity by some old Oxford prof. Wait, are you Lord of the Rings? Are you talking about... I always get confused with that Twitch streamer named LOTR fan, right? You know, Lord of the Rings fan? The Twitch streamer? She doesn't know... She's just shown how young she is, doesn't know Gargamel. I mean, it sounds like a delicious candy, right? Is it kind of like caramel? Like it's a caramel mouth rinse that you gargle? Maybe? Gargamel? I don't know if that would be good. I prefer mint. All right, I prefer mouthwashes that aren't super sweet. The baddie in the Smurfs is not Gargamel. Wait, who is the baddie in the Smurfs? Gargamel X Gilgamesh? Are you talking about like the Yowie? Oh my god, chat, no. I did not just... No, chat, we're not bringing Yowie into this. We are not. We are not doing pairings or shippings or whatever that stuff is, right? We are not doing we're not doing anime con stuff here. That's not what the stream is for. Lord have mercy. You're lucky you're cute. What? Am I just like ignorant? Profoundly ignorant? Sargon's Cad and worse. Chat's all hentai and octopi, right? And tentacles. Gilgamesh toxic yaoi. No! Baddie in Smurfs was an extremely anti-Semitic... Oh, wait. So the baddie was not... You're not saying the baddie was anti-Semitic. You're saying there was a caricature? Smurfette is the bad... she kind of is, right? Yeah, Smurfette definitely fills that description. Fills that out pretty well. Gilgamesh is an ancient hero like Beowulf, but for Mesopotamia, maybe a king. I think so. I think most of them were kings, right? Everybody was a king. Like everybody in stories back then was a king. Not ignorant, just young, and I'm being a hater about it. I'm sorry. I know a lot of, like, I'll play Would it help if I like played some like Grateful Dead for you? Is that no? That's just insulting. Now I'm like, now you're thinking I'm saying that you're like from the 60s, which I'm not saying. I'm not assuming that anybody here is from the 60s, okay? Although if you were from the 60s, I would probably think that was cool. If you're from the 60s and you're here, that's cool. If you're from the 60s and you're at a Trump rally, not cool. Not cool at all. And if you're at the 60s and you're wearing a steal your face shirt with Donald Trump's head or a MAGA hat or some kind of weird Trumpian symbol in the middle of the skull, that's whack. That's super whack. I can't believe that shit happened. Never Grateful Dead. My shit is 90s R&B is good. Yes. I like that. What is the there's like a different beat to that, right? It's like it's swing. It's swung. It's got a note that swings, right? 90s R&B. That's I know what you're talking about, right? Oh yes, Erykah Badu is good. Although I haven't listened to that much. Wearing a t-shirt that is probably your age? Yo. I'm wearing a t-shirt that feels like it's my age. I really do need to get some new clothes. But yeah, chat, like I said, we got a lot to cover today. Anna Kasparian has attacked Hassan Piker. And like, as I was watching it, I suspected that was what was going on, right? I didn't know for sure. I just knew that I was watching the Young Turks cover a story that I'd seen Hassan cover. And then Anna starts to mention live streamers that are spreading disinformation. And I'm like, oh, I could feel it. It's almost like chat, like a vending machine where you put in money and instead of being able to choose what you get, every single time it's random. But like, you know, you put in money and you turn the thing and you start to see the thing you want, like come out. And you're like, oh, is it going to be that? Is it going to be like what kind of disgusting shit did I used to eat from candy machines? I feel like there was some kind of like a donut thing. What the fuck was that thing? It was some kind of like a pastry in a vending machine that was like dripping with some sweet drippy thing. I can't remember what it was, right? But you're like, oh, is that going to come out? Come on. I'm like, come to mama, right? And like that, it came to mama. Yeah, she did end up saying Hassan. It's the guy liner, the fingernails, and the Ferrari Russian ad all over again. Yeah, and it's going to call him gay. We need more cultural references from Furiosa. Honey Bun? Is that what it is? Am I talking about Honey Bun? What category does YouTube put NCC's channel? Is it entertainment? I think right now it is. Irene, you should put 80s Metallica on. Fuck yes. I should learn to play 80s Metallica. Like, I feel like the only way that I'm going to be able to do music for you, chat, is to play it on guitar. In a tamale? I wish I had a tamale. Tamales are good. Anna is a gross human incapable of being honest and having introspection and constructive criticism because the latter requires the former. Infotainment. Wait, I think I'm infotainment. Or wait, and this one I am. Which one am I in? This news and politics? What? What? How did it put me in news and politics and we actually have good viewership today? So I guess that's not a bad thing. God damn it, Westside Tyler. Look, I know you're trying to do the good thing, but I think you were wrong about that. I'm gonna have to disagree with Tyler. Chat, we're starting drama with Westside Tyler today. We got some drams. We got some drama. I disagree with Tyler that putting yourself in news and politics hurts you unless you are literally the majority report, right? That was what Tyler, and I believed him. Drama. Yeah, get Tyler in here. Tyler's gonna be mad that I disagreed because yeah, that's what you do, right? If a streamer disagrees with you, ever says that you're wrong, you gotta attack that person. You gotta poison the well for that person. You gotta tell people that you've heard so many bad things about that person from so many different sources. and that nobody should ever trust them, and make up a whole alternate persona for them that's like the opposite of who they actually are, right? That's what I've been told. That's what you're supposed to do. If any streamer ever disagrees with you, it's fucking on. You got to go ham on them. You can't just fucking simply disagree about something. No. You got to go President Sunday. You got to go.
This is going bad.
You got to go, this is going bad on them, right? Eastside Tyler has entered the chat. That's right. That's right. We got Eastside Tyler in here today. You are the majority report. All right. So what do we need to do? We need to do this. There we go. We are all MR. Many of you are. Many of you are. You know what happens, though? I think I know why that is, right? Part of it is because some people know me from MR chat, but the other part of that is that when a lot of MR people start watching me, then YouTube examines viewing habits, and it says, like, wait, if you like this stream, a lot of people who like this stream also like this stream, right? So let's try this out. Let's send you a thumbnail, right? And I think some people just end up in here from there, so... I think it's an algorithmic bubble. It kind of is, right? And I got more, like I said, chat, I got more to cover about MR and their what is it? Like their epic battle against Tim Pool, because we sort of have like an ending to that story now. We have a bit of an ending to that story. Oh my God, what am I looking at? He's playing Wordle? Oh no. No, why am I looking at everybody's doing fake jobs of blow? Jobs that are blow. Oh, come on. I had this earlier. What the fuck? Waiting for Dr. Disrespect. Yeah, we got to talk about this guy too, just a little bit though. I'm not gonna spend too much time. But apparently he's sort of back. And so is Anna Kasparian. We haven't talked about Anna in a really long time. And now it is like legitimately Anna. Look, you've heard of like chat. One in chat if you've heard of drama, or sorry, clout chasing. One in chat if you've heard of clout chasing before, right? Ah, why are they showing us this? I did not ask for how to blow. I'm already well versed. No, chat. No, I mean, I sometimes I blow. Sometimes I do. Yeah, sometimes we all blow. Sometimes I give you a stream that's not the best streaming that I've done, and it blows. It truly blows, right? That's what I'm saying. I've been accused of it. Yeah. So look, clout chasing. Some of you might have even heard of it in context of me. Because if you look into the lore on NCC, supposedly I'm a clout chaser, right? Supposedly disagreeing with a larger streamer about something that you feel is important means that you're clout chasing. You don't really disagree with them. You're just making up a disagreement so that you can get more attention for yourself. You just want attention, right? You don't actually have a problem and you want to see it fixed by having a productive conversation with somebody. No, you're trying to make them look bad. If you don't roll over and fucking play dead for them and like, oh, you kicked my ass in this debate, then you're a bad drama streamer, right? This is what Demon Mama. This is why Demon Mama's bad. She debated Destiny. Obviously a clout chaser. That's why I'm bad. It's clout chasing. But look, I will say that sometimes it's real. There's a reason that people say that. There's a reason that people are kind of just like poisoned in terms of what they expect from the YouTube space, right? What kind of behavior that they expect and the number of perverse incentives that people tend to follow. And in this case, the perverse incentive is to take somebody that's more clouded up than you are, right? And that doesn't necessarily mean that they have more subs on YouTube. That, there's a lot that goes into what is clout, right? We could talk about that for hours and hours, right? It's actually more than just like your concurrence in chat. It's more than just your your numbers, your analytics, right? There's a lot that goes into Clout, but we've got a situation in which TYT and Anna Kasparian are, I think, legitimately chasing the clout that comes off of the hate following garnered by one Hassan Piker. And like, look, I don't always agree with Hassan Piker. I had some less than totally positive words for him yesterday. I had some less than totally positive words for Hassan yesterday, right? I don't always agree with this guy. But I feel like one thing that we can agree on is that his haters are worse than him. That's what I'm noticing, right? The true Hassan haters, infinitely more insufferable than any sort of Hassan fans or Hassan himself. And Anna Kasparian is trying to ride that wave. She's trying to do that thing. She wants to chase that clout. Because TYT, despite having 6 million YouTube subs, does not have the clout that one Hassan Piker has. And as a result, it becomes a fruitful enterprise for TYT to try to find ways to shit on Hassan. And this is kind of wild, right? Because like CENK and Hassan are related, and I feel like they don't hate each other. I just did some snooping, and TMR and Live is good for shorts. Wait, what is TMR? The Majority Report? TMR is in the Majority Report? The Cloutresses? The Cloutresses? The Clouteress? Oh, the Clouteress, yeah. I thought so, yeah. I just like, I'd never thought about like putting their hashtag. Narwhal, do you know if multiple hashtags are like acceptable? Like, are they helpful? I don't have, I've like kind of, maybe I should be putting hashtags in stuff. Hashtag TYT. Hashtag Hassan Piker. It's like Hassan, hashtag Hassan has got more channels. Wait, what does this mean? What? Yeah, I think it's Hassan that I want to do. Hashtag Hassan. Hashtag. All right, well, I added some hashtags there. That's pretty good. So what is chat voting on right now? We got Brianna Wu turns on Chud Logic. I'm supposed to add some dono stuff to... Yeah, we got 3% of the dono goal already. Let's see who that was. Band funding. Morbius Dragon. If you want to let me know which of these topics you're voting for, I'll be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is, even if it is on Fallout New Vegas or Vox Populi. But yeah, we stole this thing from President Sunday. I fuck with Hassan. I don't dedicate myself to his channel or chat in it, but I feel like some of the Hasanabi heads are pretty cool. Actually, I get along with some of the Hasanabi heads, and like I said, like I mean, like, there's not a lot of streamers out there that I agree with on every single thing. But yeah, so yeah, I let you know about what we're covering today in terms of Anna Kasparian. Oh yeah, the topic. What's the topic? Well, okay, so it's this thing. One in chat, if you've seen a video clip of men in tracksuits with assault weapons busting into apartments in Aurora, Colorado. You know what I'm talking about? One in chat. One in chat. Red pill, the Matrix, Tate, black pill, milk, and milk? Oh my god. That sounds like some thinly veiled dog whistle right there. Stealing is cool, yeah. I've heard. Yeah, so you know what this is about, right? You know what this is about. If you have a boomer aunt, a boomer uncle, a boomer parent or grandparent, you may have gotten sent a clip claiming that a Venezuelan gang has taken over the entire town of Aurora, Colorado. All right? And they're damn sure about this. If you try to argue with them and say, Auntie, I looked on Snopes and they say it's not actually what's going on, the auntie will say, well, Snopes is a psyop, clearly. And sometimes Snopes is full of shit. I've seen Snopes be full of shit before. But I don't think they're full of shit this time, right? So that's what Anna and Hassan are arguing about. Or that's what Anna's going after Hassan about. Hassan has been covering this. He covered it earlier this week. And, you know, he did actually some digging. That's one nice thing about Hassan's stream is that he's got such a big community that there's a good chance that there will be somebody, if it's a story involving any area, any geographical area, like say Aurora, Colorado, there's likely to be somebody in his chat that's from Aurora, Colorado that might have a better on the ground perspective than some Facebook boomer sending a clip around, right? And indeed, Hassan did find a chat member that was able to inform him about this. And yeah, the guy's the landlord hired. I don't know, Disco Wolf. We'll dig into the exactly what's happening with this story, right? There's a lot of different there are all dog whistles, all things being so. The Vuvuzelas are leading the revolutionary charge. Yeah, they're gonna seize the means of production in Aurora, Colorado, or at least start a tenants union. What is your view of Anna saying Karen is a slur? Oh my god, figure drawing. Okay, so technically anything could be a slur, and I feel like I have seen right-wingers try to turn Karen into just like a way to like shit on women in general. But I think that when Anna Kasparian is being called a Karen, Occam's razor says that it's most likely because she's a Karen. Let's just put it this way, she's being a Karen. A Karen is not a constant state. A Karen is not an identity. A Karen is certainly not a marginalized group. So if you're trying to say it's a slur in that sort of way, you're way off base, as Anna Kasparian often is. But wait a minute, I put hashtags in my video and the concurrence went up. Wow, it really does work. Okay, we're gonna have to use hashtags, I guess. Anna's upset about the righteous landlord hate. Well, no, she's trying to turn it into a story about immigration and about crime, because those are like her favorite things. And yes, before you ask, chat, is actual Justice Warrior involved in that story? This story, yes. Yes, actual Justice Warrior has actually involved himself, because anytime there's any racist story, any story with a racist angle, like actual Justice Warrior is like the Toucan. Oh my god, I just realized I can't use Toucan Sam. Remember Synthetic Man? Remember Synthetic Man? He used Toucan as an anti-Semitic dog whistle. I haven't. Oh no, I get it now. Chad, it just dawned on me. Oh no. Oh no. So I definitely can't call actual Justice Warrior the Toucan Sam of racism, right? But he does tend to follow his nose to the source of the racism and do multiple videos about it and get those racist views, right? The guy I turned down debating in Lance's chat. Oh my gosh, there was a debate. Actual Justice Warrior, yeah, is unfortunately still around, and he's involved here. Oh no, because toucans follow. That's what it is, Sasha G. You're on it. Follow your nose. That's what that's about. That's what that's about. I did not even get that. I just thought it was random, right? Because anti-Semites, they change up their dog whistles, right? They don't want to use the same ones all the time. So I just thought it was a random weird one. And they're weird people. They're really weird people. Especially the groiped up variety. But we're not talking about the groiped up variety right now. We are going to be talking about Anna Kasparian. We're going to be talking about Cenk Uygur. We're going to be talking about Hassan Piker. We're going to be talking about Aurora, Colorado. And we're going to be talking about Vuvuzela, George Irwin, Animal Farm, 1956. We're going to be talking about all these things and more. I thought people got it the other day. You know what? I knew it was a dog whistle, Shakespeare. I just didn't know where it was coming. I didn't make the connection between the toucan like beak and the, oh god. I feel silly now. I feel silly for not, because it's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious dog whistle right there. I knew it was a dog whistle. I just didn't know why it was a dog whistle. I didn't know how it was a dog whistle. And now I know, and I feel gross. I feel gross on the inside. I actually triggered you triggered actual Justice Warrior, and he paused before debating Lance and to invite me to debate him. He was supposed to be doing the content I was watching, not inviting me to partake in it. That's wild. Wait, you mean actual AJW was in your chat? What story was it? What story was Lance covering? I'm curious. Okay, so I'm trying to remember to say all the things that I need to say. One thing that's really important to say every hour on the hour is that Twitch has a 3-minute ad break every hour on the top of the hour. And it's an ad break that you don't necessarily have to see, although skipping it is not as easy as it is on YouTube. If you get an ad on YouTube, you know how to handle that. You just press a button. Skip the ad, right? It gives you 5 seconds. You know, it's either a really short ad or it's, you know, gonna give you a chance to skip it after like 5 seconds, right? Twitch, not so much. They're big, long, unskippable ad sessions. They're ad session. You're doing an ad sesh. You're glazing up the product, and in fact, you have to say the name of the company in order to get the commercial to end on Twitch, or you could just be smart about it. And you could use a Twitch Prime sub to get out of the ad break for free for a month, right? If you got Prime, you got a free sub to use it on my channel. You will no longer see those ads in my chat. You could also pay for a sub for yourself. God, he's really going off, isn't he? Dr. Disrespect is distracting me. Dr. Distraction is more like it, right? While I'm trying to do the top of the hour ad debate, right? So you can also, for this month only, you can get a sub for yourself for the price, I think, of $4. It's 25% off during the month of September, not September, but September. And so if you got one during September, you got a special deal right now. I think you can even get multiple months, and they're also discounted. Check on that though. I'm not sure. Or you could possibly be gifted a sub by someone that is looking to do a good deed and that sees your predicament, although that sort of thing more likely to happen, almost always happens with somebody who's active in the chat, right? If you're active in the chat, they'll see your predicament and they'll maybe save you. So that's what I got to mention this hour. I also have to mention that we have this dono goal. It is not like Sunday's dono goal, right? This is Sunday's dono goal. The theory possum, the news capybara, and the drama weasel, right? We're not using that because I feel like it's too exploitative. And I'm not in the mood. Chat may be choosing violence today, but I am not choosing violence thus far, at least. So we're using this dono goal, and we're already 3% of the way there, which is pretty good. A pretty good start. This thing goes up whenever anybody donates. And when you donate, you have the chance to not only drive that dono goal forward, closer to 100%, closer to getting that extra bonus content, but you have the chance to let me know what topic of the topics that we got today that you are choosing, that you are feeling, that you want to see as bonus content, and I, in turn, will put your money where your mouth is and add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So you'll actually help the topic that you want to see win actually win. And you could change the way the poll's going just by donating. The key to that, though, is that when you donate, you got to let me know which of these topics you're feeling. You could also say Fallout New Vegas, or you could also say Vox Populi. And that is almost like an anti-donation. In other words, you're donating to emphasize the poll, to emphasize the votes, and to de-emphasize the donos. So if you think there's too much money in politics, right, you can say Vox Populi. If you think there's too much money in the dono goal and you want to just turn it back to the chatters and the voters and everybody, you can say Vox Populi too. But that's the key, whether you're doing a super chat, a super sticker, whether you're getting yourself a membership or gifting the gift of weasels to other people, whether you are signing up on Patreon, and we need to figure out a way to do like the renewals too, because I realized that for things like Patreon, people should be getting credit for their renewal as well, right? Or donating to my throne, which is right there. That's the throne account. We actually need to get some new stuff on there, and I will soon. Maybe a better computer, I don't know, to keep from having these constant technical difficulties might be a good thing. But yeah, that, and obviously the Twitch stuff too. If you're subbing, if you're using a Twitch Prime sub, or if you're gifting subs to other people, or if you are throwing some bits my way, anything that's a donation, ask yourself, is it a donation? And if the answer is yes, then you get to direct that donation to the topic that you want. What have we got today? We've got Brianna Wu turns on Chud logic. We've got chat chooses violence, right? So that's some Suntent that we were going to get to yesterday, and we just got too busy. Sunday's not that interesting, but it might be Sunday. Maybe if Sunday's interesting to you, you want to see what else is in the vending machine for Suntent, you can press that button. We've got Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman. This is a video that's pretty popular, pretty viral, and it's talking about the way that YouTube's algorithm radicalizes you. It's taking a fresh account and letting it autoplay, and seeing how long before it takes you from like generic content like Lo-Fi Girl to not so generic content like alt-right stuff, right? So we're looking down the YouTube algorithmic rabbit hole if we choose that one. We've also got Demon Mama and her response to Westside Tyler. And spoiler, she's not very forthcoming, right? But there is some stuff to look at. And if you choose that, that's what you'll see. There we go. I feel like I've explained everything. I feel like I've checked all the requisite boxes, and there's that. No, I was so almost on it. I was about to say, and there's that ad break now. I've got 5 seconds to wait before I say it, and there's that ad break now. But we're gonna start off with this guy right here. Everybody, one in chat if you know who this is. Do you know this guy? We're not gonna talk about him very much, okay? The short little response that he has to his allegations. Unlike Demon Mama, right? Dr. Disrespect is about to
talk about the allegations.
He's gonna talk about those allegations, right? And so we're gonna see what's up with that. He wants to come back. He wants to be back. And there's a bunch of right-wingers, right? Because he's ticked all the right boxes for being like, I was canceled because of my conservative viewpoint, right? So there's right-wingers that are they're here for it. They want that. Ad starts at 1 minute and 29 seconds. I did good. I'm close. You don't know anything about him until me. Oh my gosh. Well, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Yeah, Mozart says yes. Bad Lefty says yes. Shadow Files recognizes this as Dr. Disrespect. Did I miss what was happening with Anna? No. We're going to cover this guy first. All right. And then we're going to do the Anna. It's going to be long. All right. It's a lot of content. So, I mean, we may have to skip the Trump tent. We usually do some Trump tent. I think there's also a speech by Waltz. Maybe we'll see if we can get that. What's up, Muggsy? Good to see you. There's some reason, some really consistent suffixes. What, on Dr. Disrespect? I'm waiting to say, and there's that ad break now. Any second now. I'm gonna serve that top of the hour ad break. I'm serving it up hot. Dr. Kid Inspect? Yeah, people have a lot of names for this guy. People have a lot of names for this man. I'm just wondering, chat, these sunglasses, right? Like, who made them uncool? 1 in chat if you think it was Dr. Disrespect. 2 in chat if you think it was Slippery Nick Fuentes. Who do you think made these glasses uncool? Because I guess they were cool for a hot second. I mean, they were never cool to me, but maybe I am of the wrong generation to think those. So, 1, Dr. Disrespect made them uncool. Yeah, that's the other association I have with those glasses is Slippery Nick Fuentes. Speaking of groiped up sweaties. And there's the ad break now. All right, so we've hit all the buttons, we've ticked all the boxes. We're ready to make this happen and make this happen with swag, with style. What is the actual name for these glasses, though? Can somebody tell me? Like, what are these kind of sunglasses called? Wraparounds? Is that how you say it? Are they just wraparounds, or is there a better name for those? I'm hitting my buttons. You know, chat, it just dawned on me. I probably need to talk to one of the Vanguard boys. I feel like they probably do highlights during their stream, and I need to figure out how to do that. Okay, so yeah, like I said, we got Dr. Disrespect here. He has come back. For all of you who were waiting, right? For this man to come back. He's finally come back. And he has got a response. Like I said, unlike a lot of people who think better of it, Dr. Disrespect is here and he is prepared to
Talk about the allegations!
He's going to talk about those allegations and he's going to give his response and he's going to tell us why he shouldn't actually be canceled even though he's canceled. So yeah, we got our No. Oh my god, chat. I need to get a better computer. Let's try that again. Nope. Let's try it once more. I feel good about that one. I feel really good about that one. All right, time to pause, Harvest Dawn, and get going. So here's Dr. Disrespect's full... Oh, it's Jake Lucky, of all people, serving this up to us. Jake Lucky. Friend of the VOD. No, I don't know why I'm saying that. I don't know Jake Lucky, chat. I don't even know if he's good or bad. But I do know that he's talked about this particular fellow quite a bit. Let's see if we can get a better... There he is. There's our dude. There's our guy. All right. You ready for this guy? I sure hope you are. What do you got for us, Doc?
Oh, champs.
We're the champs club.
A lot of people donating. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. You know?
Chat, he's getting donos. This guy that's known for... He's most famous for whispering to a minor. Okay, and that's the official Twitch terminology that I'm using there. Whispering to a minor. That's what he's famous for, and he's getting donos still.
Are you nervous to be back? After what's transpired over the last couple months, am I excited to be back to this type of world? God. Man.
You better not get boring. I don't think this guy's a doctor, says Andy Boom. Are we excited to have him back? Not so much. Is that a wig? Why that wig? Why the glasses? So he is, I don't know, a character, right? So some streamers are just sort of themselves. I mean, I'm pretty much, I wear the butterfly clip in real life too. No. But like a lot of streamers, we're not that different than who we are in real life. Not this guy so much, right? This guy is he's a character, and it's a lot of tongue in cheek, and that actually makes it worse, right? Because like I said, chat, he's going to talk about the allegations, and the allegations are quite serious. The allegations are no joke, right? So it's a little bit even more problematic. It's like I said, it's problematic already that he's like, coming back and he's like, yeah, this is unfair cancellation. I didn't do anything wrong, right? But it's even worse that this guy is like, I'm going to do it in character. You'd think for something this serious that you'd get Guy Beam or whatever the fuck his actual name is and not Dr. Disrespect. But no, we got the doctor. So what's real about this guy? The mustache? The face? What's the sunglasses? What's fake about him? The hair. The hair is definitely fake.
So glad you're back. Hey, I appreciate it, Shane.
Is his character a skydiver? Wasn't that the character from... Oh no, chat. Oh no, chat. Wasn't the character from Lazy Town a skydiver? Wait, let's look and see. Let's look and see. I feel like there was some... I feel like there was some talk around like this guy too. I don't know, chat. Do you think this is based? Do you think he stole his character from Sporticus? There was something kind of disturbing about this dude, right? I don't know, but not as disturbing as this dude.
It's good to be back to a certain degree, right? We got to figure out this monetization thing. So it's September.
But yeah, when you said skydiver, I thought about Sporticus because Sporticus skydives into Lazy Town. I don't know.
25th is basically when we can reapply for partnership on YouTube.
So he's talking about trying to get remonetized. There are so many people that I know about. All right. There are so many people that I know about on YouTube that Dylan Burns, right? Not exactly a friend of the VOD, but he seems to have gotten demonetized for like nothing at all. And he's not the only one. There's tons of people getting demonetized for no good reason. And like the idea that this guy would get remonetized, I can't get past the wig. How can he be back exactly?
People ask, do I...
Hasn't he paid his debt to society?
Now that you're not getting monetized, you're not going to be streaming ever again, or you're on YouTube, are you? There's an opportunity to reapply, right? September 25th is the date. So in the meantime, we'll do what we need to do. I enjoy my time here on YouTube. We've built a nice, strong community for years. This is where we started 16 years ago. 2008, I think. I like my time here. And I like the community. We've got the best, realist gaming community, right? The Champions Club. And we've built it on this platform, and if there's an opportunity to reapply for partnership, and there's a date that's been presented to us, then I'm going to take it. In the meantime, like we always done, we've always stayed in our lane. We'll stay in our lane and continue to just put on a show. You know? For almost 4 years, champs.
What do you think he means by stay in your lane? Right? Does that sound like a Fortress arc? Does that sound like he's going to try to do the Vosh thing and just kind of keep to himself, keep to his own community, and try to just hope that like nobody brings up his past?
The public demanded to hear from the doc regarding the Twitch suspension. I guess since you all missed the point with my personal statement, maybe it's time to tell my side of the story. Huh, champs? You see, there was a lawsuit pending, and as part of that arbitration, all parties were not allowed to speak publicly about the case. I respected those rules. My lawsuit against Twitch was eventually resolved, as you all know. But even then, as part of the settlement, all parties were still prohibited from speaking publicly about the case or the settlement. However, if one side violated that confidentiality, then the other side could respond. And again, champs,
This is too much. I feel like this is hyper real and not in a good way.
respected all the confidential obligations.
Like that he's invoking the Champions Club. You know, he's doing the community stuff, calling them champs and stuff like that. And they said that we couldn't talk about the allegations, but if one side talked about the allegations, then they played right into my hands.
But apparently Twitch's own disgruntled employees didn't feel the need to abide by those same obligations. Cody Connors, ex-Twitch employee, wasn't even involved, leaks Twitch's reported reason. Years later, Cody, why do this? What was the point? This was
what did he say? Cody Connors?
And you, knowing how black and white the internet is, you decided, you fucking rat, to leak the reported reason Twitch banned me in 2020. I mean, for what? Cody? Why? Did you not know the repercussions from spewing lies about the two-time? Did you not know the repercussions of accusing me?
Okay, so now the two-time, I believe he's referring to cheating on his wife. Is that correct?
Honors? You see, you don't know shit, and it was obvious from your tweet. You didn't have any firsthand knowledge of my dispute with Twitch. You said that I got banned from Twitch because I was sexting a minor through Whisper's messages? Do you even know what the legal definition of sexting is? I do. And yeah, I used Twitch's Whispers, but trust me, I wasn't sexting anyone. You also said the word minor, Cody.
So what were you whispering to a minor? What were you whispering to? What were you using Twitch's whisper function for? In order to communicate with a minor?
I even made sure that word was emphasized in my statement, edited, etc., just to make sure these so-called journalists would pick up on it. And boy, oh boy, did they ever, champs. When you and all these so-called journalists, Cody, fired off your tweets, did any of you consider that the Twitch user may have been over the legal age of consent at the time of the messages? You didn't. Neither did any of these journalists, and neither did Twitch at the time of the ban.
You know, hold that thought for a minute, right? Because I feel like he's going to explain. I've gotten a little bit of a preview of this, and I feel like he's going to explain what he means by that a little bit more, right? So understand that there is a federal age of consent that all American citizens, he is an American citizen, right? This isn't a Canadian. Am I right? Not a Canadian. All Americans are obligated to that. That includes if an American goes to a foreign country where the age of consent is lower, right? It is still a crime for an American citizen to, to violate that. But I think what he's talking about actually is state laws, which, what is it called? The supremacy clause of that federal laws override state laws. Anyway, and also we're not talking about legality, right? In terms of people's disgust at this guy, it's not because he broke the law and we're all like super, fussy lawyer types, right? It's the ethical considerations of a content creator talking to an underage person on the platform that they stream on, or it really, in an inappropriate manner.
You also tried to tell the world that I was trying to meet up with this user at TwitchCon, but you're wrong. Let's set the record straight. I never intended to meet this user ever. We never made plans to meet at TwitchCon or anywhere else, and in fact, we never met in person ever.
So I gotta say, with these claims, the only thing that would substantiate these claims would be the chat logs, the whisper logs themselves. I'm not sure if anybody has those, or if they were, if they're releasable.
Your bullshit accusations gave false courage to other former Twitch employees to make shit up as well. I suspect all of you sort of planned and coordinated this attack. These big-time publications, these journalists, these various outlets are sort of just gossip channels now, don't you think, champs? They act like they're just gossip channels now, without any real journalism and real research happening. They report on all this based on leaks from 2 former Twitch employees, one of whom was supposedly on the trust and safety team. If these anonymous sources worked on the trust and safety team at the time of my Twitch suspension in 2020, then you would hope they would tell the truth. But apparently that's just too much to ask. If these former trust and safety team members, and by the way, I know exactly who they are, actually had firsthand knowledge, then what they conveniently left out is, 1, Twitch's trust and safety team, the same employees that decided to ban me, internally admitted that the whisper messages were not sexting. And 2, Twitch's trust and safety team, the same employees that decided to ban me, internally acknowledged that the whispers did not constitute child sexual abuse material CSAM. I'll say it again. Neither I nor the Twitch user exchanged any sexual graphic messages or images. Cody Connors and these other anonymous sources are trying to paint a picture that I was exchanging sexually explicit messages and photos with this Twitch user.
Hey, bye-bye monetization, I guess.
That never happened. I even used the word...
So, chat, I mean, I've got some idea why he's picking out Cody Connors here. Why he's singling out Cody Connors, right? This is probably his best bet because, this is Cody Connors tweeting out he got banned because he got caught whispering, graphic stuff to minors in the existing Twitch Whispers product. That's a weird way to say it, but yeah, in Twitch Whispers. He was trying to meet up with her at TwitchCon. The powers that be could read this in plain text. Case closed, gang, right? And then we've also got, I guess, is this stand-up or his band that he's promoting? Maybe his band? And he's saying, listen, if all 3 dates sell out, I'll tell you why he got banned. Without saying who he's talking about, but everybody kind of knows that, like, he's the one that made this tweet, so he's talking about the doc here, right? Gamer friends, if you're on the East Coast, you should come to one of these shows. Slasher is coming to the New York date. That's a 500-person room, and we're like 70% on pre-sale. I always act out around Rod. If that show sells out, I'll 100% explain why we banned him during the set. So that's why he's mentioning, I feel like Cody Connors is the most, like, the easiest target for him to attack, to deflect. Because like, so far what we've gotten from him is deflection. He's deflecting more than his glasses are reflecting.
Inappropriate. Purposely. And look at how it's defined by everyone, champs. Huh? Including these defaming articles. I'm sorry, but mutual bantering with inappropriate jokes taken out of context should have never led to me getting
Mutual bantering?
banned from Twitch in the first place. I mean, how would each of you look if all of your private DMs, your text messages, your chats were looked at, dissected, and taken out of context by...
I'd look goofy as fuck. I'd look goofy as fuck, but I wouldn't look like I was doing something inappropriate with a fucking...
someone who's deliberately trying to find something inappropriate in those words.
Champs is absentee father language. I mean, that's his community. He calls them the champs.
And this is not a situation where a victim publicly accuses someone of wrongdoing. That never happened here. We're talking about allegations that Twitch made against me as a half...
Pepsi Man speculates that my DMs would be extremely dull and boring. I mean, maybe? It's boxing coach language? Yeah, that's right. Get in there, champ.
Reason for justifying their actions of suspending and shutting down my...
Ooh, but actually, that does make it worse. That does make it worse, right? Considering the allegations, the fact that he calls his community champs. Ooh, I didn't even think that this is kind of like paternal language, but it is.
Channel. Allegations that Twitch made without even a legal analysis of whether the whisper messages were legal. You see, I engage with my community. I engage with other streamers. And through Twitch Whispers, I communicate with Twitch users. Conversations that consisted of a variety of playing games and gaming politics, content creation, random stuff. This was the extent of my whispers with this Twitch user. On June 21st, 2020.
Whispers implies he was trying to hide something. Now, chat, do we all understand, though, that for Twitch, whispers are DMs. Like, Twitch allows you to send and receive DMs. It is a very buggy, very flawed program. When somebody sends me one of these, I usually don't see it for months and months and months. And then I'm like, ooh, sorry about that, right? But people just don't use them. People don't use them that much. Most streamers, if they need to talk to somebody that is like, I don't know, somebody that, like a thumbnail designer or an editor or like a mod or something like that, they do it through Twitter. They do it through Discord. They do it through a better product, right? Because the Whispers product, as Connor was calling it, is or Connor's. Wait, what's his name again? Oh my God, chat, I forgot already. Cody Connors. Yeah, as Cody Connors was calling it, right? The Twitch Whispers product is just like a lot of stuff that Twitch makes, not really something that you want to use.
My ex-Twitch partner manager learned...
And especially when it comes to talking to random chatters that you don't know the age of, right? That's an underline. That's a highlight of what I just said.
That I exchanged whispers with the Twitch user. And I say ex-partner manager because for years, this guy didn't do anything for me, my community, or my channel. For years. I'm talking no front...
So he's complaining about his partner manager. Most people do not get a partner manager. I think even if you're a partner, right? On YouTube, like I'm a partner. I'm a YouTube partner, right? And you get that when you have like 1,000 subs and a certain amount of watch time. Like, right, when your channel looks serious, they make you a partner and you get monetized, right? So he's talking about partner on Twitch. That's a different thing, right? On Twitch, just getting the basic monetization is becoming an affiliate. Being a partner means that you have like a certain level of like concurrence in your chat, and I don't know, there's a whole bunch of stipulations for that, right? But yeah, most people that get partner do not have someone they can talk to on Twitch. If you get banned on Twitch, you are going on Twitter to be like, at Twitch, why was I banned? And then the next day they don't answer, at Twitch, why was I banned? And maybe if like your whole community retweets you and stuff, and you get like, it gets passed on to other creators and they retweet you, maybe Twitch will get back to you. But a lot of people get banned for no good reason, and they can't really get unbanned. So the fact that he's even got a partner creator, like he doesn't realize how lucky he is. Glenn Southern says, man's a weirdo. Why would you come out and try to deny and downplay what you did in character? Yes, Glenn Sutherland, that's the key. That's what makes this whole thing utterly unseriously. Makes it even more gross that he had a wife and kid. He definitely knows better. Yeah, what was he doing? What was he doing talking to an underage person on fucking Whispers?
Front page love. You're talking about the face of the platform, right? Literally, the face of the platform. And I know Champions Club remembers this.
I mean, if that's true, I don't know, chat. Was he the face of the platform? Was he the most popular streamer? I feel like you really fucked them over if that's the case.
We got zero front page love on the website. He was never on my channel. He didn't follow me on Twitter. He wouldn't even inform us about Twitch rival tournaments. We're talking about the two-time Twitch rival tournament. Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait, what is the? I thought the two-time was when he cheated on his wife.
God, would you want to play in it? We got zero support from this guy. And it was just so obvious that he carried a grudge against the two-time. So after we signed with Twitch in 2000...
I still don't know, chat. Can somebody explain the two-time to me? I thought it was, he calls women toots. What is the two-time about? Is that, like, I thought that was a reference to him two-timing his wife.
2019, we asked for a new partner manager. And just a few months later, that ex-Twitch partner manager is directly involved with getting me banned. Coincidence? The Twitch user tells the ex-Twitch partner manager that they do not want to report anything.
He looks like someone hit randomize in a character creator.
To Twitch. I'll repeat that sentence one.
Okay, the two-time is a video game championship. It's like, okay, wait. Oh my god, I can't. Back video game champion, back-to-back video game championships. Okay, so he won the video game championships 2 times in a row. It's not a reference to him cheating on his wife.
One more time, just in case anybody missed.
Brainsucker says he won a Tetris and NBA Jam tournament back in the 90s. That's where the whole 2 times... Wait, Twitch wasn't a thing in the 90s, right?
It's that one. The Twitch user tells this ex-Twitch partner manager that they do not want to report anything to Twitch. But this
So he's referencing something that he did a long time ago?
Twitch partner manager encourages the user and even directs them to file a report directly with Twitch, even though the user told him clearly that we never physically met anywhere and that no photographs were exchanged. On June 24th, 2020, Twitch's special operations team receives and reviews the user's report. They find no issues and determine that it did not warrant any further escalation to Twitch's law enforcement response team.
Okay, this is wild. He's hiding behind legality. And legality is not really the consideration here, right? When you're talking about Dr. Disrespect in a very young person, right? There's more issues there than, like, was that technically the age of consent in the state that he was currently residing in? It feels like he's really very much trying to get by on a technicality here.
That would have been the end. That should have been the end. But that partner manager, oh boy, did he have it out. Yeah,
Somebody in chat said he needs to go get a job. Would you hire him? Would you hire this guy? Omega Star says, He's looking kind of dumb with his finger in his thumb and the shape of an L. Wait, does this make an L or does this make an L? This makes an L, right? The shape of an L on his forehead.
He had it out for the 2-time. He finds out that no further action will be taken, so what does he do? He personally escalates the report to a friend on the Twitch's LER team. The LER team, remember, that's the Twitch's law enforcement response team. He escalates the report to a friend on Twitch's LER team. So a day later, on June 25th,
I mean, to me, that just sounds like Twitch is in some ways protecting themselves, right? In case there is a law enforcement issue. If there is a law enforcement issue and they don't elevate it, then they're sort of on the line, right? It's their product. It's their violence. That's two for violence. So yeah, we got 5% on the dono goal. We got 2% for violence. For the tiniest violin in the world for President Sunday. That's what we'll be playing if that's what gets chosen. Glenn Southern says he did not win. The Blockbuster Championship for both years are on YouTube. So he's just lying. Bro is just lying. Is that what you're telling me, Glenn? Dude is just lying.
the LER analyst pulls the entirety of the whisper messages and begins discussing them with his director of the LER team. Mind you, this director is on vacation at that time and does not have access to their computer or work files. Let me just remind you, I went through a multi-year, big time arbitration, okay? And, you discover a lot of stuff.
Sounds like a drink you'd order in a speakeasy.
Mind you, this director is on vacation at that time. The LER analyst cherry picks and sends a few targeted excerpts out of context from the whisper messages to this director. Now, if you do this, you can make anyone's messages look inappropriate, even when they aren't.
You want to watch that again? Let's just roll that back for a second.
Anyone's messages look inappropriate.
Guy Beam, the man behind Dr. Disrespect, you should not have done this in character. All right? You made a huge mistake in doing this as the doc, and the only thing that I can oh my god, that's not how it works. The only thing that I can conclude from that is that you were trying to use people's like parasocial relationship with that character to your advantage. You're like, do it for the doc. Come on.
Even when they aren't.
Look, let's roll it back one more time. I want you to see this, right? Like, if you want to be trusted, if you want to be taken seriously, maybe take the fucking sunglasses off, bro. Maybe.
At that time. The LER analyst cherry picks and sends a few targeted excerpts out of context from the whisper messages to this director. Now, if you do this, you can make anyone's messages look inappropriate, even when they aren't. Within less than 1 hour, this LER analyst and his director have made the decision to suspend me from Twitch. Twitch submits a report to NCMEC. You guys all read those little articles, huh? The NCMEC. Twitch submits that report. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Guess what? As far as I know, and over 4 years have passed, they didn't do anything with the report. As far as I know, they didn't escalate Twitch's report to law enforcement. Mind you, the same people that made this decision admit internally that the messages did not constitute sexting. The same people that made this decision at Twitch admit internally that the messages did not warrant any child sexual abuse material charge. Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me while admitted they did not perform any legal analysis of whether the messages exchanged were illegal in any.
There's two different things going on here. There is a company that has a extensive business relationship with you. You are making a lot of money in that platform, and that platform is making a lot of money off of you, all right? And that company is deciding if they want to continue that business relationship, given what happened, right? That's a separate matter from whether, like, you know, whether whatever you said is indictable or not.
Anyway, Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me while admitting that they never investigated the age of consent in the jurisdiction where the user's messages were sent and received.
There it is. There it is. That's what he's claiming. That's what he's claiming. Age of consent in the jurisdiction of what? The victim? Is that what he's saying? I'm sorry, dude. You just gave away the game right there. Did you think this was going to absolve you?
Jurisdiction where the user's messages were sent and received.
So he's trying to, yeah, his argument hangs on like a specific age of consent in a specific jurisdiction. Like it wasn't illegal there.
Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me while admitting that they never investigated the age of consent in the jurisdiction where the user's messages were sent and received. Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me without ever interviewing me, the user, or any other third party, including the partner manager. It's fucking unbelievable! I'm not going to get into every detail regarding my legal case, but these former Twitch employees that claim to have firsthand knowledge.
Look, I feel like he just gave us everything that we need to know to analyze this, right? He's hanging his hat, he's hanging his claim on the specific jurisdiction and it having a more lenient age of consent.
They just don't have a clue. They didn't report any facts. The judge in the case determined that the whispers were not.
If you would have talked to me, champ, I would have cleared it right up. His wig and his outfit are so insane.
Not illegal. So then why did Twitch use these messages against me? Why did Twitch treat the doc so differently from their other streamers? I mean, outside of the obvious. I mean, just take a look at me, right?
Let's fix the mic. Are we good, chat? Are we good?
Unfiltered. The realest motherfucker in this industry. 6'8", gorgeous, athletic, successful. Unfiltered. The realest streamers. These former Twitch employees that claim to have firsthand knowledge, they just don't have a clue. They didn't report any facts. The judge in the case determined that the whispers were not illegal. So then why did Twitch use these messages against me? Why did Twitch...
Because you're being a creep and they don't want to be associated with that.
Twitch treat the doc so differently from...
They want to keep their platform safe for children. That's why.
There are other streamers.
Yeah, Rob Ford says the realest MF in the industry.
I mean, outside of the obvious. I mean,
6'8" cell block woman will not care.
Look at me. Right? Unfiltered. The realest motherfucker in this industry. 6'8", gorgeous, athletic, successful, college degree, college athlete, bourbon business, gaming studio, beautiful family. And trust
Okay, chat, you got to tell me, what is this guy's college degree in? What do you think?
me, we've worked hard for over a decade to improve as a person, a husband, and father. And
We've worked hard over a decade? We champs have worked hard? What? This is a level of parasociality that I'm just not used to, and I'm a fucking politics streamer, right? I've talked to Destiny. I've dealt with Vosh, right? You know, I know about some parasociality. That's wild. We've worked really hard, haven't we, champs, on making me a better person. And I guess that's in reference to the cheating on his wife, right?
Get where we're at today. I mean, I'm in such a good place today. And all these people, they all act like they're just so perfect. I'm not perfect.
Okay, bro, it's not about perfect. It's about not messaging minors in DMs with weird, inappropriate shit. Billy Randall says ag-sci. Agricultural science.
I don't claim to be perfect.
So yeah, people are bringing up Rush Limbaugh and his vacations in the Dominican Republic and Thailand, and possibly in places where the age of consent was different than it is in the U.S., or at least where stuff that he did involving that might be overlooked more likely. Looked it up. He has a bachelor's degree in business administration. Well, I mean, that's the most appropriate degree, I guess, for what he's doing.
Sometimes I do.
He's got a degree in video games.
But I also didn't do all the shit that they're saying I did. But then that
Taco Cat says, dude, if being perfect means not being weird with minors, the bar is truly in hell. Yeah, it's very low.
doesn't make a story.
It's way down there.
They wanted media attention. The media wants...
Twitch wanted media attention to the fact that they had somebody acting allegedly predatory on their platform. Twitch wanted media attention for that. Right? Do you understand how much Twitch has to lose? Right? So, you know, parents could regard Twitch in one of two ways, right? Either it is a responsible and safe platform that their kids can use, in which case Twitch gets those views, or it is a dangerous and gross place that they don't want their kids anywhere near, in which maybe Twitch does not get those views unless the kids can figure out how to get around the block. But
controversy. And by sensation,
I just don't understand what he thinks that Twitch has to benefit from, you know, being associated with this incident. Like they're not trying to get them in the news. This isn't good news. This is unabashedly bad news, even for Twitch. Even though they did the, you know, ostensibly the right thing in this situation, right? It still makes people wonder. It still makes people nervous. It still makes people feel weird about Twitch. I mean, look at the reputation of Kick, right? All the fucked up shit that happens on Kick. And look, Twitch doesn't have that reputation, and they don't want to get that reputation. Hence, kicking you. And hence the fact that I guess he's a Kick streamer now, right? Isn't he mainly
sensationalizing all this with big, inaccurate headlines like sexting and sexually explicit? You all got what you wanted at the expense of the tube time. The reality is, they wanted to cut down the doc. Plain and simple. Take a look at some of these horrendous acts of Twitch streamers that were never...
Okay, like, unless you explain that, it sounds like a persecution complex. It sounds like you're saying that you're being gang stalked by Twitch's safety board, right? It doesn't, like, unless you provide like a reason for that. Why did they want to cut down the doc?
Banned. I've got some...
Why would they want to kill the goose laying golden eggs? Because that is what a large streamer is to a platform like Twitch. They are money. Why do they want to get rid of money? There's got to be a reason. It's got to be that there's greater risk in keeping you around than there is in kicking you.
Examples right here. Example number 1. A streamer that frequently used the N-word while publicly streaming, which constitutes a violation of Twitch's policies if accompanied by hateful intent.
Okay, so chat, now, I know that Twitch does have rules against like somebody using N-word, hard R in like a hateful way, like in a racist, like anti-black way, right? But they don't have rules against, like, say, like a black streamer using the word with a soft A, which has a completely different meaning. We all understand that, right? That there's a difference between what he's implying and what probably happened, what he's probably referring to. Like, I don't know who he's talking about, right? Like, I mean, there's streamers like, black streamers on Twitch that use the soft A, but that's a different thing.
Twitch scheduled a meeting with the streamer to ascertain his intent to determine whether his contact was a violation of Twitch's policies, ultimately determining it was not a breach of Twitch's policies. Why wasn't I called into a meeting? Why wasn't my intent taken into consideration?
It's not about what you said on stream, it's about what you said in whispers. That's why.
Champs. Example number 2. Streamer was reported for discussing doing things with deceased animals and discussing pedophilia, all while live streaming. Never
Goodbye monetization.
suspended, but instead
God damn.
given a multi-million-dollar contract. Example number 3. Streamer was reported.
So, does anybody else find it a little chicken shit that he's obviously referring to streamers on Twitch, but he's not using anyone's name. So this is a little bit chicken shit here.
Reported for a sexually explicit stream involving children and telling children to send Snapchats of them playing with themselves. Never suspended, but instead, given a multi-million-dollar contract. It's so obvious that
Again, we just have no way to vet what he's saying.
certain Twitch executives, employees involved had personal biases against the doc and used all of this as an opportunity to terminate my contract. Go back and look at the timing of all this too. The doc's termination lines up with 2 preferable, profitable, and expensive streamers leaving Mixer. As soon as Twitch knew that Mixer had failed, and go look at the timing.
Wait a minute. Okay, so now one detail I do remember from this case is the fact that this guy got paid out, right? He made a big deal about that in his post. I think it was the same post where he put the word minor in there, and then he later went back and edited the post to take out minor, and people caught him, and then he edited it again to add the word minor back. But he's mentioned this before, that like he was paid out, and that implying that he's got to be like that he didn't do anything wrong because he was paid out, right? So what he's claiming now is that 2 people left Mixer. Mixer used to be a streaming platform. I think it's closed down now, right? It kind of failed, and they went to Twitch. So he could be talking about contracts now. Chat. Contracts are agreements between a streaming service and a very large streamer. This not going to happen with me. This does not happen with most people, right? You got to be huge. You got to be huge to get a contract, and right, your contract is going to be maybe a little bit more lucrative than just the general Twitch contract that you get. Sometimes the contract involves exclusivity. You can only stream on X platform, or sometimes like with Ludwig's contract, he's exclusive to YouTube, but he can stream events on multi-streams, right? So, I mean, that's what we're talking about with contracts, right? I don't know if that's what he means, is that he thinks that because there were 2 big streamers coming off of Mixer, that Twitch wanted to sort of give them his contract money. But again, this doesn't make sense given that the guy apparently got paid out for his contract.
These other expensive streamers needed a new streaming platform. So Twitch rushed through its decision to terminate the 2-time. You see, I shouldn't even be banned from Twitch. It has affected us on so many levels. Back in 2020 and now in 2024. And Cody, Connors, I just have to say it again. Why would you do this? Like I said, This was handled professionally years ago. No fucking wrongdoing. But because of you, Cody?
Twitch banned him. He went to YouTube to stream, and maybe to Twitch too. Sorry, not Twitch, Kick. I think he probably streams on Kick and YouTube. But when this stuff came out, I think he lost his monetization. So he streams on YouTube, but he doesn't get ad money, and he doesn't get any.
We just lost. Fuck, man. Unfortunately, we have to lay off people from Midnight Society.
Okay, now that's weird. That's weird, chat, because if you've been following this thing, Midnight Society is a separate entity that he was associated with, right? That did, like, so I guess exist for, you know, sort of because of him, but it's a separate entity, and they cut ties with him.
Right. Because of you, Cody.
Glenn Sutherland says, Brooke, Doc can't be this dense. Twitch paid you to make you go away and silently so they could distance themselves. Yeah, that's exactly right. Right, Twitch, he's implying that Twitch wanted a big controversy, that Twitch was somehow benefiting from a controversy. Look, if a streamer like makes an accusation against another streamer, like that controversy could potentially be beneficial for that streamer. It could also blow up in their face, right? But that's reasonable. When you say a platform wanted the controversy, and the controversy is, did you say inappropriate shit to a minor on their platform? That is not that's not a helpful controversy. That doesn't help them. That doesn't make people be like, ooh, I'm gonna go check out Twitch now. It makes people think, ooh, should I ban Twitch? Should I block the website Twitch on my kid's computer? In other words, the only ramification of this becoming more public is Twitch losing views potentially, losing watch time. And I wish it wasn't that callous, and it wasn't just like, didn't just come down to the bottom line, but with, you know, corporations, it kind of does. They don't do anything to be good. Generally, they don't do anything because it's moral. They're doing stuff because it is financially beneficial, or not doing stuff because it is financially harmful.
You know, through all this, we are where we are. And like a fucking man, I'll accept it. What I don't accept is sitting quietly by and let these idiots attack me with false accusations. No. For all these doc haters out there too, oh man, the ones that project and project and project and project and worry about everyone else's problems, right? I can't understand that mindset. I could care less. We've always stayed in our lane. But somehow, some way, these people, they just get in our lane. For all you doc haters, I'm sure you'll dissect all of this and still find a way to publicly criticize me. Do what you need to do. I'll say this isn't for you. This was for my team today, my community, my friends, la familia that have supported me. And I'm not denying the exchange of whispers, champs. I'm not denying that to all of you out there. Look,
so you straight up admitted that exchange of whispers.
Bad. I have no way of knowing if the Twitch user thought our exchange of whispers was inappropriate. If it was, I apologize. All I know is that I never did what Twitch, Cody Connors, or the public is claiming that I did. That's it.
That's it.
I'm not saying anything more about any of this, right? Unless I need to, because trust me, I have more I haven't disclosed. I just want to get back to what we do best. Put on a show and climb our way to the tippity top of the mountain, man. In our own lane. That's it.
That's it. All right, so look, are people taking this guy seriously? Are people taking his comeback seriously? Obviously, there's some people that are just either parasocially attached to this guy, like their identity was somewhat subsumed by being a champ, by being part of the Champions Club. Yeah, but by like living their life vicariously through Guy Beam's Twitch/YouTube/Kick character, and they're gonna support him. Like I said before, he's made some overtures, he's made some vice signals towards the far right. And you know, there's going to be a certain number of those people that just see him as a victim of like everything that I'm getting from this. It feels like he's trying to portray this, he's trying to narrativize this as a cancel culture sort of incident, that he wasn't really in trouble for doing anything inappropriate with a minor. He's in trouble because he pisses off them, right? And so it's just this weird right-wing thing that he's trying to do. And a lot of people, you see them go for that right-wing parachute cord and pull that and be like, oh yeah, I'm against the they-thems, right? And that's why they canceled me. No, dude, they canceled you because you were fucking having a private conversation with a minor that looked inappropriate and that crossed a line that it shouldn't cross for a content creator. But yeah, he's trying to ride that. So, I mean, you got those people. Like, he just tried to hitch his train to the Nick Mercs, to the heel versus babyface, to all these, like, shitlord streamers, right? In order to have that kind of conservative backing that will stick with you, just like they stick with Trump, regardless of what happens. So, yeah, it's weird to see him try to turn this into politics or whatever he's claiming. Like, they had a different standard for the doc. Okay, why do you think you're persecuted? Do you think this is an anti wraparound sunglasses, anti parachute vest? I don't know. Anti first person shooter bias or what? Dr. Disrespect's full 20-minute response to Twitch ban allegations. Rough summary. He's reapplying for YouTube monetization on September 25th. Will be streaming regardless. In his Twitch lawsuit, all parties were not allowed to speak publicly. After the lawsuit was resolved, settlement said no one could speak publicly, but if one side violated, he could respond. Calls out ex-Twitch employee Cody Connors for leaking the reported reason for the 2020 ban. Doc says that there will be repercussions for accusing him, stating, "You don't know shit. You don't have any firsthand knowledge. You said I did." A minor through whisper messaging talks about the legal definition of sexting. Talks about the legal definition of minor. Yeah, this is not good. This is not good. This is he just I don't know. I'm more sure than I was before. This guy's up to no good. Says user was over legal age of consent at the time of message. Yeah, and then says like in the jurisdiction they were in. Says he never intended to meet the user. He never made plans, and they never did meet. Twitch's trust and safety team admitted the messages weren't emptying and acknowledged that it didn't constitute material. He said that there was no exchange for explicit images or messages. He said he used the term inappropriate purposefully in his initial response, but said it was mutual bantering with inappropriate jokes taken out of context. I feel like if it wasn't inappropriate, if there was a better way to frame this, then he would have, right? Like these are his words. And now he's trying to take them back. Oh no, I mean mutual bantering. Mutual bantering with inappropriate jokes, right? Said Twitch never had a legal analysis on whether his messages were illegal. Notes that his ex-Twitch partner manager never supported him and carried a grudge against him. That same partner manager involved in him getting banned, supposedly Twitch user he was accused of inappropriately messaging said they didn't want to report anything to Twitch. Apparently, user was encouraged by ex-partner manager to report the situation to Twitch. This is according to Doc, right? I don't think we have that from anybody else. Said partner manager personally escalated the situation to Twitch law enforcement and response team. So they pull entirety of the whisper message. Doc says they cherry pick and choose a few out of context excerpts from the message. 1 hour later, Doc is suspended. NCMEC was reported to Doc's messages. Case was not escalated to law enforcement. Oh my God, stop. No. Twitch banned Doc without legal analysis that his messages were even illegal. Doc was banned without him or the alleged victim being interviewed. A judge determined the messages weren't illegal. Says he's 6'8" and beautiful. He's 6'8", beautiful family and life. Accuses other Twitch streamers of bad acts, but were never banned. Someone using the N-word repeatedly. Someone, we heard that, all the weird, yeah, and he doesn't mention who, right? Accuses Twitch of using this as a way to terminate his contract, right? Again, they paid out his contract. Like, who does he think he's fooling? He's talking out of both sides of his ass. References 2 big streamers being signed to Twitch around this time, assuming he's accusing Twitch of freeing up capital. That's what I thought. Freeing up capital, terminating Doc's contract to keep other big streamers. But he got paid out, didn't he? That was the whole point. That was the whole point he made earlier. Says he has more, just won't disclose. These are statements according to Dr. Disrespect. Okay, so I'm wondering if anybody's got... There's a Reddit post from his subreddit. I'm just kind of wanting to find the do you remember the tweet? The tweet that he made. Somebody's got to have screen capped this. I can't find it. I think this is the one. This is the one, right? This is like the beginning of it, right? But I just wish they had opened this up. Hello, I'd like to make a quick statement. Let's cut the bullshit. As you know, there's no filter with me. I've been upfront and real with you guys about anything I can be upfront about. And I'm willing to accept responsibility, which ... And then, okay, so this is basically more about quartering. And this is the kind of person that's still defending him, right? To the extent that there are people still defending him, it is like ideological or parasocial. Wait, is Nick Merckx actually responding? No, this is old. This is old. Throwing away the Dr. Disrespect costume I wore. There's more Nick Merckx. June 26th. Yeah, Nick Merckx was defending him too, wasn't he? That's not what we're talking about right now. Oh shit.
Hey, look though. Hey, look.
Tyson not.
Look, bro. Just go take that break, bro. Like, just like, you know, go reevaluate your whole life and shit. Damn.
Oh shit, wait, this is old. This is June 25th, right? Yeah, this was... I'm about to give up on this. Wait, why is Brianna Wu involved in this? That's old. Everything on here is like old. This is all from like this summer. I'm looking for something older though. I am looking for the original. God damn it. It's not going to be on here. It's not going to be on. We're not going to find it, chat. I just wanted to find the message. Right? His denial or his whatever he issued. What if we put it like this? Come on. There it is. There it is. That's it, right? All right. I think I got it for you. You can't see it, can you? It's better, slightly. It's frustrating, isn't it? It's frustrating. I'll read it to you anyway. The Twitch ban. Hello. I'll make this a quick statement. What if I put it on this? Is that? Oh, there we go. That's much better. I'd like to make a quick statement. Let's cut the effing bullshit. As you know, there's no filter on me. Blah blah blah. That's why I'm here now. First and foremost, I do want to apologize to everyone in my community, as well as those close to me, my team, and everyone at Midnight Society Game Studios. That's a game studio. Okay, thank you. That's what Midnight Society is. And they cut ties with him. A lot of people have been left in the dark about what happened yesterday with Midnight Society and I, and we made a painful decision. Wait, this is just him saying he's stepping down, right? I don't know if this is the one where he... So this tweet got deleted. Our team is full of incredibly talented and good people that have high ambitions and families. I'd never want to jeopardize the culture we have carefully crafted. Everyone has been wanting to know why I was banned from Twitch, but the reasons are for reasons outside of my control. I'm not allowed to say anything for the last several years. Now the 2 former Switch employees have publicly disclosed the accusations. I can tell you my side of the story regarding the ban. Were there Twitch whispers? Yes, this is the right one. This is the one I was looking for. So were there Twitch whispers, whisper messages with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. Were there real intentions behind these messages? The answer is absolutely not. They were casual, mutual conversations that sometimes leaned too much in the direction of being inappropriate, but nothing more. Nothing illegal happened. No pictures were shared. No crimes were committed. I never even met the individual. I went through a lengthy arbitration regarding a civil dispute with Twitch, and the case was resolved by a settlement. Let me be clear. It was not a criminal case against me, and no criminal charges have been brought up against me. So that is the... Anyway, chat, that's about enough of that story. That's about enough of that story. We are done with that story, okay? Can we be done with that story? I think we can. I think we can be done with that story.
Let's get to Venezuela. Not just the...
All right, so we got the main attraction, the main story to get to. Hassan, Piker, Now, why am I talking about Hassan if the subject is Anna Kasparian? Good question, right? This is apparently what spurred TYT's video, right? Their video is not just their take on the situation. It's actually a pushing back, according to Anna Kasparian, against streamers out there that are spreading misinformation. Now, if you've heard the, kind of rap on Hassan, a lot of times it boils down to that. Dude said that Russia was not going to attack Ukraine, and Russia attacked Ukraine. Holy shit, he's not psychic? Yeah, that's right. He's not psychic, right? He said the same thing that Zelensky said. He said the same thing that the State Department said, and he said that he didn't think that that was actually going to break out into a war, and it did. And I mean, there's other things too, right, that he gets dinged for. Now, does he sometimes get into breaking news that I myself don't like to touch? Yeah. I tend to let news settle a little bit rather than just going right into the breaking news for this reason, because so much of what you hear in the initial reporting of a situation is often off, and you want to kind of know what you're talking about before you start talking about it. So I don't really play the game that he's playing with breaking news, but that being said, I don't know. It feels a little bit overblown, and especially when it's coming from Anna Kasparian. Anna Kasparian is saying that this coverage that he did of this, boomer Facebook viral video that's been sweeping the nation and has been characterized as as proof that Venezuelan gangs are taking over a small suburb of Denver. She wanted to give her spin on it, and her spin is very credible towards almost any claim that's made, and it doesn't have there's no real skepticism there, right? But anyway, we got to watch Hassan's reportage before we can make sense of Anna Kasparian's response. And look right off, okay, right off. This is a video on Hassan's channel. It's 31 minutes. TYT's doing 10 minutes on this, right? So it's already more in depth. It's already more in depth, the Hassan video on this than Anna's video was. And I feel like there's more actual research that went into it too. But you be the judge for yourself, right? You don't have to agree with me. Just like I don't have to agree with Hassan, and I don't always agree with Hassan. But I feel like compared to his haters, he's right more often than not. Anyway, let's take a look at this Venezuelan gang story. Oh wait, we do have to. Let me check. I've got Shakespeare says choosing violence. Shakespeare chooses violence, and violence it shall be, and violence it shall be. That brings us up to 5% for chat chooses violence, and 10 out of 100 chat. That is 1/10 of the way towards 100%, which is not nothing. It is not nothing. Remember, chat, if you donate, whether it be a super chat, a super sticker, whether it be getting yourself a membership, and thus giving yourself the gift of, or gifting to someone else in chat, right? If you're signing up for Patreon, if you're donating to my Throne account, which is either right there or right there, depending on what stream you're watching me on, the URL for that. If you are getting yourself a sub on Twitch to get out of the top of the hour ad break, which happens every hour on the hour, and I guess happened what? 17 minutes ago? God damn it. 14 minutes ago? Whatever. Right? I missed it, chat, but I'm supposed to let you know that at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. You might have just experienced it. You can skip it for free with a Twitch Prime sub, or you can skip it for, I think, $4. I think it's $4. I think they got a discount on them because it's September this month, so you can skip it a little extra cheap this month, or possibly be gifted a sub. That sometimes does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you need a gifted sub, if you're active in the chat. So yeah, we got Hassan here. We're going to get into this. And remember, whatever kind of donation you do, When you do it, let me know which of these topics you want to see next. Right now, we got 40% for Brianna Wu turns on Chud Logic. We got 21% for Chat Chooses Violence. That's the second place. And then in a tie for third is Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman, the YouTube algorithm. In other words, how to get radicalized, how to become alt-right via the YouTube algorithm. And Demon Mama responds to West Side Tyler. Demon Mama is gonna maybe, sort of, almost, possibly. Oh my god, I gotta put the volume way down for this. She's gonna
Talk about the allegations!
Yeah, or not. Maybe she doesn't talk about the allegations. Maybe she's just full of shit. But you'll see if you end up picking that one and that one ends up winning, then that's where we'll go. That's what we'll talk about. Whoa, something just happened. Why am I not seeing stream alerts? That's super weird. Oh, there, because it happened in a different stream. Omega Star with the 5 gifted memberships to YS Project. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. To Del Lynn, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. To Adrius Daly, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. To Dudist Priest, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. To Thermobaric MRLS Launcher, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Chat, I have no idea why why these are not playing. The only thing I can think of, yeah, that's right. Thank you, Narwhal. I do need to change the shorts title. The only thing I can possibly think of is maybe if I like reset this thing. Yeah, refresh the cache. We'll try it, chat. Next time somebody subs or donates or does interacts with YouTube in any way, we'll see if we get the. You're supposed to get stream alerts. It's supposed to do this thing, like when you gift memberships, it goes like, and then when you do a super chat, it's supposed to go like, and then read out your chat. But I don't know why it's not doing that right now. It's kind of disturbing me. I'm not sure. We'll see if that works. We'll see if that helps. But I feel like we're ready to get into the main topic for today. Ow. My headphones are hurting my ear. They don't usually do this though. All right, let's try this. See what we got here. Something like that, chat. There we go. All right, so what do I gotta do? I gotta hit my buttons. Gotta always hit those buttons. Always be hitting buttons. That's what I was taught in streamer school. The most important thing that you can do as a streamer is to always, always, always be hitting buttons, including this button. Which actually worked this time, because we got Hassan Piker, but I'm actually not sure. Chat, tell me, do you think this is too much streamception if we do it like this? I feel like this is how I like to watch stuff like this. All right, so we got Hassan Piker. This is the original video. I mean, there probably are some. I mean, I think he'll go over everything. This is a main channel video, so it should be pretty put together. Austinox, thank you.
Let's get to Venezuela. Not just the country, but basically has taken over parts of Aurora, Colorado.
Well, some families in Aurora speaking up after reports and video came out of Venezuelan gangs taking over their apartments. Well, last week, city leaders acknowledged the presence of Venezuelan gang activity in the city. Came after a resident shared surveillance video showing men with guns in a hallway at a complex near.
Wait, I gotta say, okay, so this is the viral video, right? That's the one that you might have seen. Here, I should make it, so you can actually see it. There we go. That is the viral video. This is supposedly a ring cam in the apartment building in question. I believe it's called the Whispering Pines apartment complex. And this is a apartment complex with apparently a absentee landlord, where trash pickup, you know, just the basics like of like fixing people's stuff, is not happening. This is your classic slumlord sort of situation, right? This is a ring cam supposedly in that apartment building, and this is the video that went viral. And through this video, contextualized as Venezuelan gangs taking over an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado, this has got all the boomers up in arms. It's got all the elements that tickle their funny bones, right? It's got immigration, it's got violence, right? It's got violent immigrants, right? It's basically the perfect story for your racist aunt or your boomer uncle or your boomer grandparents or your boomer parents to send to you and try to be like, this is why you got to vote for Trump. But you don't got to vote for Trump. Remember that.
12th in Dallas. Well, today residents there, along with former residents of an apartment on Nome Street, that one closed last month.
Okay, so now that Nome Street one, there actually was a criminal act that took place there, right? The other apartment, the one that they're showing, the one with the ring cam, like there's nothing confirmed about it. And this is what you're going to get about this story, is that a lot of the details are just based on speculation and cannot be confirmed.
When they were there talking to reporters, they blame the building owner for.
There we go. So yeah, this is essentially a protest of residents, right? So these are the residents of the apartments, and they're mad because it's been reported that these people in this apartment are this like violent, you know, group of Venezuelans, and you know, some of them have been threatened because of this, right? So they're out here protesting, trying to get media attention, saying that the problem is not gangs. The problem is our landlord. Our landlord is not present. Our landlord is not doing shit for us. And we want, you know, the media to pay attention to the real story here, which is that we're getting fucked over and we're put in a dangerous and unsanitary situation by virtue of this landlord.
What's happening?
Just like at Nome Street, the same landlord is here, and they're trying to push the blame on the families and the residents, but we're not going to let that happen.
They are demanding the city of Aurora hold the owners of the apartment complexes accountable. You can look for more on this afternoon's rally with your reporter for Aurora, Tori Mason. She's going to join us tonight.
Local level left. Jurinsky is in league with the slumlord, has been helping evict people and slowing the city from prosecuting him. Message you in Hoscourt as well. I worked with these people while I was in office. Would love to tell you what's going on. Sure. You wanna come on and talk to us? You said you were a council member, right? It's a fabricated story concocted in partnership with John Fabricatore. Okay, dude. Now that sounds fake. His name is John Fabricatore, and he's
John Fabricatore. This has got to be a friend of Edward Gregorian's, right?
fabricating a story. Come on, dude. Come on, dude.
Let's just get your initial thoughts about what we saw in Aurora, what we're hearing about in Massachusetts. We know that this is all across the country, but specifically in Aurora, why would the Aurora Police Department be reluctant to say this is a typical gang activity from trained Aurora?
Because they're woke. Because when they killed Elijah McClain, they did it in a woke way. That's why.
Well, I think they're looking to substantiate proof in a law enforcement setting for a judicial proceeding. Well, you can highly suspect that it is gang from Venezuela. Until you actually can prove it, they're going to be reluctant to put out.
Yeah, cops always are so reluctant to make broad sweeping declarations that vilify.
You're going to see a lot of that in this story, right? And what it basically is a set of right-wing assumptions that everything that is the status quo, everything that is the establishment is woke and liberal. And chat, this includes like the cops and the military, two institutions that are anything but left wing, two institutions that veer very steadily to the right and not to the left. The people that are attracted to this kind of job do not tend to be left wingers. But they're gonna sort of play off of this idea that the cops are somehow in on this shit, in on this like liberal plot to take over your you know, a city near you soon with you know, scary immigrants, right? In other words, this is fear mongering.
Marginalized groups of people, and then also literally lie about it in a court of law, a practice so popularized in American policing that there's a term for it. It's called test-the-lying, like testifying, but instead of the "fi," you put the lie in there. Test-the-lying, lying on the stand. That's how commonplace of a practice that is. Having said all of that, it is wild that this it still is like, yeah, these cops are, you know, they're
I'm sorry, what did his son say? I'm pretty sure he didn't say the F slur.
brave boys and girls in the blue, and you know, they're doing due process, they're doing investigations, and I guess they haven't found sufficient evidence, or maybe they're not. They looked at the Ring video footage and were like, this looks insane, let's go investigate. I know that they did that because I read a USA Today article where the police chief says Colorado apartment is not being taken over by Venezuelan gang despite viral images. So what did the cops do is a question that you might have in this situation. Well, they went to the apartment complex and asked around. Here they are at the apartment complex asking around. Here's some more viral, well, less viral, but still, you know, images of them doing the job that they're supposed to be doing. And also, they asked the tenants, and the tenants were like, yeah, no, there is no gang coming around collecting rent. For the record, I do want to point to something. Do I believe that there is gang activity in a slum? Yes, I do. In an underserved community, can some of those gang members also be a part of this Venezuelan gang? Sure. Do I believe that the Venezuelan gangs have actually overtaken some of these slums and are collecting rent? No, I don't. I don't believe that. That's what is more likely in this circumstance is the slumlord decided to hit the racism button in an effort to evacuate the slums that he is the landlord of, that he is left in a dire situation, and instead...
So look, if you're familiar with moral panics, of which I would say that this is one, you might be familiar with this phenomenon here, right? Somebody that should know better stoking a moral panic because they know it kind of short circuits people's brains, right? When it's a very clear-cut case, like you are an absentee landlord, you are not, you know, doing your due diligence as a landlord, and your residents are suffering, that you can say, actually, I was scared off by this Tren de Aragua gang. And what are they? They're a gang from Venezuela. They're migrants and they're criminals. And your boomer aunt and your boomer uncle, like their ears prick up when they hear like violent immigrant criminal, right? That is something, that is a narrative that they can plug right into. So yeah, I mean, it's somebody, you know, sort of using that that short circuit switch into people's brains.
Is trying to get them out of there so that they can, I guess, like demolish it and rebuild something else. Has anyone actually like figured out where this apartment Ring video footage came from? Because I know it was like a lady who claimed to be in an apartment and scared of like the gang activity or whatever, and then they just like told her to get new locks on her door, and then also get Ring cameras and whatever. And then she took this footage to a racist council person, a racist councilwoman in Aurora, and then the councilwoman literally was like, we're gonna move you out of there, and then they moved her to like a different apartment or something. Also, why did they cut the feed immediately once the door opens? Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck it is. I don't know where the video came from. All I know is the person who was responsible for the footage from the door camera is like relocated to a better apartment, apparently, by the very same councilwoman that like has made this a national story. I mean, I rest my case. Dare I say more?
Oh, sorry, I spoke too soon. Yeah, I guess the police are woke.
Interim police chief woman. Yeah, something.
It's DEI.
What's going on here? Methinks it's woke.
Officers out here.
Oh my God. I think Republicans are going to start doing that. The methinks type shit. They already do like epic bacon posting. It's wild how little.
Wait. What? Epic bacon posting chat? This is old. Do people still bacon post? Is this a thing? Chat, is this real? Seriously though, what is up with this? The bacon post. What is going on with the bacon post? Hank Packer is cool. Hank Packer is pretty cool. What's up, Dot Katie? It's why is he calling it a slum? It's annoying. I think it generally refers to the way that a landlord maintains a building, right? When you've got a landlord that does not care very much about their residents and the residents' living conditions suffer, yeah, it tends to get called a slum. Like, or the phrase is actually slumlord.
We give off.
Which sounds a lot more epic than it is. Okay, epic bacon is internet slang phrase which originally meant by some to mean something was cool or excellent, but its usage became synonymous with cringe meme culture. It is used as a way of saying something is annoying or overexposed. It combines epic and bacon, both outdated. Yeah, I mean that's true. Epic and bacon, that's pretty outdated. Both outdated internet fads and will sometimes include lay, so as in le epic bacon. People satirizing irritating topics, inexperienced internet users, or people that are out of touch with current internet culture. Okay.
But like,
so that's why it's used. I got it.
Actual people that we supposedly are, we supposedly seem to care about in this story, like the tenants that are being brutalized by this gang. And then like when tenants are actually asked, they're like, yeah, there's no gang takeover, man. What the are you talking about? And it's like there's an absentee landlord though. What is this? I've been getting stories of people too. That tell the truth. They're afraid to speak out because no one does anything. Girl, I'm a property management in an apartment complex in Aurora, and we've been getting a large number of Venezuelans moving in, and the properties never looked as dirty as it does now. We charge them trash fees, but they don't care because they have all these.
I mean, look, there's racism in this story. I'm not sure how much of that's coming from Hassan. Like, I'm seeing a lot of racist shit here. Right? Large number of Venezuelans moving in, and the properties never looked as dirty as it looks now. We charge them trash fees, but they don't care because they all have organizations paying for up to a year of rent. Also, gunshots at night. I mean, this is just your classic, like, resentment spurring, like, you know, demonization language.
Fees organization paying up for a year of rent. Also gunshots at night and police never show up. I had a guy walking around with a knife and police never showed up. My husband had this.
Christian Strand says, methinks late epic bacon slumlord is cringe.
The man. Wow, what a source. Thank you. Hey, look at my racist property.
Wait, is this
source.
Literally just a property manager on Reddit?
Who are you gonna believe? The actual victims of this supposed gang activity, who also happen to be brown, or this property manager that's saying Venezuelans are disgusting? Yo, this story is awesome. It contains multitudes. All right, local level left. State your business.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, good to finally meet you. Big fan. Before I start, I just want to let you know that you're part of the reason I ran for office originally. So thank you for being an inspiration to me and a lot of other.
So what is this, like a local official in the area, I'm guessing?
All across the country and the world. But yeah, I was on city council from 2019.
Chat, is that what is it called? Guest star on Twitch looks like? Is that what that's about?
I got elected in December 2019 or November 2019 and ran for mayor instead of running for my council seat because we've been in the minority out here. For those of y'all who don't know, Aurora is a heavily Democratic city. It's fairly progressive as well. This was a place that...
Which is funny because, right, I think they have a Republican mayor.
Sanders just crushed in 2016 and in 2020. But unfortunately, our current state government and Democratic Party are run by our Libertarian governor, who you're familiar with. So...
Now, I don't even know about this. It's like a meme. Like, Jared Polis is not, like, an actual Libertarian Party member, as far as I know, but people are saying that he has, like, libertarian tendencies.
Basically, last year I worked with
Oh, that's right. They have no income tax.
the East Colfax Community Collective and Unidos por una Nueva Economía, UNE, United for a New Economy, to go after slumlords in our city because it's been a huge issue. You're probably familiar with the Nome Street property. That was the first one that kind of made national news. I actually went and toured that building last March or May, I think May actually. I got pictures and everything if you want them. Brought those photos to our city attorney and to our regulatory agency basically in the city, and they were like, yeah, this rises to like a criminal level of like neglect and disrepair, just because there's a history of going after this property in the city. It's been a nuisance for a long time. Basically, it's an out-of-state slumlord who owns that property and a couple of other ones, some of the other ones that are involved in this manufactured story, and he's just never done anything about it. He intentionally rents to folks who are like, you know, can barely scrape 2 pennies together, takes advantage of folks who are undocumented, but also has documented people there who are like re-entering from the criminal legal system or who just frankly can't get rent anywhere else. So a lot of like month-to-month leases, really does like a piss poor job of maintaining the property, obviously. Threatens people. I heard stories from tenants when I actually went there and knocked doors and talked to folks where the guy who's their property manager sits in an office behind like steel bars in front of the window with a shotgun on his lap and a pistol on his hip and walks around and intimidates people, posts notices of like, oh, we're going to, you know, fine you an extra $200 for whatever reason, just things that people aren't even responsible for, but there's no recourse because, you know, these folks either lack the legal means to protect themselves or are undocumented and don't want to get involved with the police. But the fact that, like, you know, that they're saying now this is like a gang related issue is complete horseshit. This is 100% a slumlord who is trying to find a way to basically continue to neglect this and to come out of this looking clean. So what's happening here is, you know, obviously we're 60 some odd days out from a presidential election. There's a guy named John Fabricator. I know.
Here we go. Here we go.
Like you can't make up these names, right? But
yeah, I thought you were lying when you said
What's that?
Fabricator. I thought you were lying when you said John Fabricator. That sounds crazy.
No, like it is wild, but like you can't write this, man. Like I'm surprised the Onion's still in business. But yeah, so they fabricated this story about, you know, a Venezuelan gang taking over apartments in Aurora. And what I want
That's a real guy. They call him Fab? They call him Fab? Fabricatore.
The property and turning into house.
Wait, is this like a cop? Is this a cop? Sounds like these people are being terrorized by Americans. Yeah. Well, yeah, actually, literally, Galactic News Network, right? There's been some issues of I think one of the we'll get to this, right? But somebody got like a text, right, that was like threatening them, because what this does is essentially paints the residents of this you know, apartment complex as being, you know, Venezuelan immigrants that are somehow involved with, you know, this scary organized crime. And so rather than, you know, what you're going to see from Anna Kasparian is going to be to see the you know, well, I mean, like these people are victims, right? They're victims of their landlord. And that's what they're saying. That's what the protest was about, right? This whole thing got started. This whole thing got spread. And the story is, the mythos is that this really bad, like, Venezuelan gang has like taken over the apartment complex. In some versions of the story, they are moving more Venezuelans in. It is almost like they are talking about Venezuelan immigrants as if they are an infestation. And in some versions of it, they collect rent and they've chased off the landlord. And that the real thing they need to do is bring the landlord back, make the landlord safe, right? When in actuality, everything that we see looks more like they are being victimized by their landlord. They are being victimized, and you know, they're vulnerable people who, either due to issues with documentation or issues with you know, prior arrests and stuff like that, or for whatever reason, are forced to go to this particular landlord to get charged too much for substandard dwellings, if that makes sense.
Housing cooperatives, because these folks can already afford to pay rent. They just don't have someone who's willing to take care of the property. So let's just hand it over to the tenants themselves. These are hardworking people. Man, I toured their units, right? Like where they didn't have like the roof, the roof like caving in and letting in water. They take really good care of their living space, but it's like rodent infested. There's roaches and all this other stuff because this guy's a piece of slumlord, has never actually done anything for his tenants.
Yeah, it seemed like
Wait, Miss Katonic asked, do we have vigilante gangs? Listen, we might have some Hell's Angels by the end of this thing, or we might not, or that might actually turn into a meme by the end of this thing, right?
He was not like he didn't even like pay for the trash collection because there was like
No,
a
he
lot
didn't.
of trash piling up.
Billy Randall says, I feel like John the Fabricator would be a great name for the head of a Thieves Guild tabletop RPG. Yeah.
And then it's being presented as though like the Venezuelans can't take care of themselves when it's like,
Exactly.
no, you have to have as a property manager, like the city should be suing the property manager for not actually taking care of the trash.
Yep.
But instead
well,
it
they
is
did.
turned, okay, so they did. So the city did actually take action against the slumlord.
It takes years for this though, because this guy has I think he lives in Florida, if I'm not mistaken.
I think Brooklyn,
he has
that's
the
what I
means.
heard.
Yeah, he has the means to just drag this shit out. In the meantime, like these people are still living in squalor, and he's just working with Jurinsky and the other fascists on council and our dope mayor to like, and I don't mean that in a good way. Like he's
Oh, that's Mike Kaufman.
You know, people.
Okay. Yeah, we got some.
People talk Biden, like he does that too. He literally falls asleep in the middle of council meetings. He doesn't know what's going on half the time. But yeah, so they're working together to basically protect this guy. I don't know, maybe he's a big donor. I haven't looked into their campaign finance records that closely, but yeah, like it's a whole just made up story that is now putting our community at risk because like we have immigrants now who are terrified. So it's creating this whole mess, and this is all because this.
So it's giving people a reason, you know, as if they needed one, as if this wasn't already happened, but it's giving, you know, racist people with racist, you know, kind of inclinations, more of a reason to dehumanize, to threaten, and to further marginalize, you know, not just undocumented people, right? And not just people from Venezuela. You know how this works. This is going to spread. Anybody who a boomer racist uncle could even speculate might be Venezuelan is going to be it's going to be getting shit for this at the very least, right? If not like have their, you know, have be put in danger.
Guy wants to run for Congress against Jason Crow, who he's the guy that defeated our now current mayor back in 2018. I think you know who Crow is. But yeah, he is trying to basically drum up this whole narrative about Aurora being a sanctuary city and like, you know, doing all these things to bend over backwards to defend immigrants.
Here's a westword.com article. Aurora judge rules gang-fearing slumlord can wait until February to resolve charges away from jury. Zev Baumgarten, who claimed the Venezuelan gangs took over his property, can now resolve outstanding code charges on February 14th. So they like delayed the trial, which he was, like you said, it takes a long time. It seems like there was already a trial in place, and he has been able to use the media-driven panic narratives of Venezuelan gangs overtaking his property in an effort to basically avoid prosecution. So it's pretty obvious what's going on here.
Yeah, it's confirmation bias, right?
Okay, so what I'm going to try to do is give you a timeline, right, as far as this story goes. Now, I don't know, I can't trace back to exactly when this started on Facebook, when this started to get spread, when this shit went viral. I'm not entirely sure, right? But I get the feeling that it would have been like over the past weekend at like the, or maybe even prior to that. Maybe it's kind of been bubbling up for a while. But regardless, it started to go viral. You had Tyler Oliviera cover it. Chat, one in chat if you know who Tyler Oliviera is. People understand. People know this person. Tyler Oliviera, right? He's a guy, I can't remember what kind of content that he used to do. I think it was like Mr. Beast stuff. And at some point he figured out that there was like a lot of money to be made in like super racist thumbnails demonizing homeless people, thumbnails demonizing like, you know, drug users, or, you know, just any kind of demonizable person, right? It's going to end up on his thumbnail looking inhuman and being used to drive clicks. And this guy gets a lot of clicks. This guy gets, you know, millions of views on his videos, right? Tyler Oliviera. And his shit is just super exploitive. That's all he does. He exploits people that
was so peaceful up here, but now they're afraid.
They can't really do anything about it. Welcome in, communist invading radicals. Yeah, so he just exploits people, right? And so it ended up in a Tyler Oliviera video, and I think at that point, that was when Hassan started looking into this, started researching this, and has sort of produced, like, my understanding is this is kind of Ostenox's Hassan's one of Hassan's editors, right? This 30-minute video is kind of like the most concise version Hassan's coverage of the situation. And so, you know, I've seen Hassan cover it. I've actually seen Breaking Points cover it. And surprise, surprise, chat, their conclusions were pretty similar. So we're going to take a look at Hassan, maybe a little bit of the Tyler Oliviera and the Breaking Points. There's also a Tim Pool video. Maybe we'll take a few minute look at the. I don't want. We've gotten too much Tim Pool already, haven't we? We're a little oversaturated on the Tim Pool. Maybe we'll try to keep the Tim Pool to a minimum. But I'm going to show you how different people cover it, and then I'm going to show you how Tyt Anna Kasparian. I'm going to tell you how they cover it, and just watch.
Right, so that's why this
just notice the difference.
Spreads like fire on Facebook and on Twitter now, because Musk has turned it into an even more of a hell site. But yeah, now we're playing catch up, trying to explain to people what's actually going on. Right? Like, I live here. Like, it's safe as any other place. None of this stuff is actually happening. But man, it's something that you talk about a lot. Like, there's just no media literacy anymore. So people see something spun out of context.
Okay, no, you are not kidding. I feel like you might even be making an understatement. All right, chat, you know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing the breakdown of consensus reality. And it worries me. Not that consensus reality hasn't already broken down a decent amount, but somebody compared this situation to the Olympic boxer, right? And how the story of a trans person unfairly beating up a woman boxing competitor, like, just spread like wildfire before people even realized like what actually was going on there. Which, you know, we're not talking about trans people in that story. It's got nothing to do with trans people, right? And yet it didn't matter, because the story where the boxer is trans spread faster than the truth where the boxer is not trans. And so that's what we're dealing with here. And this isn't the first time I've seen this. And I fear, chat, I greatly fear this will not be the last time I see something like this, right? I feel like this is happening more and more and more. And because I'm in my side of the media bubble, I'm not even sure if I'm seeing, like, to what degree this kind of stuff ever resolves itself in the fever swamps in which it's hatched. I suspect, and I fear, chat, that it just metastasizes. It just gets more entrenched. There's never a moment of like, oh geez, we were all wrong about that. We made a bunch of assumptions that ended up not being true. Let's have better media literacy from now on. I don't think that's what happens. I don't think that's what happens with your Facebook auntie, right? I don't think that's what happens, right? I suspect that it just gets worse and worse. And that really worries me, because that really means that in a huge way, we are not living in the same world.
Excuse me, something spun out of context or just fabricated, and they run with it. And it is nationwide news, while like this is the first time I think anyone who has like been trying to counter this story has gotten in front of someone with an actual following. So thank you for giving me the ability to do that. But like, it's insane.
It says here on this article that according to records from the Aurora Police Department, Baumgarten is the owner of the apartment complex at Nome Street that was shut down by the city on August 13th for outstanding code violations dating.
Okay, so yeah, that's the one. Yeah, Fitzsimmons Place on Nome Street, owned by the same landlord. And at this place, there was actually a documented crime, right? The other place, Whispering Pines, they haven't documented a crime yet, right? They've got the viral videos. They've got some testimonies that you know, for various reasons, you may or may not really trust. And then they've also got a bunch of protesting residents saying that Venezuelan gangs are not the problem, that the problem is actually the landlord.
back to 2020, including rat infestations, backed up sewage, and pileups of trash. Hundreds of residents were evicted in the process. Baumgarten was scheduled for a jury trial in Aurora Municipal Court on August 27th to resolve 81 charges, and then at a second date on September 5th to deal with the 24 charges he faced related to unlawful vehicles. According to an August 5th statement from Red Banyan, a Florida-based PR firm hired by CBZ Management, the company that Zev Baumgarten that owns this property, which ran Fitzsimmons Place, the complex had fallen into severe disrepair because of the Venezuelan gang. Tren de Aragua has scared away its property managers. Fitzsimmons Place is also listed online as Aspen Groves, but according to Red Banyan, CBZ Management prefers to identify the property as Fitzsimmons Place. So this gang narrative exploded basically when I think one of the tenants like released this in coordination with the council member that you talked about. She released this video saying like the gangs have overtaken this apartment complex. I'm terrified for my life. And then the council member literally took this tenant away, Jurinsky, and gave her another apartment. So there's like a financial interest for the tenant to keep repeating this narrative, even though I haven't seen or heard from the actual tenant at all. I'm wondering like what happened in that ring footage. Like what?
No.
Wait, sorry. According to an August 5th statement from Red Banyan, a Florida-based PR firm hired by CBZ Management, so CBZ Management ran Fitzsimmons Place. Wait, I thought this was also owned by the same landlord. Maybe the landlord is. But yeah, a PR firm. We got a PR firm involved here to try to give you the spin that actually got overrun by gangs, and our brave landlord actually ran away because it was too scary, and the liberal police wouldn't do anything. Wow, chat. I'm just noticing how much. Oh my god. So yeah. Sorry for those of you who've been. It seems like gifted subs are not showing up. They're not making a stream alert anymore. We just had Narwhal by Nature just donated 5 subs. Da Smith, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Hassashock, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Christian Hull, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Hand of Vinca, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Mr. Garrick, you've just been weaseled, and that's... You all got weaseled by Narwhal. You got weaseled by a narwhal. You got weaseled by Narwhal by Nature. And that's a good thing. So, yeah, sorry that that's not working. I'm not sure what's going on. But that does push us forward 15 points in the dono goal. We're now at 25 out of 100. Again, if we hit 100 by the end of the stream, you get an extra piece of content. What's up, Nabil? Good to see you. And I'll make sure this time that it is a actual topic, not a video game. We'll play Fallout again because I feel like I owe you some more Fallout, but that'll be separate from this. So, yeah, Brianna Wu turns on Chud Logic is now at 38%. Chat chooses violence is at 24%. Demon Mama responds to Westside Tyler at 20%. Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman, the YouTube algorithm. How to get radicalized by autoplay at 18%. And make sure when you donate to let me know which of these topics you want to see next. I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is and add your dono as a percentage to the topic of your choice. And right now, yeah, it looks like Brianna Wu is somehow ahead. Just God, Brianna Wu, you got popular all of a sudden. You got popular.
So that's something that my council friends have like inquired about. They haven't gotten a good answer from the police department on that just yet. But to this point about like, yeah, this lady absolutely had a vested interest in telling the story that people wanted to hear, right? If you're gonna get a better apartment than the slum that you're currently,
Brianna Wu, it is.
You'll go along with it, right? If they're influencing you to do this, you're more likely to go along with it as well. So it's the whole thing smells like just horrific.
Yeah, and I'm reading here, it says CBC Management, a company registered Baumgarten as a property manager for Fitzsimmons Place, along with 10 other properties across New York and Colorado, according to his website. 4 CBC Management properties in Aurora have outstanding code violations. I guess the Venezuelan gangs have also overtaken those other ones as well.
Oh, brother, not only that, they were here 2 years ago, so they're time-traveling Venezuelan gangs, right?
Yeah.
So, like, TDA is that much more dangerous than
the outstanding violations have been happening.
Look, we talked about immigration. We talked about the danger of immigrants. Now we've got time immigrants, right? They're not just from another place. They're from another time. And they've come to this time to take your gerb and to mess everything up for you, right? They're here to do... They're here to steal your Pikachu, is what I'm trying to say. And your Sonichu, chat. They're going to steal all your Pokemon.
This is 2020, not 4 years ago. No, it's been happening for even longer than that, it seems.
Suntent.
They've overtaken they've overtaken the
chat's talking about Suntent. Right now we're looking at Wootent.
The management, just CBZ management, by the way, nothing else. Like only CBZ management properties across Aurora, it seems. And it certainly can't have anything to do with the slumlord. It's probably, you're right, time traveling Venezuelans and residents. Aurora. So the code violations happen. Aurora says, and residents from its properties in other parts of the metro area have complained about neglect as well. On August 13th, the same day as the mass eviction from the Nome Street complex, an Aurora Municipal Court judge granted an unopposed motion to vacate Baumgarten's jury trial, which pushed both court dates to a pretrial conference on February 14th, according to court documents. That pretrial conference will give Baumgarten and his lawyers a chance to resolve the charges with Aurora's prosecutors instead of in front of a jury. However, the case could still go to trial if neither party can agree on a resolution. Baumgarten also waived his rights to a speedy trial according to court documents. And you're saying that there is potentially a connection between the Councilmember Jurinsky and CBZ management.
Yeah, I always follow the money with this stuff.
So yeah, this is just one of the people that Anna gets aggrieved that Hassan is being unfair to.
So yeah, our campaign, we passed campaign finance reform.
Look, I gotta say this, all right? Not that Anna Kasparian would ever watch content made about her that disagrees with her, chat. Not that Anna Kasparian is the kind of person that busily named searches herself and sees what's popping on the Anna Kasparian hashtag. But if she were to ever see this, I would challenge her to react to Hassan's stream rather than sniping at Hassan without really speaking to what he's saying. Because it just seems downright cowardly for Anna Kasparian to kind of it feels like she's not willing to engage with what he's bringing, right? If she really, because what she's claiming, right, is that Hassan is a source of misinformation. And this is misinformation, and it's harmful misinformation. And the people like this councilwoman that Hassan is casting shade on are actually good people, and they did nothing wrong, and they're just trying to be helpful. If that's true, Anna, you should be willing to watch Hassan's video on stream.
Back in 2020, and I think that the new portal went up in 2021. So if anyone wants to go do some snooping, you should be able to see the 2021 campaign contribution filings, and all the way up to present day in case there might have come later. But yeah, like this is too, I don't believe in coincidences. Like this seems way too organized.
It always peeves me a little bit when people say, I don't believe in, there's no such thing as a coincidence. There kind of is. There kind of is. But not always. Some things are not coinky dinks. Some things are that way. But yeah, obviously what he's trying to say is like it doesn't seem like a coinky dink to me.
It's tying into a Republican congressional campaign and directly buying into Trump's anti-immigration rhetoric and the broader fascist movement that we see in the United States. Like he mentioned it in that thing, the interview that you watched a little earlier, right? So I don't believe in coincidences, especially when it comes to politics. This all seems orchestrated from the top down to me.
Okay, well, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, and man. Thank you for the great work you do.
Yeah, ditto, vice versa. All right.
Wait, I'm sorry, orchestrated from the top down, that does sound like a little bit of a reach, maybe. But I think what he means is that he's saying that he thinks that the slumlord has some sway with a politically powerful person or two, right? I don't think that he's saying that there's an evil plot being hatched in the, offices of the Republican mayor to demonize immigrants necessarily. But
Have a good one.
Take care, man. Bye.
All right, bye. All right, that was local level left. He was an Aurora council member from 2019 to 2023, and yeah, he was able to offer us a little bit more insight at the ground level from Aurora. Sorry, local level left on Twitch, where obviously time traveling gangs of Venezuelan migrants have overtaken specifically CBZ property.
Of one tenant in particular who says,
okay, I'm sorry, that transition fucked with me.
Unlivable since the day he moved in back in March. And to make matters worse, the lawyer says the owners of the apartment made up a story about migrant gangs overrunning the complex when
The MAGA mayor latched onto the story.
By the way, this was 2 weeks ago, before the actual mainstream media coverage on it. 2 weeks ago. Hey, chat, turns out 2 weeks ago, local news was on it.
clear the city was about to take action.
They didn't have any excuse until it was leaked that Aurora was going to be condemning this building. Only just about 2 weeks ago did the Baumgartens and their company.
I low-key agree. I mean, I guess I need more evidence. I need more evidence to conclude that we're dealing with somebody like, I mean, like, obviously, you know, people like landlords often have sway in local politics, more likely than you or I having sway, right?
Companies hire a public relations firm to start pushing this narrative that the building was taken over by gangs, and for that reason they had to cease property management operations. But the reality is they had ceased operations long before this news leaked that Aurora was going to be condemning the building.
Many tenants staying in hotel rooms tonight after the city and nonprofit organizations stepped in to help.
Wow, dude, that's crazy. But of course, you know, the truth is, unfortunately, especially when the victims are marginalized people, the truth is not going to go as far as a completely made up narrative, especially at a time when the made up narrative ties so perfectly to the overarching national narrative that like migrants are doing gang activity all around the goddamn nation. It just seems like not even the local residents think it's a race.
Megastar says, I love that Hassan gets into the thick of stuff with actual people.
Besides whoever released the ring footage, yeah.
Venezuelan immigrants part of the Tren de Aragua gang breaking into an apartment complex.
Bro.
They make it look like they're fucking coming for you. They make it look like they're in this fucking jail cell just waiting to bust out, and like, I don't know, this local news like loves to fucking sell, you know, anything that can kill you, anything that's like coming for you, anything that's gonna fuck your shit up, right? It's not even like, I mean, obviously there's like a racist bias too, there's an anti-immigrant bias as well, right? But anything, like if it's a shark that's gonna eat you, or if it's a gang that's gonna kill you, or if it's whatever the fuck it is, that's what they live for. That is their content. That is their banger content.
They trained their Ragua gang.
They opened all the asylums, yes, and Hannibal Lecter is coming out.
And then literally posted
the electrified shark
image of like MS.
Wait, that's literally okay. This is this guy's thumbnails. Every single one of his thumbnails is like this shit.
13 from the.
It's like he's standing outside of some like Mad Max hell world that immigrants or drug addicts or whatever homeless people have like taken over, and he's gonna show you the
prison that they have in El Salvador.
Everything on Twitter is telling me we're going to show up to a war zone in this apartment complex. I doubt that's going to be the case. So I hopped out of the car and walked straight up to the apartment complex with no clue what was going on and with hopes of not getting shot with a scoped rifle. Are most of the people that live here from Venezuela?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Y yo fui uno de los primeros que llegó aquí a los edificios.
Bien.
El principio fue bien, pero después que cambiaron la administración de los edificios, todo se volvió nada. Todo cambió. Los edificios no sirven, no bueno, no good, los apartamentos.
No bueno aquí.
No good.
Oh, interesante. Pregunta.
The pug is a weapon. He's like, oh, interesante.
Is Tren de Aragua aquí?
No. Is Tren de Aragua aquí? No está en la biblioteca. God, it feels like we're in Spanish class. No. Like he's literally got Spanish class level Spanish, I think.
Okay. Fake news? Also news? Okay. Gracias.
What did he say about fake news?
Yes. Is Tren de Aragua aquí or no? No. Peligrosa aquí lately? No?
It's like, wow, man, some cutting edge, real investigative journalism, dude. It's just, well,
this is fucking cringe. This guy gets millions of views on his videos, And he is so fucking cringe. He's standing out there saying, "Is Tren de Aragua aquí?"
Welcome back, Adolf Hitler, dude. I swear to fucking God. Yeah, coming in here with his Peggy Hill ass Spanish being like, oh, Faco Nuzo, Venezuelan Gango, Faco Nuzo, donde es
Peggy Hill Spanish, yeah.
Venezuelan Gango? Are they doing violence to you? Violense. It's like talking to a motherfucker about to do his like 11th hour on Uber Eats driving. Donde está la Gango, sir?
Also news.
Comprende?
¿Apartamentos o no?
It's white as fuck.
Okay. Tren de Aragua.
I just work and I sleep. That's mood right there.
No corren los apartamentos.
Wait, what are we looking at? Were those like were those what it's like a candy. Wait, what was that? What was that? I can't even remember what these things are called.
Okay. Tren de Aragua.
What are those little disc candies? You know what I mean? There's those Smarties. Yeah, they look like Smarties.
No corren.
Are those Smarties? Why are there Smarties? Chat, why are there Smarties? There's money, there's pictures of dudes. Oh, what are these, like, wanted posters, wanted signs, or mugshots? And then there's Smarties. There's Smarties. Why are there Smarties? This triggered Anna. I think the Smarties triggered Anna. Yeah, apparently this is what triggered Anna, yeah.
Los apartamentos. No. Los reyes de los apartamentos.
Creo que hay una desinformación.
Does he even know what he's saying? I get the feeling he doesn't know what he's saying.
Con respecto a un video que anda circulando. En realidad a mí no me han extorsionado. Yo no he pagado. Yo siempre pagué aquí a los propietarios como tal, siempre. No puedo decir que hayan pandillas aquí porque.
Wait, does he have like a translator on his phone? Is that what he's doing? Because yeah, I definitely get the feeling he does not speak Spanish in any. Like I don't speak very good Spanish. Like I'm not communicative in Spanish, but this guy is really. Smarties are like M&Ms, but better. I mean, sort of. I don't know. You know what I really like, chat, is the peanut M&Ms. Anybody else like the? That's what it is. Narwhal by Nature says that might be something illicit. That might be illicit.
Tengo conocimiento de.
It might not be Smarties, in other words.
Y sería una injusticia uno hablar lo que no es. De eso deberían encargarse las autoridades de investigar bien. Y si es cierto.
Mexico and Venezuela are separate countries. Seems sort of racist just to put CJNG as a reference in the video. Gotten addicted to Nerds gummies? What? Nerds gummies? Okay, that is, yeah, exactly. Who needs drugs? Chat, I was talking yesterday about getting a sorbet, like a berry sorbet, and putting atomic Sour Patch gummy worms all through the sorbet, right? Like, that just seems so good. That seems like the best thing. But yeah, also Smarties are kind of good too. Like, it's funny, when you don't eat something, right? Or when you haven't eaten something in a long time, it kind of feels like it would taste really good. And you're just like, oh, I really want that. But in reality, I mean, it's kind of a curse. It's a little bit of a curse. They're selling Smarties as Molly, yes. Like, getting candy is a curse. If somebody gives me candy, I'm trying to give it to somebody else. I'm like, do you want this candy? Can you get this away from me, please? Take this away. Take this away. Take this away. Right? I like the way it tastes. I think it's really cool. But especially Nerds. Wait, so is the Nerds gummies? Is it kind of like the Nerds rope? Nerds are so good, though. Nerds are so good. Smarties are chocolate in other places. What? Oh my god, chocolate would ruin Smarties. Sprees are better than Smarties? Sprees are good. U.S. candy is illegal to be sold here. That's probably for the better.
Do you think it's motivated by...
Ooh, Narwhal by Nature's got the emotes for the atomic gummy worm Sour Patch berry sorbet.
Fear of immigrants and xenophobia?
Este video está maldito? I would tend to agree.
Phobia.
Creo que...
Like, I don't think this motherfucker genuinely thinks Tren de Agua actually runs this apartment complex. You want to know why?
Like a small piece of nerd rope?
Why I don't think that? Because you think this Iowan dip would be traveling to Aurora to go be like, Tren de Agua, are you here? ¿Dónde está la Tren de Agua? If he actually
Es Tren de Agua aquí.
Thought that his life
Tren de Agua.
Oh, exactly.
Like he's like calling him out.
He doesn't believe it.
Like they're gonna fucking come out and be like, yo, what's up, dude? Tren de Agua here. What do you need? What do you need?
Hay una campaña en contra también de nosotros
Which one is Nestle, Smarties, or M&M's? I'm not sure.
Bueno, yo creo que las autoridades deberían abocarse al problema como tal. Aquí hemos muchos padres.
So wait, either he's using his phone to record, or he's using his phone to translate. I can't tell.
Personas que tenemos nuestro proyecto, que vinimos con un futuro, que vinimos a construir un futuro, ayudar al país a que salga adelante. Y creo que nos están metiendo a todos en el mismo saco y no debería ser.
Pregunta para ti. ¿Es falso información regarding la Tren de Agua, los criminales aquí?
Falsa.
You got a door in the window right here. You got a barred wall on the wall. Someone's definitely driven into it. Everyone here's chill, but something's going down. We got broken glass over here.
Something's going down.
I don't know. Yeah, no dog. It's the slums, brother. What the yeah. I love that you.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
See a place in like dire poverty and you immediately think, well, something's gone down here. It's like, yes, dude, they're poor.
I don't know if we want to find out what's going down in there, but there's some noise calling me in. There's broken glass, broken windows.
There's some noise calling you in.
Broken doors everywhere out here. Pregunta para ti. Hola. ¿Tú sabes del video?
No.
Allí. Okay, es peligroso.
Okay, he's not.
Oh, that's too good.
¿Tú sabes del video?
No.
Allí.
But the guy in the video didn't go pa pa pa.
Okay, es peligroso.
Okay, he's not getting what he wants out of the tenants. I suspect that at a certain point he's gonna do one of those.
Okay, like this has got to be the very funniest Tyler Oliviera video.
Classic Tyler Oliviera things, and go find like a white supremacist like blogger in the area whose name is like.
This is what he does. This is what he. If you've ever watched his videos, this is literally what he does. Right? He does part of the video. He goes and talks to people in the area where he's trying to dehumanize people. And then he goes and he finds like a right-wing blogger to be like, oh yeah, I'm from this area and I know about this is really bad shit. These people are into bad shit. These are bad people. Look at these bad people. Are they even human? I don't know. Let's go and exploit them some more. Cadbury was a shitty company, but there are flake bars. Flake bars? I feel like I really liked Cadbury cream eggs when I was a child. But now thinking about them and imagining eating one, it's disgusting. It's what the fuck is that shit? Like, what even is that shit? I don't even know. They're bad hombres, says Shakespeare. Yeah.
Hitler, 1488 to come in and just be like, yeah, there's a lot of gang activity. Actually, they my mom and they said this one is for Maduro and for communism, and then that's like gonna be the end of this. I don't know. I doubt that he's gonna. Yeah, the Tim Pool method, exactly.
I feel like I used to take the Cadbury egg, I would like bite into it, and then I would suck out the egg part, and then I would eat the rest of the chocolate separately.
Pregunta para ti. Hola. ¿Tren de agua aquí o no? Mucha.
Hola. Tren de agua? Yeah.
Okay. Bien. Tren de agua is here, he said. I said,
they're here. They're here.
And find out. Oh, great. This is not a good sign. We got.
This is not a good sign. Was that from the protest, maybe?
What?
This is not a good sign. Look at that. There's a fuck around and find out sign with a evil smiling emoji with sunglasses. Me llamo es annoying asshole.
This is not a good sign. Folks, Tren de Agua has put forward some scary signs that say, fuck around and find out.
Fuck and find out. Oh, great. This is not a good sign. We got large piles of uncollected trash here. Normal, standard. Fíjate, vea Nomo, I'm pretty sure this means stop the violence or something. ¿Cuántos por rent? ¿Cuántos dólares? Por meses.
Renta.
Renta, sí.
Están cobrando como 1.300, unos 400.
Okay.
Damn.
Holy bro, $1,300 to $1,400.
Damn.
Live in a goddamn slums, dude, where your landlord won't even take care of your basic necessities. God damn it, America is so ass, bro. Holy in Aurora, dog. Oh my God, dude.
Chill up here. Pretty nice place.
That's what this motherfucker paying $1,300 a month for, bro. I'm losing my mind.
So, due to recent events, I think it's understandable that no one wants to answer the door. This place is...
Or because you're a random dickhead in the middle of the goddamn...
Because you're a weirdo.
These are migrants who've been working all goddamn night, most likely. Why the they're either A, not there, or B, even if they were there, why the would they open the door to a random dickhead? Oh my God. Just think about them as how you would think about yourself. If some random person knocked on your door with a goddamn windsock and a microphone in the middle of the day, you probably wouldn't open the door either.
Yo, any of y'all want to be interviewed in there?
Yeah.
I heard you have the best...
Oh my God. Can you imagine like sitting in your like basement apartment and being like, somebody comes, just walks over. Anybody want to be interviewed?
Building out here.
Yeah, it's pretty much the best one yet.
The other ones they look trashed.
They f***ing it up though.
Who's f***ing it up?
Like it's bad enough that you probably hear a lot of noise from outside, but Jesus Christ, having somebody...
The Venezuelans.
Okay. What
But
percentage?
they cool though. Like I ain't got no problem with them, but like clean your shit up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dog, what the are you talking about? It is literally the responsibility of the landlord. If they're not collecting the trash, what are the Venezuelans supposed to do, bro? What are the tenants supposed to do? They're putting their trash in the trash container. How is it their fault, dog? What do you mean? This, by the way, also goes to show you that like you can be living in the middle of it and still be a dumbass. Could be happening right next door and you would just be completely oblivious to it, and you can still be susceptible to the media framing and the narratives.
Yeah. Why do you think they're so dirty with all this stuff?
I just think where they come from, maybe they just don't give a fuck because they're in a whole different new place, so they ain't gotta pay for nothing. Everything free given, you know what I mean?
Do you have beef with them?
So yeah, that is one of the narratives right there.
They're not paying anything, and you're like, yo, I'm paying $14.
Endless fear-mongering of immigrants by colonizers is funny as fuck. I mean, it's look, this is a funny video of Tyler Oliviera, right? He's, you know, most of his stuff, it just pisses you off, right? You just see people get dehumanized and used and demonized, and it just pisses you off. But here you're seeing him just look like a goober in a lot of, you know, you see him. I don't know if I've seen a video where he looks this silly. But that being said, obviously, you know, if you're the target of that kind of demonization, where like the talk around in your neighborhood is that you people are somehow dirty just by your very nature, that you are getting huge government paychecks, payouts, free rent, whatever kind of perks, and that maybe you're part of an organized crime group, it's not, wouldn't be quite as funny.
$1,500 a month.
That's not a safe place to laugh from. Let me just put it that way.
You chill with it?
Yeah, I stopped paying rent. I don't like shit. I told them like, two y'all come over here and fix some of these problems, like the trash, for instance. Like, why the f I'm gonna be paying rent and for the some of the things that y'all post, so the stuff that's like in the leasing.
Wait, what? So he also, oh my God.
He's also dealing with a lack of trash service. Yes.
This motherfucker so dumb, bro. I swear to God. He's like, I know who's contributing to the problem, but I just also wanted to say f the Venezuelans. Yo, the median American voter, I know. He literally was like, yeah, I'm just not paying rent. This is really bullshit that they're not picking up the trash. It's like, bro, you just admitted that, like, you know who's at fault here. Isn't the city responsible for picking up the trash? It depends. I mean, it's different in every municipality. And for big complexes like that, it could literally...
Wait, so Stephen B95 is giving Tyler Oliviera credit for going out and showing issues. Showing issues. Look, the issue here is that the landlord, right? But if you watch this video and you fucking take this stuff seriously and you don't notice what a goober this guy is, you don't see him like failing at making one of his classic exploitation videos, then yeah, maybe you feel like he's showing the problem. But if you are actually looking at this issue from any kind of rational perspective, you're going to see that the problem here is the landlord, not the nationality of the people living in the building, right?
Maybe that they have like a private contractor. Nope, I tried to move us to a municipal or single contract holder, but Aurora is the Wild West for trash service and the Republicans like it that way. There you go. Not just the Republicans.
Oh no, it's libertarian. It's the influence of Jared Polis.
That like it that way though. Like I said,
the libertarian governor.
This is what happens.
There he is, that evil man. Don't let him fool you. He's not really a Democrat. He's an ANCAP, just like President Sunday.
When you have...
Whoops. Did I let some suntent slip? I'm sorry, chat. We're going to have to put a pin on that for now.
A mother...
I can say nothing.
/ neoliberalism mod is your goddamn Democratic governor.
That's right. He was somehow a Reddit mod, wasn't he?
By the way, he's a League of Legends player and also an r/ neoliberalism mod. He is a Reddit moderator.
Yeah, it's in the next. It was in the next building.
Did you see it happen in real time?
No, I didn't see it happen, but I do know them.
Is it gang affiliated?
Nah, I wouldn't say that. I think they were just looking for somebody.
We may have overstayed our welcome a little bit. We've talked to a lot of locals out here. The Venezuelans say nothing's going on, no gang activity. Anyone who's not Venezuelan, yeah, there's some gang going down here. There's some crime going down. The locals.
Wait, he's acting like the Venezuelan people were dishonest with him, but anybody who's not Venezuelan is like, yeah, no, this is like...
hesitant to interview a lot of the locals out here because I don't want them to narc on themselves, but I do respect someone standing up for the community and I won't suppress.
Yo, what do you mean? You did interview the tenants and they didn't narc on themselves at all. Bro, he interviewed the tenants. They were like, yeah, no, there's no gang activity. It's like literally, oh my God, dude. I couldn't find them, but I'm sure they exist. And I'm just gonna make it up.
Once again, this is an example of this false American dream that's sold. And then I hopped on a call with Aurora resident and retired.
Oh shit, wait, it's this dude. It's the dude. Who is this again? This is Coffer?
Tell you. I called it. I didn't watch the video. I couldn't find the actual gang activity, so I went to like the most Hitlerian prototype I could find that will now tell me that there is so much gang activity. God damn, dude. God damn. That's our favorite. That's our new favorite on the broadcast, Mr. What was it? Fabricatore.
Oh no, it's Fabricatore. It's Fabricatore. What this? So this guy's like a congressman, retired U.S. Air Force, retired ICE, congressional candidate, Republican. Oh my God.
To hear his opinion on what's really going on here. Is the place on fire? Do we have Venezuelans?
So the joke was that this guy's name is Fabricatore, and he's like in the practice of fabricating stories. Fabricate story. John fabricates story. That is who we're dealing with right here.
Invading the city.
You know, look, the city is not on fire. Aurora's a huge place, you know, it's a great place to be. Great schools, you know, but there are issues, just like there are with any city anywhere in the United States. And what we're seeing now is just, you know, you got one side saying it's not happening, one side saying it's happening, and then you get the social media aspects who say that the Hells Angels are coming into town. That
now, chat. Anybody recognize this video, right? Anybody seen this video before? The TikTok that we're watching right now.
Patriots are gonna be, you know, storming these apartments.
So like the RNC is literally just paying these YouTubers? No, man. You know what's paying these YouTubers? The fact that this video was posted 21 hours ago and it got 1.2 million views. Reaction.
Motherfuckers got 6,660,000 subs right now. From just exploiting vulnerable people, right? Homeless people, people addicted to drugs, immigrants, any group that gets demonized, any group you can demonize, Tyler Oliviera is out there demonizing them.
Right-wing, rabid, sociopathic behavior gets...
And when you think about it, it's not that different than Anna Kasparian or Actual Justice Warrior. It's kind of the same thing.
rewarded.
It's kind of the same racket. We'll get into that in a second.
That's it, dog. That's it. That's literally it. How much you want to bet? My coverage on this, which includes interviewing a former council member, looking at actual news articles showing you what the actual truth is about the situation, we're going to upload this YouTube video. That's probably going to get like maximum 200,000 views.
Oh no, chat. Oh no, chat. It only got 100,000 views.
Were to just sit here and lie and talk about how like Venezuelan have overtaken, like a gang has overtaken Aurora, Colorado from the same setup from this room, reacting to this video and saying like, you know, oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe what has become of this beautiful country. It would get 1 million views. That's how it works. People have made up their minds on the subject.
The fake news part right away is that Aurora's not fallen off the face of the earth. Like Aurora's had a gang problem. It's always been like that. But this situation just gets exasperated because with the illegal immigration situation, most of that could be taken care of and the community could be made safer if we got rid of sanctuary policy and we allowed the immigration authorities to work with local law enforcement to get.
The funniest thing is guys like this are obviously somewhat media trained, and liberals 3 months down the line when there's like a unearthed footage of him just calling every slur known to man to like a Venezuelan person or someone he suspects as being Venezuelan, only then do they go, oh dude, I can't believe it, like, oh my god, he didn't just say the slurs in the interview. I'm so surprised that a former ICE agent running for office as a Republican who keeps saying that, like, you know, we got to eliminate sanctuary cities and that undocumented migrants, some of them are hardworking, but like there's a lot of criminal elements. Like that guy was racist. I'm shocked.
These kind of guys off the street. So, I mean, it's something that we've got to be cognizant of. We've seen terrorists come across. We just got to pay attention to what's going on, and we got to make sure that, you know, we have control of our borders. So we're not allowing in this 1 or 2% of people who are just trying to take apart the U.S.
Yeah, so you see exactly how it's being played. Now, let me show you this article. This is from Snopes. I'll start off by saying I don't think of Snopes as being 100% accurate. I've seen Snopes get some stuff wrong before. I would even say I've seen them have like a bias on certain things, right? But let's just take a look and see what they've got here, right? This is what they've collected as far as the facts that they can confirm. Right, so they're going to veer on the side of maybe just not stating things that are not confirmable, rather than adjudicating every permutation of how this rumor, which is really what this kind of is, plays out. So here we go. Rumors that members of a gang from Venezuela commanded control of an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado, generated headlines by conservative media outlets and social media commentary in late summer 2024. The rumors began when, on August 28th, 2024, a local TV broadcast reporter based in Denver, Colorado, posted a video to X, supposedly showing a group of men, 4 of whom appeared to be carrying firearms, entering an apartment in a nearby suburb, Aurora, nearby to Denver. New video. Armed group at troubled Aurora, Colorado apartment complex, now home to many migrants. Councilmember Danny Jurinsky says gangs have taken over the complex. The reporters outlet Fox 31 KDVR, which is an affiliate of the Fox network, posted an article featuring the video describing it showing alleged gang violence in an apartment complex that home to some migrants in Aurora. According to this article, the video was taken by a security camera owned by one of the complex's residents not long before the shootout broke out on the property within the next week. However, rumors about the video showed, or what supposedly happened at the complex spread online. A New York Post, for instance, claimed that the criminal gang from Venezuela called Tren de Aragua had taken over the complex, for instance. In reality, it's unknown what the video actually shows, nor if it's related to gang activity. Aurora police indeed believe members of Tren de Aragua gang are operating in the jurisdiction. Details below. Though the department has reportedly only formally investigated one crime in connection with the gang. and that incident occurred at a different apartment complex. We reached out to the Aurora Police Department asking if it had received any reports about the activity depicted in the video, and if so, if investigations into those calls included Tren de Aragua. We will update you on the story if we hear back. So they haven't gotten anything back yet. Tren de Aragua's U.S. presence. According to CNN, Tren de Aragua, which officially adopted its name in the early mid-2010s, is known for violence and drug trafficking, and as well as sex trafficking rings across South America. Since 2023, some U.S. politicians have expressed concerns over the gang's influence in the United States. And U.S. President Joe Biden administration officially declared the gang a transnational criminal organization in July 2024. In an ex post on August 28th, the Aurora Police Department has said it believes that TDA members operated within its jurisdiction. We are aware of the components of TDA operating within Aurora. APD has been increasingly collecting evidence to show the gang in connection with crimes in the area. However, as we have previously said, as the DEA similarly stated, it would be improper at this time for the city of and the APD to make a conclusionary statement about specific incidents to provide details about law enforcement strategy and operations. The statement by Aurora Police did not refer to the rumors about the in-question apartment complex. Specifically, though it was posted the same day as the video, it emphasized that the agency had previously established a joint task force in collaboration with other local, state, and federal partners to specifically address concerns about the Venezuelan Gang, TDA, in other criminal activities affecting migrant communities. Arrest of 2 people with gang ties occurs at different apartment. The apartment complex. Now, this also got mentioned. Remember, this is another apartment complex owned by the same landlord, right? The apartment complex that was allegedly taken over by Tren de Aragua is called The Edge at Lowry. It is located at the 12th Avenue and Dallas Street in 12th Avenue and Dallas Street in Aurora. Based on satellite coverage of Google Maps, the complex contains 6 separate buildings. According to the Denver Post, police have investigated just one crime in recent months that officers connected to Tren de Aragua. In that case, according to September 4th, 2024, post by the Aurora Police on X, 4 individuals were arrested and charged with attempted murder after a July 28th incident at a different apartment building called Nome Street, Simon Place. There we go. Apartments. 2 arrestees have had confirmed ties to gangs, including a man named Jonari Jose Pacheco Chirino. That ties in with other reports from conservative outlets like New York Post that connected Pacheco Chirino to a separate assault at the Simmons Place apartment complex. However, Pacheco Chirino's arrest was not connected to the alleged takeover of the Edge at Lowry. In an August 30th, 2024 statement on Facebook, Aurora Mayor Mike Kaufman said the city attorney's office would request the court order to clear the Edge at Lowry Apartments in response to Venezuelan gang activity with the goal to get these properties back under the control of the property owners. Snopes could not find any further information about the alleged court order beyond Kaufman's Facebook post. Okay, so here's what we know from Hassan's video, right? That it kind of adds to this. That the residents seem to have been cleared out, and thanks to some kind of charity or some kind of effort to help them, they were given hotel rooms, right? But they're out of their homes. They're staying in an apartment complex with a absentee landlord who has not been taking care of the complex, who's not been upkeeping it, and they many of them have stopped paying rent. And now the cops apparently have gone in and taken people out of those residences with the order, according to Kaufman, to get these properties back under the control of the property owners. So if this is indeed what it looks like, and that this is a negligent landlord, the cops have essentially just helped move his tenants out rather than enforcing anything. You know, the court stuff is pushed off till February, right? So the landlord's got more time to prepare their case in court, right? That they're not being forced to do anything by the law. Snopes could not find any further information about the alleged court order beyond Kaufman's Facebook post. What apartment residents are saying. Meanwhile, tenants of the Edge at Lowry held a news conference alleging that something else, not gang activity, was affecting them. According to local ABC and NBC affiliates and the Denver Post, the complex's residents, who are mostly migrants, denied rumors about the gang takeover. Instead, they had felt unsafe because the complex's management company was allegedly neglecting building upkeep. Denver's ABC affiliate covered what was described as unlivable conditions in the building in August, a week before the supposed gang takeover came to light. The property manager company has faced similar accusations before. Fitzsimmons Place, the aforementioned building in Nome Street, was owned by the same company, and because of its conditions, Aurora officials obtained a court order to condemn the building in early August 2024. In a statement to the Denver Post, the property management company said that it could not maintain the buildings because of Tren de Aragua activity. The city of Aurora disagreed. The city has documented substantial, longstanding, unresolved code violations and other poor conditions at Fitzsimmons Place apartments for the last few years. So again, these are the time-traveling Venezuelan gang members, right? We got time bandits. Now, the city of Aurora spokesperson Ryan Luby told Denver's ABC affiliate in early August 2024, possible gang activity is immaterial to and separate from the city's code enforcement actions at the property and the building's inhabitability. This back and forth between the city management and company led some ex-users suggesting that the company made up the gang takeover rumors to avoid performing building maintenance. However, there's no concrete evidence supporting that theory. Response to rumors. Local politicians, including Kaufman, the mayor, city councilman Danielle Jurinsky, who I think we saw earlier, spread the unsubstantiated claim that the apartment complex had been taken over by a Venezuelan gang. Kaufman spoke to Fox on August 29th in an interview in which he claimed the video depicted an organized criminal effort. In that interview, he said that the several buildings under the out-of-state ownership had fallen under the control of quote-unquote Venezuelan gangs, but said he was not sure if the members were affiliated with Tren de Aragua. Later that day, Kaufman and Denver Mayor Mike Johnston appeared together on the local NBC affiliate, and as they attempted to assuage fears. There, Kaufman said that much of the news coverage was inaccurate and exaggerated and was making things harder for the city to investigate. It's overwhelming our 911 system or our emergency call center, and so it's actually hurting our ability to respond to crime, Kaufman said. I would hope that people would not do that. I think we're in some sort of environment where environment of hysteria right now over this. It's a real issue. It's being dealt with. It's isolated. In an NBC interview, Kaufman and the Aurora police had access to the surveillance video, said police had access to the surveillance video, but reaffirmed that police had not yet determined if the men in the video were affiliated with Tren de Aragua. A brief response to the critics. When local officials, tenants spoke publicly about the supposed takeover, the common response that kept surfacing on social media was that those who said the supposed apartment takeover was fake were attempting to hide the truth for one reason or another. Any tenant who had attempted to speak out against the narrative, and again we saw a protest of tenants speaking out against the narrative that had been used to demonize them, of the alleged takeover, could be ignored under the logic that they were either a member of the gang themselves or because they were being intimidated by said gang and were in danger if they spoke out. For local officials, it was supposedly more of a public relations issue, according to the skeptics. Kaufman told NBC that some of the critics had been conflating gang activity with any large gathering of Venezuelan migrants. We will update you. We will update this report when and if we get new information. So there we go. that's what Snopes has to say about it. I'm also going to show you what Breaking Points has to say about it, because, you know, I showed you Hassan. You know, some people who were to the right probably think that Hassan has a left-wing bias. Let me give you something that's a little bit more, you know, down the middle, or maybe even right-wing, depending on how you think of Breaking Points. Let me show you theirs.
Aurora, Colorado.
So again, this is Crystal Ball, who is, you know, nominally left-wing, and Sagar Enjeti, who is right-wing. So that's who's bringing you this story, this version of the story. This is what Breaking Points has gathered in terms of stuff that they could confirm. So we're kind of moving along the timeline a little bit, right? As far as the August 28th, when the videos came out, to you know, the Tyler Oliviera video, to the Hassan video, and now the Breaking Points video that comes out once more of the information is kind of firmed up, right? So we'll see what Breaking Point says here, and then we'll get to the Anna Kasparian TYT video, which I think happened a little bit later. Which, like, look, one of the excuses that you could maybe have for Anna Kasparian is that she got in early on the story, which she did on Twitter, to be fair, right? She did talk about this a lot earlier on Twitter than she did on the TYT stream. And so maybe she didn't have all the information, but that actually is counteracted by the fact that her story is one of the more recent versions of the story. And it's specifically made as a rebuke of the narrative presented by Hassan. So we'll get into that in just a second, right? While I have you here, while I have the chance, I think I should check on the vote, the poll, right? So 96 of you have voted. 39% of you are voting for Brianna Wu turns on child logic. 23% of you say you want chat to choose violence. 20% for Demon Mama responds to Westside Tyler. And 19% for Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman, letting YouTube autoplay radicalize you to the alt-right. That is at 19%. Now, unless I've missed something, which is entirely possible, but I'm not seeing right now. Wait, maybe I did miss something. Did I miss something? I think I did. Yeah, I must have. Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the gift subs. Did I somehow, like, not see those? I don't remember if I saw those and I, like... This is annoying. Can vote... I'll vote in the poll in the regular stream. Should we, What did I do? I saw them. I don't think I added them, because, like, I must not have added them. There we go. So I saw them and I read them out, but somehow I must not have put them on the dono goal, because otherwise, did I get... Oh, you did say Brianna Wu, right? Why am I confused? We must be at 40%, right? Is that right? I'm so confused now. I'm so utterly confused. Let's get into this this thing right here. Just remember, when you donate, make sure to let me know. So, is this right? 15% that got added to 10%. I'm so confused. I wish I could roll back the screen. So we should be at 40%, right? Should Brianna Wu be higher? I don't know how I missed this, chat. But regardless, when you donate, make sure to let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see next. If you haven't voted yet, you could head over to the full scale stream, What? Oh, there it is. Yeah. You can head over the full scale stream and vote. 96 of you have voted so far. That's part of what decides what gets chosen as far as bonus content. The other thing that goes into deciding what gets chosen as bonus content is donations. So let me know when you donate which of these topics you want to see next. Brianna Wu turns on Chud Logic. Chat chooses violence. In other words, Suntent. Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman, the YouTube algorithm. Demon Mama responds to Tyler. Or Vox Populi, if you just want to help out the vote, count for more, and make the donos, conversely, count for less, right? Just let me know in chat, and that goes for Super Chat, Super Sticker, membership, gifted membership, if you gift the gift of weasels to give weasels to other people. That goes for stuff on Twitch, like subs and Twitch Prime subs and gifted subs. Anything that's a donation basically counts, including Patreon signups. The link should be in the description, and Throne signups. The link is either right there or it's like right there, depending on what stream you're watching me on. So just make sure to let me know when you donate which of these topics you want to see next, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is, and your dono will actually add a percentage to the topic of your choice.
Many boomers are very, very upset about this, and it's taken quite a bit of research to figure out what the hell is actually going on here. So all started with this viral video. Let's put it up there on the screen. What you see in front of you were what was alleged to be, quote, armed.
Wait, 15% for Wu? Wait, I'm at 25%? You don't think I'm at 40% though? Because look, I'm looking at the... like 5 memberships from Omega, 5 memberships from you, right? And then I combine that with I think 3 oh wait, did I add that wrong? I think it's actually 38. I think it's actually 38%. 1 gift sub from Morbius Dragon, and oh wait, no, it's 40. It is 40. It is 40. Now I got it all, okay? Because somebody, Omega actually donated donated some bits on Twitch. So I think we're all caught up. I think we're all good. We'll go back. Let's get the show on the road. Sorry, chat. I don't mean to hang that long in the discussion of the dono goal, but yeah, we're at 40%. That is 60% away from winning and unlocking more content. If we get to 100% by the end of the stream, you will unlock extra content. What content, you ask? The content that you vote for, and the content that you tell me to put your donation for. And we'll see what wins.
Venezuelan gangs taking over whole buildings and vandalizing public property in Aurora, Colorado, just outside of Denver. These were allegedly members of a Venezuelan...
Super chatted $20. Violence.
Violence it is. Chat is highly motivated today. Whether you're voting for violence or whether you're voting for Brianna Wu, you are highly motivated. And that gets us up to 60%. 60% along the way towards our dono goal to either, I mean, I would say Brianna Wu or Chat chooses violence. At this point, it's pretty damn close. It's pretty damn close. It could go either way.
Venezuelan gang who were migrants.
Thank you, Blitzkrieg.
Legal migrants to the United States. And that this complex was allegedly fully taken over by these people. You could see that they have large...
But do you see what I mean, chat? Like, you look at what we got in terms of receipts. Like, this is the main receipt for the story. And what people are doing is they're being shown a receipt, and by the mere presence of a receipt, they are validating the claim, right? This is something that I see in streaming all the fucking time, right? When streamers go after each other, a lot of times it's like this. Somebody posts a receipt on Twitter, they make a claim, and people validate the claim just based on the presence of receipts. Look, receipts show something, but they don't show more than they actually show. And if your conclusion is not justified by what is present in the receipts, then you're kind of jumping the gun here. And literally, in this case, we're jumping the gun into a story about an evil Venezuelan gang taking over apartment complexes, moving in, immigrants. You kind of see where the racist edge of this story is coming from, right? And it's just not, we're not actually seeing what's being claimed. We're being given a narrative that kind of fits for the pictures, that fits for the video, and people are jumping to the conclusion that that must be what it is. It's Tren de Aragua. There we go. That's a good explanation. Because you're like, you see this shit and you're like, what the fuck is this? What is going on here? And somebody tells you, oh, it's a Venezuelan super crime gang called Tren de Aragua, and you're like, all right, that sounds like that explains it.
Weapons in their hands, and there was quite a bit of consternation, wondering whether this was like a full-on takeover.
And this was like shared by Charlie Kirk, amplified by Elon Musk. It was
shared by Charlie Kirk. Yeah,
whole thing.
It went everywhere.
Whole thing.
So next, then came the parsing of the details. So there were conflicting statements initially from the mayor.
But what worries me is that you can use something that's like a partial receipt to incept people with a story that maybe did not happen. And all you need is a few retweets by Charlie Kirk and Elon Musk, and Tim Pool gets in jumps in. Actual Justice Warrior jumps in. And all of a sudden you got a bunch of, boomer Facebook ants. No offense to boomer Facebook ants, by the way. I love you. Okay. I shouldn't. It's the Facebook grandparents, maybe. I don't know. You got a bunch of impressionable people that are not media literate jumping to the conclusion that fits the Trump agenda. Again, just like yesterday, just kind of neatly slots right into that Trump anti-immigrant agenda.
From the city and from the police.
Lady Badash says, why jump guns when you can jump bones? Yeah, that's unassailable logic there, Lady Badash. Unassailable.
Police department. So we've learned now here from the interim chief of police, Heather Morris. She says, quote, what we're learning out here is that gang members have not taken over this complex. Let's take a listen.
Got quite a few of our officers out here.
Lady Badash says, why is Brianna Wu turning Chud Logic on? Nice. Oh my God. Oh my God. I think they're both married, actually. No, wait, they're not. That's right. There was a divorce. I forgot. How could I forget this guy's look, he's not just divorced. He's highly divorced. Chud Logic is highly divorced.
That are out here tonight again.
His divorce power levels are over 9,000.
Here for several weeks, making contacts with our residents, reassuring them about the criminal activity that's happening here and how we're going to address it. We're out here. We want to reassure the people that live in this community that we are actively investigating.
Glenn Southern says, I have no money, influence, computer smarts to make epic cool tube. So if you do, you can take name I let you have. Oh, take the name I let you have for. I'm a simple caveman. I have rock. You have rock, and that is awesome.
Criminal activity that's happening and listening to them to so that we can learn anything that we're.
I thought violins were peaceful. I mean, they are. They're sometimes they're sad. Sometimes violins are sad.
Missing. What are we missing, and actually find out what exactly is going on. We're out here because we care. I mean, nobody should be wearing this uniform if they don't care.
Double Dog divorced ass Chudell.
And we want the residents and the people
classic Chudell
that live here to know that we care. We've been talking to the residents here and learning from them to find out what exactly is going on. And there's definitely
yeah. I mean, this is a lot of PR, right? There's a story that's gotten out that a Venezuelan gang has taken over an apartment complex, and the police don't care. The police are part of the institution. The police are part of the deep state, right? They're enacting the globalist pro-immigrant agenda, right? And again, like we started off with this reminder that police, if they have a political tendency, it's a right-wing one. Police are not, they're nobody's lefties.
A different picture. I'm not saying that there's not gang members,
but they're having to come out and be like, "Oh, we hear you. We're listening to you. We investigated it. Oh no, we'll take a look at that," right? Just to counteract this idea that they're these evil deep state actors that actually they're helping the immigrants make an invasion into the community.
that don't live in this community. But what we're learning,
Trinity Agua, man, all this time I thought it was Pathetic Man asking for tendies, yo.
is that gang members have not taken over this complex. We've really made an effort to the last few days.
Wait, did you think it was Tendi Ayuda?
To just really ask the specific questions and the direct questions in terms of the gang activity and who's actually making sure that people aren't paying rent to gang leaders or gang members, that's not happening. And we've discovered here today and yesterday talking to so many residents that that's not the case. We've been talking about, and they've been sincere with us. We really believe that they are sincere with us. And we're standing out here, and I can tell you that gang members have not taken over this apartment complex.
Okay, that's the Aurora police chief. Let's put the next part up on the screen. It reiterates, this is from...
So she says, but Chad, if we look at it, right? Oh, look at those glasses. Look at those glasses. Can we trust her? I already said the police aren't liberal, but those glasses, they're pretty left-coded. Do you think she owns a cat? This is right. If you're Tim Pool, if you're actual justice warriors, maybe she's a DEI hire, right? Maybe it's something like that. Like, why is a woman chief of police?
Talking to so many residents that that's not the case. We've been talking about, and they've been sincere with us. We really believe that they are sincere with us. And we're standing out here, and I can tell you that gang members have not taken over this apartment complex.
Okay, that's the Aurora police chief. Let's put the next part up on the screen. It reiterates, this is from USA Today. What they say...
That's the liberal police chief, yeah.
Is not
the childless cat lady police chief.
Reiterating many of the quotes that we just heard from the interim police chief. They also flag this. They say, quote, rumors of the complex being run by the Tren de Aragua gang is a large criminal organization from Venezuela began circulating when that video of men carrying guns and entering apartments went viral. The Department of Homeland Security then confirmed to News Nation that the men seen in the video were Tren de Aragua members. The city of Aurora confirmed that there is, quote, a small Tren de Aragua presence in Aurora, and the police department has been taking it seriously. Now, though, they say there has been a lot of misleading information shared about what is happening in our city. I believe, Crystal, that a lot of this stems back to the Colorado Aurora mayor, Mayor Kaufman, who is one of the people who reacted to this by going on Fox News and implying that this was taken over. Let's take a listen.
Can you confirm whether or not this gang has taken over these buildings there in Aurora?
So there are several buildings actually under the same ownership, out-of-state ownership, that have fallen to these Venezuelan gangs. I'm trying to walk it back and do the investigation as to how there's a concentration of Venezuelans in these three buildings. Somebody put them there, and somebody
put them there.
Funded it, whether it's federal government or not. We're trying to find out who these gangs apparently are attracted to where there's a concentration of Venezuelan migrants. And
they're attracted to where there's a concentration of Venezuelan migrants. Yeah, that's right, Katie. They're like, it's like saying the bees are attracted to the, I don't know, like the husk of an orange. I don't know.
So they've in fact have kind of pushed out the property management through.
It does. It sounds like he's explaining bugs. Look, there's a lot of dehumanizing shit here.
And then collected the rents. We have now, or have had, it is ongoing operations with a task force of local law enforcement, state law enforcement partners, and federal law enforcement partners to root them out. And arrests have been made, but these operations are still ongoing.
With the arrests that have been made, are these confirmed gang-affiliated members?
You know, this is an organized criminal effort. Whether it's Tren de Aragua, that remains to be seen. But it really doesn't matter. I mean, if they're Venezuelan migrants and they're conducting crime in an organized manner.
Understood.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
And he's since changed his tune.
After this interview, he totally changed his story. He says, those people that came and talked to me, he's talking about residents of the building themselves, didn't seem fearful, quite frankly. They gave a lot of explanation as to why they weren't paying rent. There wasn't the property management there. I thought that the people who were the so-called gang members, again, this is all that same mayor you just heard, were extracting the rent from them. But the people that came up to me said that was not the case. They wanted to stay there, but they...
Christian Strand says, methinks Le Biden put trendy agua in my bacon. That sounds epic.
Wanted the place maintained. He believes the property managers were chased off the premises. What we need to do is figure out how to bring it back under the control of the owner of the property. And so there's a meeting with representatives of the owners on Thursday. I'll be participating. I think there's a pattern on all these properties. I'm going to be blunt. It's an out-of-state slumlord and hasn't maintained the properties. And that, okay, so the police chief, the residents,
we have to go deeper because this involves
the mayor.
So that's a story, and that's a story that I feel like a lot of Americans can relate to, right? In some way. Maybe not on this level where your landlord doesn't pay for your, waste removal, and you got stacks of garbage piled up behind the building, but it's like understandable. And that seems like that should go viral. That should be talked about. That should be the story. Not like these bad Venezuelans are coming and they're doing bad things, and also look at the trash and also look at the state of the buildings and make the most racist assumption you can, rather than seeing what's right in front of your face, which is that this is an example of landlord neglect, right? Demonize these people, rather than coming together in a stand for the rights of tenants, which, like, that's what it should be going viral for. And yet somehow we live in this mirror world where things are like opposite of the way that they should actually be.
All of the other city officials and neighboring Denver mayor and city officials as well now are all saying this building is run by an out-of-state slumlord. The residents are complaining about trash that hasn't been picked up for weeks. This slumlord has already been indicted on charges with regard to not maintaining another apartment building where the...
Yeah, Blitzkrieg's onto it. It's all about the framing. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. With framing, you 180 the meaning of a story, right? And you turn people against the most vulnerable among us, which is unfortunately not very hard to do these days.
Was backed up, the trash wasn't picked up. We're talking rodents, we're talking infestations. The residents did their own press conference laying all of this out. And this slumlord hired a PR firm to basically push these claims to try to get out of these charges that he's already facing in court. So at this point, it's pretty clear what happened, since you have the mayor, who's a Republican, by the way, Republican mayor, and the city officials and the police chief and the residents all saying this is not at all what's happening. This is about a slumlord trying to get out of maintaining the property that we are paying thousands of dollars in rent to live in.
We have E5, please, up on the screen. This is from the local press, and it references what you were saying. The residents at that complex say deplorable issues are the deplorable conditions are the issue, not the gangs. They said, quote, they are trying to put us all in one group and all in one bag. They're trying to say that there are delinquents, there are criminals. Here there are moms, there are families. They did, I believe, acknowledge that there was like criminals that had been there, but they were like, that is not the fundamental issue. So, okay, let's step back. Like, why did this all become a major conflagration? So this is part of, actually references our original A block, is you cannot just simply believe everything you put out there. And you know, none of this whitewashes concerns about migrants. You know, from the Denver
his concerns are even backwards, right? The concern should not be that the danger of immigration is getting whitewashed, right? The overall trend of this story to everybody out there that is not consuming it through a less viral means. Like, remember what Hassan said about his, he was talking about Tyler Oliviera's video, how it had gotten 1 million views, that bullshit video that Tyler Oliviera did. And he said, he predicted that his video that he was making right now, reacting to that, would not break like 200,000. It actually is more on like 100,000. But Sagar is acting like the majority of the people are consuming this story through outlets like Breaking Points that, or Hassan, that take the trouble to get the story right, and not in the most viral way possible, which is the way that demonizes the fuck out of Venezuelan immigrants. So his concern is like, well, wait, people are going to go too easy on the immigration issue. They're going to think it's not important. No, it's important. We need to maintain our borders. We need to seal those borders off, even if this is a big fucking lie based on racism. We still need to make sure that we're racist in our border policy. That's what Sagar is saying. That's what we're getting here.
Post, 43,000 Venezuelan migrants have arrived in the Denver area since January of 2023. And they don't even need to be committing crime for me to say that's crazy.
And do you know what has happened with crime?
What? That
it
has
dropped.
gone down?
It dropped 20%.
I mean, so what?
In the first 8 months.
So what? So what? So your desire to increase the level of panic and concern about crime, your desire to empower and fully further militarize the police, rather than maybe spending some of that money on social programs that might help people out, that might end up in like less crime being committed overall, is a bit overblown, to say the least, Sagar. You are giving into a moral panic, even though you're not giving into this moral panic. And you are enabling policy that goes in 180 degrees in the wrong direction. It's not a so what, Sagar. You're just fucking wrong. You're just fucking wrong.
That doesn't have any
saw
impact.
declines in homicides, robberies, and aggravated assaults. Well, it's very relevant to this story because obviously the point of blowing this up was like, oh my God, violent migrant criminals are taking over this town. And while I'm sure there are some migrants, as there are some, domestic-born citizens who commit crimes, no doubt about it, the overall picture here is actually the exact opposite. These migrants haven't brought crime. The crime rate has dropped 20%, as it has, by the way, as part of a national trend in a lot of the country.
About migrants, it's just about national trend and dropping
True,
crime.
but it's the polar opposite of the picture.
There's two things, Sagar. The first is that, I mean, she just said it. Did he not listen? The first is that the immigrants moving into an area will actually lower the crime rate because people, I'm assuming you're talking about undocumented people, right? Commit crimes at a lower rate than the citizens. If anybody deserves to be deported, it would maybe be the citizens. If you're going to go with that logic that says that the group of people with the higher crime rate should get kicked the fuck out, right? I don't know, just a thought. There's that, and this isn't. So A, the anecdote is untrue, and B, the overall association of immigrants with danger and with crime and with gangs is also overblown. So in other words, it's like you lose the battle and you lose the war. The big picture, the small picture, you lose. The big picture, you lose. What are you not getting about this, right? Because like, what are they complaining about when it comes to crime? It's kind of a moving target, right? Sometimes they'll say that that undocumented people are somehow depleting like social services, or are requiring like big expenditures. And then sometimes it's, you know, it'll be crime. And when you debunk one of them, they move to the other one, right? They move to the other one. It's kind of actually ironic, and sometimes I mention this, that a lot of times an undocumented person that moves to the United States and needs to work will use someone else's social security number, not to withdraw social security, but to deposit social security, because that's often something that you need to do to work. And so because of the precarious nature of their status, their undocumented status, they're actually putting money into entitlements, not taking money out of entitlements. And I find that a little bit ironic, don't you think?
Picture that was attempted to be painted with these false allegations about gang members taking over apartment complexes. And again, not just, you know, people like Charlie Kirk, right-wing influencer, Elon Musk, who runs the whole friggin' platform, elevating this claim and another completely fake claim, by the way, out of Chicago of a similar thing. So,
okay, fine.
Yeah, it's a cesspool. That's the bottom line. Like, don't believe these people. They lie, they make stuff up. There's an ideological agenda here.
I agree. And that is what part of the reason that I wanted to say is that
Yeah.
just because it's fake, though, doesn't mean that there aren't concerns. And that's part of what annoys me is that when you...
Yeah, I gotta tell you, one thing that's not fake is the top of the hour ad break. You might have just experienced it because I forgot to tell you another time. It's all the more helpful if I tell you before the ad break hits rather than after the ad break hits. But you've experienced it now, and it's 3 minutes, and it's unskippable. That's kind of brutal, right? If you no longer want to experience that brutality, you can get out of it for free using a Twitch Prime, or you can get out of it for, I guess, 4 months during the month of September. The subs are discounted 25% off. You can get out of it that way. You could also possibly be gifted a sub, but that kind of thing more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
tar yourself by pushing stuff that ends up to not be true, you actually do disservice to anybody who has a concern, as I do, that there are 43,000 illegal Venezuelan migrants who are in the city of Denver.
Oh my God. That's a big number, Sagar. What are they going to do? See, that's the question. That's the question. Like, what did she point out that undocumented people commit crimes at a lower level than citizens? What did she point that out for if you're just going to ignore it? And you're just like implying, oh my gosh, something really bad is going to happen. Venezuelans, immigrants, this is a danger. This is a danger. But he won't say what the fucking danger is, because if he does, he sounds racist, because it's fucking racist assumption that underlies that.
Yeah.
Just because it's fake, though, doesn't mean that there aren't concerns. And that's part of what annoys me, is that when you tar yourself by pushing stuff.
He is sad that this revelation might slow the roll of draconian immigration policies endorsed by Republicans and Democrats, right? He's saying, I think that undocumented people, they've got it too good. They can't keep getting away with this. Like, right? If this story might make you feel empathetic towards them. This story might make you feel that they're not actually a danger, but they're victims that you can relate to. And who should be protected from this predatory landlord. Rather than what Sagar wants to make you think is that these people need to be deported stat.
Ends up to
not
be true. You actually do disservice to anybody who has a concern, as I do, that there are 43,000 illegal Venezuelan migrants who are in the city of Denver. That's crazy. Also, whenever we are vetting, like whether something is committed by a crime or not, by pushing false stuff, you diminish genuine incidents of migrant crime and of people who are murderers and or rapists. You have to be solid in your facts.
Bro is talking about migrant crime. Listen, I'm sorry, Sagar, but if you're going to start deporting people, groups of people, based on their crime rate, you're going to be deporting citizens before you're going to be deporting immigrants, because citizens commit crime at a higher rate. I'm sorry, this guy is just nothing gets through. Nothing gets through, does it? Nothing gets through.
Whenever you make such claims. And this is what annoys me about the entire thing. I'm combining it with the tenant stuff, is it simply allows a dismissal of any of legitimate concerns around migrant crime, or even around migrant presence, period. You don't have to be committing crime for you to still be a problem if you're here. Are they receiving city services? Who's paying your rent? Is it the government? Are you getting welfare from the Denver government? None of that should be allowed, period. I mean, that is why I get so annoyed about...
Sagar, if that's the argument that you want to make, you better show me the fucking program that's doing that. You're just like, I'm just asking questions. Are they getting welfare? Are they getting all the welfare? Are they like getting a pipeline from the US Treasury to their home where it's spitting out money at the end of their home? And are they filling it up with in giant bags and taking it to buy drugs with, I don't know, what the fuck is he implying? What the fuck is he implying?
You know, the Elon, the Charlie Kirk, and the...
Yeah, is he's like, how would they be getting welfare or any benefits for that matter? They need to, yeah, being that status, requires being invisible.
Flourishing of this stuff. In fact, just this morning, somebody...
Why is he so confidently wrong? Because there's so much fucking racism. There's so many people backing these sentiments. There's so many people willing to be turned against a group that's already, dealing with more problems than you can imagine, rather than actually facing the real problem, which is capitalism itself. Yeah.
Told me, they said, hey, do you know about this Aurora thing? X's mom is super upset about it. And I was like, oh, I'm actually covering it on the show.
Yo, X's mom is always super upset about this.
Tomorrow. And it's because, Fox News and many of these other places are not doing their genuine due diligence in presenting that, and they're just simply putting it all out there. And then will they do a correction or will they do a follow-up? Almost certainly not.
Of course not.
Wait. Did I add... Oh my god, chat, I'm so confused now. Maybe I didn't add Blitzkrieg's thing. It was to violence, right? So chat chooses violence is up 45%. Yo, that's a pretty big buff. We are 40% away from the dono goal. If we hit this by the end of the stream, you'll get some more content. And right now it's kind of looking like chat might just choose violence. But regardless, when you donate, let me know which of these topics you want to see, and I'll be happy to put your money where your mouth is and add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus helping your preferred bonus content become the bonus content for today.
Now, if it was real, would MSNBC or any of these other people cover it? No, but they certainly will cover it now, because they'll be like, hey, look at these idiots who fell for all
As
this.
they should.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I'm not saying it's not illegitimate.
Listen,
The political valence of this drives me crazy.
Yes.
Because it is, whenever you whip people up based on something fake, then you just get to dismiss it out of hand, when I think it's a very legitimate concern.
The problem is, I feel like there should be a little bit of dismissal of shit like this in the future, right? When people see that they can get whipped up, when people see that they can act irrational, the result should be that they're more skeptical in the future, right? That would be a good, at least you're learning. It's a bad thing that you demonized immigrants rather than looking at the real problem, which is with landlords. But hey, maybe next time you'll do better. But Sagar, you're talking to like no one. 116K views one day ago, about the same number of views that Hassan's video got. If this video had been just shown an evil, inhuman looking migrant gang member, doing something violent or sinister or whatever, then this video would have got like 1 million. That's the problem. That's the problem, is the audience that needs to hear your report on this is an audience that is hearing it from Fox News, hearing it from Tyler Oliviera, hearing it from people that are taking advantage of the perverse incentive to spread the appealing, algorithmically friendly lie over the less interesting, less banging in the algorithm truth.
Like, who are these residents? Are any of them even legal residents? Like, who is paying their rent? You know, why is this all being taken up by people who are not even from here? I think that's a very legitimate concern. But then saying, you know, oh, it's like part of some major gang activity, whenever that obviously ends up being BS, then everyone should frankly dismiss a lot of the other stuff that you're saying.
Because it's a very clear attempt to demonize and lie about the migrant population. And, you know, it's also very clear what's going on here. Immigration is the strongest issue for Trump.
Yeah.
Trump appears to be losing right now. Now, who knows?
I don't know if that's true. I wouldn't say that. Not when he's got a 50-some.
Cope.
53% or whatever chance by Nate Silver.
Listen.
You're really hanging on to Nate Silver. Most people have gotten over him. He was considered like a fucking boy genius back in what, 2008? This guy has not gotten the memo.
We just showed the same swing state polls in CNN. I think that he's probably a little bit behind, but reasonable people could disagree on that. In any case, what I think is very clear, immigration is his best issue. They want to have a conversation about immigration, even if that, and Elon Musk is a $2 million backer of Donald Trump, explicit backer of Donald Trump. They want the conversation to be about evil immigrants because that benefits them politically, even if it means making some bullshit up and spreading a fake.
Look at her body language and face.
Viral story. So just like, you know, keep these things in mind when you're looking at these stories that go viral because they're shameless about it. And I don't know if you saw this, but Elon also elevated, there was like some claim that this was happening in Chicago too. Somebody had called in to 911 about a similar Chicago incident. And the police went to the apartment complex and were like, this is not happening. People are just trying to like make like, you know, cause a stir and create false narrative.
Nate Silver got one election right, and like that is just not enough for a decade or almost 2 decades later.
So it was a total hoax that he also spread and shared.
She knows where the camera is.
I'm sure many of the people, millions of people who saw that are not going to know that that was also a complete hoax. So anyway, it's very clear this was just like, and you're benefiting the slumlord who is screwing these residents who are paying rent and, you know, deserve to live in clean conditions without bugs and rats and sewage backup and trash piled up over weeks and weeks because you didn't pay to have the garbage collectors come. So in any case, the whole situation is sort of, it's just disgusting to me. And the way that people ran with it, even after the residents themselves, the mayor, the police chief, et cetera, said this is completely false. It's just, yeah.
It became a national story. Now you have the facts. You can make up your minds. I would say it didn't
There's no one making up your minds. It was fake. It was totally fake.
No, I'm
like,
saying you can make up your mind on the migrant issue.
Sure, yes, absolutely.
You
but on
feel
this story, there is no like, you know, evaluate and decide. Everyone who's involved in this, except for the clearly nefarious slumlord, is saying the same thing.
Who is this slumlord? This guy got off real well, didn't he?
What about all the sexual and physical abuse in New York from illegal immigrants, not to illegal immigrants? Interesting, amongst other places. Christoph, like, I'm talking about data. I'm talking about crime statistics, right? And if we compare crime statistics from undocumented people, from immigrants, to crime statistics from citizens, guess which one's higher? And before you guess, tell me, should we kick out the group that's higher? Is that what we should do? Should we measure one community's crime statistics versus another, and the one that has the higher crime statistics gets deported? Because you would be deporting American citizens in that case, who have a higher crime rate than undocumented people. So I'm talking about reality, I'm talking about statistics, and you're talking about fantasy, and let me be real with you, you're talking about racism. And that's just not the conversation I want to have right now. I want to talk about reality. Can we please talk about reality and get your head out of your racist Facebook boomer ants, nether regions? Can we do that? Can we please do that? Please.
It's like he didn't even pay his bills.
Because he had a court date set.
I love the out of state thing too.
He had a court date set, and the judge actually let him push off his court date for a while all of this was going on. So apparently, at least in the short term, it worked. But what a disgusting scumbag. Period.
Right. Yeah, that I agree. Hey, if you like that video,
chat, are you ready to go to the dark side? So far, I feel like we've watched some pretty reasonable commentary on what's going on. Actually, you know what? I'm curious. Is this video about the same thing?
The problem, right? They want to revert back to the eras when we ignored the problem. And that's a lot of what's contained in Project 2025.
A legislative agenda which aims to resurrect a law from the 1800s, which would ban abortion and throw healthcare providers in jail, make pornography illegal. Oh, a bunch of sad little gooners out there if that happens. They also want to maintain a biblically based fascism. Many are hoping to replicate the apparent success in Europe by defeating Trump and, by proxy, fascism.
You deserve to know that the 2024 race...
I feel like this is, the title makes me think that it's... I guess it's marginally, yeah, so we're not talking about this particular incident. All right, we'll skip those. So chat, are you ready to go to the dark side?
Greetings inside.
Where we are. In a basement where no one has ever been unalived, stripped of their flesh and made into a skeleton, certainly. Not a scary place at all. A very comfortable and safe type of place. It's where we are, where we find ourselves. With actual justice warrior Anna Kasparian's BFF. I kid you not, this is Anna Kasparian's BFF. This guy sucks, says Half Black Reaper. Yeah, should we take a look? Look, I've talked about him before. I feel like his thumbnails tell a lot of the story. Now, for the record, anybody watching, especially if you're a fan of this guy, this is not me scolding AJW over his thumbnails. This is me observing the thumbnails that he makes. Oh, you can't see this one. Oh my god, damn it. Is it more visible in this version? We're just gonna have to use this version. Americans kicked off bus for migrants. Police chief calls out woke DA. BLM activists caused Baltimore crime wave. Venezuelan gang takeover Colorado. Minneapolis has collapsed. Look at the thumbnails. Oakland neighborhoods declare war on sideshows? Okay, what? Oh, there's a mea culpa. I wonder what this was about. Kamala caught creating fake news. Mike Brown rioters attack cops. Corrupt supermayor LI arrested for fraud. You're going to see a theme about the supermayor. Okay, so this lady, she's supposedly the supermayor. She's a mayor of like a... Wait, I'm trying to remember what the story was. If she was like held two offices or something. Why they call her the supermayor. But yeah, this is... I'm looking at like 12 thumbnails. 1, 2, 3 of the 12 are about the super mayor. Masked banned to fight crime. Cops say no free weaves for blacks? What the fuck is that about? What? Black mom demands free weaves? Yo, this guy is just fucking racist, isn't he? Apparently he got married. I feel sorry for his wife. Leftists want street takeovers legalized. Kamala thinks black voters are dumb. Venezuelan gangs take over New York City. So this isn't the first Venezuelan gang story we've had. First black female judge fired for incompetence. What? What is this guy's angle? And before you say it's racism. It's racist. That's the simple, plain and simple truth. Yeah, like Oakland. Yeah, it's just like every single one of these videos is like bad person of color does bad thing. Anna calls out Chicago Dems for hiding crime. Oh yeah, he also loves Anna Kasparian. So I wasn't kidding when I said he is. Oh, there's the super mayor attacks children. The super mayor attacked children. Chicago mayor. Oh geez, what is the common thread between the super mayor and the Chicago mayor? Make Irene bounce. I mean, I should bounce, shouldn't I? I should also look at the donos and see that Davy Cliff has super chatted $4.99. I don't like the American citizens argument because I feel right-wingers can twist it into another racist agenda or violence. I would love to know what you mean by that. Because I can't quite figure it out, but obviously nobody should get deported. But I guess if I can interpret what you're saying, I think what you're saying is that we shouldn't be like looking at crime statistics for a justification to deport people, right? There should be a path to citizenship. The United States should do better in terms of its own foreign policy in the effects that it has on other countries, which causes immigration in the first place. It shouldn't be a thing where, like, if you looked at the crime statistics, in other words, I think what Davy Cliff is saying, and they were the opposite, that you should justify, okay, well, I guess their crime statistics are higher, go freaking nuts. Go freaking nuts. Chinese criminals steal billions in grift cards. DEI officer steals millions from Facebook and Nike. Jesus fucking Christ. LA businesses are desperate. Business uses plants to fight homeless camps. Corrupt super mayor is breaking down. Yo, the super mayor's been breaking down for a while. Lauren Southern is right about the red pill. Woke NYC DA frees anti-Asian attackers. Super predator. Motherfucker unironically said super predator. Attacks again after 105 arrests. Lawyers abandoned corrupt super mayor after second raid. He got into it with Destiny. Leftists blame 4chan for NYC attacks. And Anna Kasparian is right about Chicago. Majority report demands that you ignore crime. That's right. That's what I heard them say. The truth about Anna Kasparian. So yeah, he's been doing a lot of this Anna Kasparian simping. I would call this guy, I mean, I don't use that word very often, but I don't know. It kind of fits when it comes to Anna. So let's watch the rest of this. Or not the rest of this, chat. We won't watch all of this. It's too much. We'll dip. We'll dip.
Salutations, loyal viewers of this channel. My name is Sean, and today we got to revisit what is going on in Aurora, Colorado, because we now have reports from the police in Aurora that all of the rumors that you heard, all of the videos that you saw of gang members taking over an apartment complex among several apartment complexes in and around this area happen to be completely false.
Obsessive Audio says some really healthy thumbnails and titles with this guy. Yeah, I mean, look, he is... The sad thing about it is, I wish I could say that this is Sean, and Sean is a fucking racist. And luckily, he's not that common in this country. Unfortunately, he exists as such a big channel, not because Sean has the magical power to make people racist, but because a lot of people are already racist. He is serving a pre-existing racist audience with the thumbnails that they most want to see. He is fulfilling their deep desires, and their deep desires are pretty fucking hateful.
It's completely made up. Pay no attention.
Wait, I don't remember that one. Wait, what one? The Super Mayor? Wait, what do I remember? Not remember? We're up to 65 on the dono goal. By the way, Davy Cliff, if you've got a topic, if you've got an opinion on the poll, please let me know. I will be happy to put your super chat money where your mouth is, and raise the status of whatever topic you want to see as bonus content, because that's how it works. When you donate, chat, you just let me know in the comments which of these topics you want to see pop out of the bonus content vending machine at the end of the stream.
To the videos that you've seen, because it is just not happening. There is nothing going on here, nothing to see here, and that is what is currently being...
Pay no attention to the time... immigrant Venezuela behind the curtain. Yes, yes, yes. Pay no attention to the time bandits from 2 years ago that somehow fucked up somebody's apartment building before they had even immigrated.
Presented to us after weeks of reports in the local media of...
Billy Randall says, I bet he has an interesting opinion on AI art. You betcha.
These issues going on at this particular apartment. However, I will say I'm a bit skeptical of the new revelations from the Aurora police chief. Now, we're going to get into this, but before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money.
I don't know what to say. That's annoying. That's terrible. Why does this exist? What is even the context? And like, oh my god, chat. Oh my god, look. There's competing claims now between Westside Tyler and President Sunday of them, you know, supposedly like being attracted to you know, the other. But I feel like actual Justice Warrior's attraction to Anna Kasparian is pretty freaking clear. It's pretty freaking clear, right? We can talk about the Tyler versus Sunday you know, competing claims a little bit later, if we end up choosing violence, because that's what that topic is all about.
Okay?
So you guys might recall a couple of days ago that we saw this video of gang members going into an apartment armed to the teeth, and this was filmed from an apartment across the hall before it was posted on the internet.com, and it went completely viral. And this was added in with a bunch of reports of people moving out in terror from these apartment buildings, alleging that the gangs had took over said buildings. However, today, all of a sudden, the police have done their patrols and they have said, contrary to the rumors in the video that you've seen, there is no problem at all whatsoever.
The video shows a group of men.
That's the problem, Chad, is cops are too woke. They're woke cops.
Walking up a stairwell at the edge of the Lowry apartment complex in Aurora.
They're pro-immigration cops.
All of them appear to be carrying rifles and handguns, and the video shot early.
It says, I hope actual justice warrior does not own a firearm.
One of the men can be seen talking on a cell phone. They all then gather around a door and go in. Another video clip shows men forcing a door open. But what or who they were searching for, not clear.
So as you can see from this local news segment, we have additional footage that was not really circulated as widely as the guys armed with guns busting into this apartment. And of course, in response to that video, we had representatives from the Department of Homeland Security say that these were in fact members of the game Tren de Aragua, or whatever it's called, TDA for short.
What some were initially saying was that a Venezuelan gang took over an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado. But the interim police chief says that is not what's happening at all. She made those comments after officers spoke with several people who live there. This video was obtained by our sister station, KDVR, which appears to show a group of armed men breaking into multiple units shortly before a shootout happened in the parking lot. This happened back on August 19th. Sources with the Department of Homeland Security told News Nation that the individuals are members of the gang.
But the Aurora interim police chief says, no, that is not the case. Homeland Security is dead wrong.
I stopped by here at 12th and Dallas, got quite a few of our officers out here that are out here tonight again. I've been out here for several weeks, making contacts with our residents.
Why is Homeland Security involved?
Reassuring them about the criminal activity that's happening here and how we're going to address it. We're out here, we want to reassure the people that live in this community that we are actively investigating criminal activity that's happening and listening to them to so that we can learn anything that we're missing. You know, what are we missing?
Yeah, chat, clearly the police are too woke.
To find out what exactly is going on. We're out here because we care. I mean, nobody should be wearing this uniform if they don't care. And we want the residents and the people that live here to know that we care. We've been talking to the residents here and learning from them to find out what exactly is going on, and there's definitely a different picture. I'm not saying that there's not gang members that don't live in this community, but what we're learning out here is that gang members have not taken over this complex.
They went and spoke with the remaining tenants in this building, and they said there's no issue at all whatsoever, except for the issue of slumlords. Gosh darn,
That's not actually what they said. Wait, I mean, is he talking about the person that we just listened to? That's not what she said. She's not like there's no problem at all. There's no such thing as gangs. There's no such thing as crime. Right? She was just saying that that's not what's going on here. This place has not been taken over.
We gotta watch out for those slumlords, even though we have representatives from the building saying that they have been kicked out. Their security personnel have been kicked out by these gang members. We also have the shootout, the hotspots of criminality. We have the issues with the Walmart.
But the police are too woke to report it. I know, actual justice warrior. I know. That's why the overall crime statistics in the United States are down. But it's because the police are woke and they won't report it. Or like the police that are in those super woke areas where the crime is obviously super high, those police won't report it. So you get the reports from the non-woke areas and it's not too high. And then you don't get the reports from the woke areas because they're too woke to report. And they just don't report, and it's a big freaking conspiracy is what it is, right? Is that right, Sean? Is that what it is? Is that what we're dealing with here?
And all of that, but it is okay because representatives from Aurora, Colorado's police department say that there is no problem at all whatsoever. Pay no attention to your lying eyes because we have new evidence, recontextualization, that says everything is safe, everything is...
The thing is, you hadn't put it into a solid context in the first place, right? You're complaining about recontextualization when your side is the one that started off with the recontextualization. You just fed it into your racist fantasy machine and had it spit out this evil Venezuelan gang has taken over the apartment complex, forcefully moving Venezuelans in. They're gonna take over the freaking country like this. That's right. That's right, Sean.
First class all the way, and the governor says it's honestly a figment of your imagination that you're even concerned about this.
Yeah, good morning to you both. And the neighbors who actually live in the Edge at Lowry Apartments, they actually had a rally yesterday to talk about all of this and say, hey, this is not what's going on. It's actually, this building's kind of a mess and the management company is not taking care of it. And they're asking specifically to talk to the mayor, Mayor Mike Kaufman, I should say, here in Aurora. And it sounds like the mayor is on board to chit chat about what's going on. Now, Mayor Mike Kaufman says there have been conversations of an emergency order to take over the complex, but he says that's a last resort. Now, those who live there, they tell us they have had no issues with gang activity, but say the real crime is the horrible living conditions they've been dealing with, like the mountains of trash, bed bugs, and even mice. And they say all of this happening without any help from the property management company.
So right here, you have the competing narrative that is being put forward by the residents that still remain in the apartment complex. Very crucial for you guys to understand. We're talking about those who still remain there, and they say, listen, there is no issue at all whatsoever with gangs or gangs.
So now wait, the one person that I can think of that's not in the complex right now is the person that got moved out. They got another apartment. They got to move out from that like fucking delinquent landlord situation, right? In other words, the person with the vested interest in backing up the landlord's story.
Violence or gang take.
And what I don't see from him is any sort of defense for the blatantly, obviously negligent landlord. I see incredible good faith in making the assumption that this poor landlord has been chased away by the evil Venezuelan gang. Even 2 years ago, before they were there, they went back in time and chased the, and fucked up this person's properties, right? And it seems blatantly clear to anybody with eyes that this is a landlord that is negligent, and that this report of an invasion by organized crime is like an attempt for them to get out of the consequences of their mistreatment of their tenants.
Over all of that stuff that you saw in the video, the break-in and all of that, that would be considered fake news, stuff that doesn't exist, and stuff that you don't need to pay attention to. In reality, the issue is the slumlords, because there are bugs, we're talking roaches, bed bugs, there are also pests like mice present in the building, and what you need to do is give these people the healthy living conditions that they require on the taxpayer dime. But now, I will just point out that these, of course, are the people who remain in the building, not the people who have fled, not the people who have given us the footage of what was going on in the building, and for some reason, this is being treated by Democrats at the state level as proof positive that everything that you saw on video and everything that was reported in the weeks leading up to that video being published broadly is just fake news and you don't need to hear about it. But I will point out that while there probably is something shady going on with the property managers.
Thank you. That tiny little admission means a lot to me, Sean.
Right here, that we had a bunch of different various reports that came before this that lead us to believe that this current report is.
Variant says the skeleton is me when I listened to more than 2 minutes of this guy.
Absolutely nonsensical.
I'm sorry.
In the building where Cindy and Edward Romero lived until today. They loaded up their stuff and moved out.
It's been a nightmare and I can't wait to get out of here.
This is how Cindy used to lock her front door.
Every day when we come home, we have to do this. Every time we go outside to take out the garbage, every time we try to go to bed at night, we have to keep it like this so nobody can kick in the door.
The couple's car and many others here.
Wait, does that actually work? Would that keep like the cops from kicking in your door?
Riddled with bullets after a shootout at the complex earlier this month. The Romeros say the trouble started when a large number of migrants began moving in. They had not been able to move out for different reasons.
We couldn't get any. We tried reaching out to the resources, but they told us since it wasn't actually a condemned building, we would have to wait until that was the issue, but we didn't want to wait for that. So the only help I got was after talking to you.
Again, the Department of Homeland Security is like, yeah, that is TDA. That is the Venezuelan gang. They are definitely in there, and they are 100% a problem. You have all these different various local crime reports in and around this apartment complex. We had the video of what was going on TikTok.
The tenants are probably paying more in rent than he does. Yeah, they said the rents were like $1,300 to $1,400, right?
And apparently, even before it was national news, all of these different people are supposedly lying about this, giving their own takes from the ground.
Lusher Don says, I live in a nice-ish area and I have to lock my door too.
That stuff is all to be dismissed because now these
that wouldn't stop a police battering ram
of this apartment have come out to say that there is no crime problem, and when the police did their patrol, they didn't run into anybody with outstanding warrants or anybody that they could determine to be affiliated with the gang. Again, during whatever
Variant says, have y'all ever seen Home Alone?
They decided that they were going to do a patrol.
That's how you defend your home.
They were talking to these people who
Half Black Reaper says, what is that with that skeleton anyway? Is he in the dungeon? What are we going to do with actual justice warrioring?
Who are allegedly under the threat of the gang. They did not get any information that indicated that the gang was even present there, which, by the way, I don't believe.
Now, the management company, CB's management, also oversaw the gnome.
I'm sorry, you think that police fudged a report in a direction that undermined a rationale of a violent minority group in the process of committing crimes? You think that the police, that's their bias? That's what they did? They went there, they found gang stuff, and they're like, I don't see anything here. I don't see any kind of problem. Everything's okay. Everything's all right.
Complex that was shut down last month. Now, the city shut down Nome Street because of code violations, but the management company says that they couldn't go in there and actually deal with the code violations because it was overrun by a Venezuelan gang.
So like has been reported over and over again, a bunch of these different management companies have said that they've tried to fix violations, but essentially they've been forced out by the gang members, and that actually led to the shutting down of a prior apartment complex. And in this particular case, we're actually looking at a similar situation because the mayor of Aurora, Colorado, despite the fact that this place is supposedly not being taken over by gangs, is also seeking an emergency order in order to clear the apartment. So all of these people right now, if they acknowledge that there is a serious problem with this apartment complex, are facing eviction if that order is to go through. So you can kind of understand how there's a little bit of a interesting incentive being put forward. One, these people have guns to their head, proverbially and possibly literally, having them come out and say that there's no issue in this particular complex.
I'm sorry, what was the stipulation?
By gangs is also seeking an emergency order in order to clear the apartment. So all of these people right now, if they acknowledge that there is a serious problem with this,
if they acknowledge that there is a serious problem with this residence,
this apartment complex, are facing eviction if that order is to go through.
So wait, what? No, they did. I feel like they did get kicked out of their houses, right? I feel like there was that whole thing about to get the apartment back into the hands of the landlord was what the police were on about, and that people got kicked out, and that they'd gotten some sort of help in terms of hotel rooms, but yeah, that they had lost their housing. I didn't hear anything about what he's saying, which is that you get evicted if you say that there's a problem here.
So you can kind of understand how there's a little bit of a interesting incentive being put forward. One, these people have guns to their head, proverbially and possibly literally, having them come out and say that there's no issue in this particular complex. They are the people who remained in this complex, who didn't move out due to fear. And
yeah, actual justice warrior just made an Olympic medal-worthy leap of logic. Yeah, that's the long jump right there. That's the record.
If they acknowledge the criminality, they may actually be rewarded by being evicted from this particular apartment.
So that's all, everybody kind of pointing the finger at each other, but that location, like I said, allegedly also had gang activity. Now, the mayor, though, he says all of these allegations are a potential crutch for the company to be using.
So yeah, it's not really the most believable position for these people to take, that there is no gang activity in this particular apartment complex, when we have video of gang activity in this particular apartment complex.
In Elena Street. This entire situation, we've had a change in narrative.
You don't. You don't. I don't know what the fuck you're saying. You've got video and no context.
Because of one instance, everybody's just looking and assigning it to everybody else. We've been paying our rent. There's nobody in there who is asking us for money other than the owner. We have not had to pay anybody. We have not had any issues with security. We are not criminals.
So this woman says right here, look, we're not all criminals. We've never been asked to pay anybody. And honestly, it's just one incident that people are raging out about. And to be clear, the video appears to be actually two instances, because you have the break-in and then the shootout out front. And if that were...
We're going to go after people living in these apartments because they were the victims of some crime at some point.
Just it, then maybe you could...
We're going to turn that on them. Maybe they're paying rent to the gang.
Write it off as a one-off. But the fact of the matter is, it's not one instant.
Can we be sure that it was the apartment complex? You know, the only thing that makes me think that yes is the Tyler Oliviera video seemed to be at the same location, or at least in the same complex, maybe.
There are,
but I mean, I guess I didn't look. I'm not entirely sure.
And weeks of reports of criminal activity, of gang activity in these particular complexes.
We showed Councilmember Danielle Jurinsky the video. Today, she helped the couple move out and find a new place to live.
The city nonprofits have lined up to help the migrants that have come here, but nobody is helping the American citizens, the residents that are trapped in these apartment complexes.
The Romeros tell us others living here had been asking when they'd be moving out.
And this isn't just Americans. This is...
Yeah, they said we're not criminals, and he said we're not all criminals.
Other Venezuelans that are living under this control, that are being extorted by the control of this gang.
While we were on the property today, even before we left, we were told other people were moving in and taking over the Romero's unit.
The local news media likely not making that stuff up. The police being sent out there repeatedly, likely not making that stuff up.
We got a statement from the mayor's office this afternoon telling us that so far there are no code enforcement actions that will be taking place at this complex. The mayor's office also telling us that the Aurora Police Department was able to see this video earlier in the investigation. And today, Danielle Jurinsky, the council member, telling us that she's also helped another person move out of this complex.
But they're now going with this narrative that Aurora is perfectly safe, that these gangs don't exist, despite the fact that we have all this different supporting.
I've never heard anybody say that any place is perfectly safe, right? What the fuck do you mean?
Reporting that shows us that they do exist.
There's a difference between it is not a fucking gang-ridden hellhole and everything is perfectly safe. There's a difference, right?
We've really made an effort the last few days to just really ask the specific questions or the direct questions in terms of the gang activity and who's
Yeah, why does everyone have that one short ring cam clip, the same one with footage that stops after 3 seconds?
actually making sure that people aren't paying rent to gang leaders or gang members, that's not happening. And we've discovered here today and yesterday talking...
CorpSync, you want to back that up with some crime statistics?
So many residents that that's not the case. We've been talking about, and they've been sincere with us. We really believe that they are sincere with us. And we're standing out here, and I can tell you that gang members have not taken over this apartment complex.
So it's very important for you guys when you hear statements from public officials to understand what is being said in between the lines right there. So this woman makes the claim that the gangs have not taken over this complex, and they know that because they're here in and around this area, and they don't feel as if it has been taken over. On top of that, she's zeroing in and focusing on the claim that supposedly these people were paying rent to the gang members and not to the property management company, but in reality, talking to average people that are in this area is not going to clarify that issue to any significant degree. The way that you would figure this out is by looking at the financial transactions of the property management company. If they're actually not receiving rent from the tenants, then one could assume, based on the videos of gang members breaking down doors and going in there armed to the teeth, that maybe they're paying rent to the gang members. But honestly, this is not something that matters all that much. If they are so present in this place that they are deterring maintenance people from coming in, that they're deterring all these other things, and they are preying upon these people, the last thing that they're going to want to do is tell it to the police, especially if they're looking for an emergency order in order order to vacate these people from the premises. And by the way, the Aurora, Colorado mayor is completely all over the place on this particular issue, because he was signaling earlier that this was in fact the real deal, a definite problem in his city, but he's also talking about how he did not authorize these people to be in here, and he's searching for the funding from whatever nonprofit or government agency might be paying for them to be in this apartment complex in the first place. He also highlights, on the other hand, out-of-state landlords. He calls them slumlords, and honestly, I'm not sure what angle this guy is tackling this issue at, other than the fact that I believe that he wants these people out of Aurora. He has not tried to maintain the sanctuary city status, and he's angry at neighboring Denver.
So it looks like overall it is not, it is a fairly, like by comparison to other places in the US, it's fairly high in terms of its crime rate,
for allowing these people to come in such great numbers and bending over backwards in order to give them benefits, including cutting government spending.
So that's why nobody was saying that that gang doesn't operate there, or that there's not crime there. In fact, we heard about there hadn't been a crime at that complex, right, reported, but there had been a crime reported at a complex, I think owned, weirdly enough, by the same negligent landlord, in a building that they had owned
in Denver for them.
That what is relevant is that there are criminals that seem to be working together, that are committing crimes. To me, that's what's relevant. We got to get them out of there.
So I know I've put a lot of emphasis on.
So again, I got to say it again, and look, I'm not trying to say that, like, if this was not true, that demonization of migrants would be justifiable, right? Because it's just like, but if this place is a high crime rate area, then the presence of undocumented people there, by crime statistics, would statistically be likely to lower the crime, not raise the crime, as again, undocumented people commit crimes at a lower rate than citizens.
The Democrats being responsible for the border problems, being responsible for sanctuary cities.
Goddamn Democrats.
And being the...
See, you're saying sanctuary cities as if this is related to crime, right? And you don't have data for that. Just like you don't have data for this kind of moral panic that you're trying to dredge up, trying to act like the United States is suffering from greater crime than it did in the past, when in actuality the crime rate is going down, 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 and down. There was a brief respite back up in the immediately at some point in the lockdown, but it's come back down. And what hasn't come back down is the rhetoric and the racist use of the rhetoric to demonize groups like this.
Chief deniers that this is actually an issue, but I need you guys to understand that this man right here,
like, look, crime and immigration are like the peanut butter and chocolate of the racist appeal of Donald Trump. That's what we're dealing with, right? You get the peanut butter and the chocolate together, and it's irresistible to your boomer aunt. It's irresistible to your Facebook grandpa, right? It becomes irresistible to the actual justice warriors of the world out there hunting super mayors everywhere they can find them.
Mike Kaufman, the mayor of Aurora, Colorado, is a Republican. And again, I bring that up because his position is incomprehensible. This guy has said that the problem doesn't exist. Then he said that the problem...
Yeah, I mean, I checked at CENK, and yeah, it does have, like, it's in the top maybe 2% of, crime statistics by cities in the U.S.
does exist, and then there's no violations of code in any of these buildings. Then he said there are violations of code in these buildings, and the slumlords are the problem, and we have to investigate them because the migrant takeover...
But the thing is, you're letting the slumlords off completely, when everything about this story indicates that that's the real problem. That's what's going on here, right? The trash that's piled up outside of the house is being used as, like, evidence that there's some kind of horrible Venezuelan, the neighbor that they asked that said, well, maybe they just live like that, or maybe they don't care because this isn't their home or whatever, right? Everything about the situation, everything about the delinquency of the landlord is being used as like further proof that there's something wrong with the residents. And, the implication being the residents are Venezuelan, and that's what's, maybe that's what's wrong with them. This is what's
the gang takeover doesn't exist. Then he's come back to saying that no, this is a problem. This is organized criminals, aka gang members, and I just have no idea.
Look, I honestly don't know about the mayor either. He does seem to be all over the map.
Day to day, what the hell this guy's position is. I'm telling you, the links to these sources and these interviews are in the description of this video. You will see.
I mean, here's how I interpret it, all right? There's a moral panic. There's a public outcry that exists irrespective of the actual situation, irrespective of what's actually happening, right? This stuff is catnip. This stuff catches fire super easily, and it goes fucking viral. And now the city, now the mayor is, stuck between a rock and the hard place, right? Because, if he just says, like, we've looked into it, and here's what's actually going on, and it's actually not that interesting, delinquent landlord, then he's gonna piss people off, right? So he's almost in a place where he's got to feed into the narrative that's being pushed.
He is flipping and flopping back and forth over and over again on these particular issues. The only thing he's remained consistent on is the fact that he doesn't want migrants in that apartment complex, but every other position that this guy throws out there is completely different.
Obviously, I don't.
Wait, is this the guy? No, this isn't.
At the border.
This is Kaufman. Yeah.
It seems like whenever the pattern here in these properties is that
so Chad, this is a MAGA Republican saying this.
We have a concentration of Venezuelan migrants. It seems to be a target-rich environment for a criminal element to come in and to exploit them.
Again, every time I watch an interview from this guy, he's saying something completely different. He's like, listen, whether or not they're this specific gang or whatever, they appear to be an organized group of people committing crimes in and around this apartment complex. But also, I'm not only concerned about this apartment complex, I'm concerned about what's going on in the city of Aurora in terms of organized crime. But also, it's not happening. But also, Aurora is a safe place to live. But also, I don't know about this border policy.
He's the mayor, of course he's going to say that.
And all these criminals that are in a group, some type of an organization where they have matching colors or matching tattoos, and I think they're causing problems.
Did they have matching colors or matching tattoos? I saw like one dude in a black tracksuit, one dude in a black hoodie, one dude in a red hoodie, one dude in a red tracksuit. I didn't feel like there was a lot of coordination going on
in Aurora. Again, listen.
Unless you're going to tell me that's two rival groups.
Person, Mayor Kaufman, get a hold of yourself. Understand what position you're actually taking before it comes out of your face. I can't get any read on this particular person. And all I have right now is the interim police chief saying, oh, there's no issue right here.
And we're standing out here, and I can tell you that gang members have not taken over this apartment complex.
I have federal law enforcement saying that this is the gang. They're in this area. I have local media reports from weeks.
Yeah, the gang does seem to be in this area. Right, that I could confirm to some extent, right? That gang is in this area is different than the gang is in the apartment building, okay?
Prior to this, talking about the gangs growing in influence and preying on these particular tenants. We have tenants that are filming the gang activity in their apartment complex, have fled the apartment out of fear of the gangs taking control of it, property managers saying that they can't get in because of gang activity, and conversely, we have law enforcement saying that there's no issue.
And you see that gang activity being a fucking hell of a good excuse for the negligent landlord.
Remaining tenants who might be facing eviction if the gangs have taken over, saying that there is no issue, but nobody is being clear, and a lot of that ambiguity comes from the mayor's office, who is taking every single position possible, who's not clarifying what's going on.
And I think I'm trying to, be realistic on how I portray this, but I am worried that there is a tendency inherently to exaggerate and to say this incident that's isolated to 3 buildings under the same ownership with the same people, concentration of Venezuelan migrants, is the city of Aurora, that the entire city is unsafe. And that
Look, welcome to Portland, Oregon, right? This is shit that people have been doing about various US cities for like years and years and years and years. They'll take one incident that happens in one place in one city and they will portray the entire city as being that clip. That is what's going on in the entire city. Hence the phrase "Portland is burning."
narrative isn't true, and that's a destructive narrative to, the economic health of the city.
So again, I'm going to leave this up to you guys out there in the audience. Is this just a one-off?
Actual justice warrior. We report, you decide.
Just a one individual instance of gang members busting down a...
Is the mayor going to call a taxpayer a slumlord? That is part of the that is part of what people have proposed, right? Is that the way that the slumlord's being treated by the city officials, by the courts, by the mayor, it does seem like maybe this is somebody with some clout, somebody with some that can call in some favors, somebody with some connections.
Door and infiltrating an apartment armed to the teeth and then having a shootout in front of the place. Is the crime in the Walmart a completely other additional random instance? Are all of these random instances?
Yeah. Quite likely, yes. I don't know why he's asking like this could not be. It could not be. It's not possible that these could all be random instances. No, there must be a connection. Okay, Pepe Sylvia. You keep tying those threads together, all right? Just like President Sunday, who we will be seeing if chat does indeed choose violence. Let's see what chat is choosing right now. What is chat up to? How are you doing, chat? How have you been? I've been a little bit concentrated on what I'm doing here, but I have not forgotten about you. And it looks like you're voting for Brianna Wu turns on Chud logic. With chat chooses violence, actually in a tie with Demon Mama responds to Tyler at 22%. Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman only getting like 18% today. Only doing about 18%. That's where the vote's at right now. As far as the dono goal, we're at 65% out of 100%. That's 35%. That is basically 2/3 of the way there, right? So we're 2/3 of the way towards the dono goal. And it looks like chat chooses violence has just got a lot of juice behind it. It's got a lot of oomph. It's got a lot of verve. It's got a lot of energy, right? It's got some momentum, so to speak. And is at 45% extra right now, which, yeah, I think actually, wait, does that put that above 43, 53? Yeah, it's actually winning. It does seem to be winning. So that's what's winning right now. That is Suntent, that is Sunday content, the content that is Sunday, the content that keeps giving, the gift that keeps giving. President Sunday, our favorite cow. The best cow in the orchard. I don't know why the cow's in the orchard, though. That seems like a bad thing. It seems like we shouldn't let President Sunday traipse around the orchard, eating whatever apples he likes. We should keep him hemmed in instead. A well-domesticated cow. Thus. Okay, so now I know there's some Tim Pool video somewhere that I saw. Let me see if I can... Armed illegal... Yeah, there it is. Okay. Oh, god damn. How long is Tim... We'll give Tim Pool a short run, okay? We'll give him a short run. That's what Suntent means. Yeah, unfortunately. He keeps on talking about Tyler and about me. And chat, he's saying weird things about me. Is he a cannibal? I mean, look, if you told me, if you had proof that he was a cannibal, I wouldn't be super surprised. But I don't have proof that he's a cannibal. 80 likes and, yeah, 104 votes and only 80 likes. I mean, we could probably do better, maybe. It's possible. Here we go, chat. Timcast time. I mean, and then we got TYT time. So I feel like we're kind of going from bad to worse. I don't know, though. Do you think Anna will be the worst, or will Tim Pool? There he is. With his favorite kind of story. There's our favorite Russian asset, Tim Pool. The question is, what did Tim Pool know, and when did he know it? Is he really that fucking ignorant to not realize that this vast amount of money that he was getting paid to just be himself was actually because he was useful to a Russian government project? Or is he really just that imperceptive? Sadly, Anna will be worse. I think you're right, Izzy. That's what I've come to expect from Miss Kasparian. I would take 5 million from a Russian oligarch also. I mean, yeah, that's a lot of money. Although didn't he get kind of a like, he didn't get paid the way that like Dave Rubin got paid. Dave Rubin got paid. Right? I feel like Dave Rubin made out of this the best. I feel like Dave Rubin did really well with this. Why do we have a loaded question automatically in the poll? Just to set up expectations for you, instructor variants. Just a friendly suggestion to like the fucking stream. That's all. That's all. That's all I'm offering. A friendly suggestion. As your streamer, I advise you to hit that like button if you know what's good for you. Because look, this Colorado apartment complex may not be run by a evil gang, but this chat is definitely run by an evil bad streamer. Right? NCC bad. NCC bad. So yeah, speaking of bad, we're about to go from bad to worse with Tim Pool. He looks kind of stoned. I don't really care if he is or not. He's got the same mic as I do, though. So that's kind of cool. And our sub goal, our donor goal is at 65%. So we are indeed 35% away from opening up extra content that could drop right after the Anna Kasparian take on this story, which I'm sure may be even worse than Tim Pool's. But yeah, you got some more time. You also got time to vote. If you haven't already, the vote is over in the full screen stream on YouTube. And if you haven't, feel free to click over there and vote. Leave a like while you're there too, because it's good for your health to hit that like button. Anyway, chat, I feel like I've berated chat enough. Let me hit that play button and we'll stop the meditative music. Listen to Tim Pool. Oh, he's muted. Bro is muted.
Interviews, which is not really a tradition. It's a tradition to have an interview with your vice presidential candidate after you've already given a bunch of interviews and then you're introducing your VP. But of course, Kamala Harris doesn't have the cognitive capabilities to handle an interview on.
Tim, do you really want to talk about cognitive capabilities, considering that your innocence in this case is resting on people assuming that you were incredibly dull-witted? Do you really want to play that game
on her own? So she's getting.
Do you really want us to guess what's underneath that beanie?
Roasted even by CNN. CNN contributors are ragging on her. So we'll talk about.
All right, talk about the allegations. Here we go.
Illegal immigrant gangs taking over.
Your favorite kind of story, Tim.
An apartment complex.
It's your favorite kind of story.
And now I will say, while that certainly is a very important story, it's now reaching critical mass due to a collection of incidents that have effectively broken the camel's back. That is, of course, the viral video of armed men with rifles and pistols breaking down a door. The door gets replaced. They show up again. The people who live across from this unit filmed how they have to lock their doors. But there's more. Videos of a shootout. The car of these individuals who live here riddled with bullets from a shootout. And then we have a couple other stories. Migrants tried to hijack school buses in California. And now we are seeing, Well, all of these things on their own are huge stories.
You know what would be a huge story, Tim, is if you didn't cherry pick incidents, the easiest incidents to try to characterize a whole group of people that from all appearances are committing crimes at a lower rate than the citizens of this country.
We've now got
as being violent and as being dangerous and as being criminal based on their nationality and nothing more.
A critical mass where the corporate press, viral videos have bubbled up with all of these stories coming into one. And, oh,
jeez, this was 8 days ago. Hey, chat, I kind of showed you this out of order. Tim Pool was early in on this story.
All I can really say is this is just a shocking moment in an ongoing story that has been around for a decade when Donald Trump was talking about these crimes for quite some time. In fact, when Donald Trump said, you've got these criminal gangs, these traffickers, these cartels, they are not humans, they're animals, he said. Of course, referring to...
No, we know what he was doing there. We know exactly what he was doing there, right? If they're not humans, you don't have to treat them with empathy. So you can demonize the fuck out of them. You can make them the targets of your racist policies. Yeah, we know what he's doing there. You don't have to explain to him.
To the violent criminal gangs that, murder and behead people. And the media said he was calling all migrants animals, which is a lie. So some would say, it's old news. Who cares about any of this? That's actually funny. Guys, the people in the chat who are like, I learned about this story a month ago. We all did. But this is just one of 800,000 stories that have been going on since Donald Trump started running for office in 2015, which is literally the point of why he wanted to build a wall. But now we have an issue where a sanctuary state is dealing with the political fallout, and the story is going massively viral. Not this one video, but numerous instances, and also affecting other areas. I think the story, I was contemplating which one to lead with, because illegal immigrants trying to hijack school buses.
You love that one. Yeah, that's pretty juicy. That's like an 80s movie.
I think would be, wow. I mean, that's crazy. It is. But the corporate press, the viral videos, and the sentiment from individuals on average suggests that the more shocking scenario is when a bunch of guys with guns show up to your apartment and riddle your car with bullets, as opposed to trying to steal your children. They're both shocking stories, so we'll put them together in one.
They're trying to steal your children, chat. They're trying to steal your children.
I can't say that I'm surprised. I don't think anybody else watching is surprised, but we'll talk about that. Then we've got World War III. World War III is, happening. Russia has issued another threat to the United States over World War III after Ukraine started bombing oil depots in Russia. Ukraine has invaded Russia. Russia has evacuated citizens, and wow. Can't say that I'm surprised that we're here. And then, of course, a nice, fun cultural segment. Yes, I saw this tweet from Carl Benjamin. A woman who went to Oxford who claims to have an IQ rivaling Stephen Hawking has decided to become a hooker.
Tim Pool, never change. Never, ever, ever change. Yeah, mods, we are still streaming. This stream is still on, so I don't know what I did that gave the signal that we were about to end, but no, we still have to cover Anna Kasparian. We haven't even covered... Oh my god, did I not save this into a... Yeah, please be responsible with your wrenches. Seriously. Let's see. What are we doing? I'm just going to type it in. TYT. Venezuela. It should come up, maybe. Colorado. That's about all the Tim Pool that I want to take. What? Oh my god, please actually work, YouTube. For once in your fucking life, thank you. There we go. Starting to get a little bit irritated, but that's okay. So here we go. Here's the main topic of tonight. We've seen Hassan cover this. I feel like he did a pretty good job. Pretty sober appraisal of what actually was going on here. We've seen Breaking Point's actually surprisingly good coverage of this. Like, I generally think of Breaking Points as kind of a 50-50 because their whole, center disposition. And then we took a look at Actual Justice Warrior getting worse. Tim Pool, oh God. I mean, I couldn't even stick around for that long, right? I couldn't even stick around for much of the Tim Pool. But now we've got TYT. This is the main topic. This is why you're all here. This is the show. This is the stream actually, like starting for real, even though it's taken a while, right? And this is what is Anna Kasparian. Now, I want you to understand this. This went up a day ago. This went up 24 hours ago or so. And as such, Anna Kasparian had something that Tim Pool didn't have, had something that Hassan didn't have, which is like the benefit of a little bit more time. When news breaks, when viral videos bust out, and you don't necessarily have all the facts immediately. You sort of have to wait for stuff to solidify, to know exactly what's happening, to know what's true and what's not true. Anna Kasparian has the most benefit from time. And we're going to see exactly how she uses that benefit in this TYT video. Venezuelan gangs take over an apartment complex, or did they?
Watching footage from last August featuring members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua breaking into an apartment unit in Aurora, Colorado. Now, a shooting later broke out in the building's parking lot. And there's also some video footage that shows armed men confronting a driver in the parking lot of the apartment complex. Let's put that up. So if you look closely at the kind of upper right-hand side, you see a car parked and you see individuals approaching that vehicle armed with guns. Luckily, in this case, the footage doesn't show anyone getting hurt or getting shot. But apparently this particular apartment complex, according to some of the residents and former residents, has been riddled with all sorts of gang violence over the last year. But this incident has sparked a big debate and I believe some gaslighting about whether or not
I think there's gaslighting here. I do believe there's gaslighting.
A problem with Venezuelan migrant gangs basically taking over apartment buildings or causing violent crimes at these apartment buildings. And the local government can't seem to keep its facts straight or its story straight. So look, at first, the mayor of Aurora, Colorado admitted that there actually is a problem with Venezuelan gangs. Let's watch.
What shooting? It didn't happen. It's a figment of your imagination. Why are you making it up? Whose team are you on? Shill, grifter, liar. That's what leftists sound like on Twitter when issues of public safety come up. Also, we're covering the shooting today. Very first story. You're welcome. Oh my God, who asked? Anna, who asked?
These gangs apparently are attracted to where there's a concentration of Venezuelan migrants, and so they've in fact have kind of pushed out the property management through intimidation.
Lady Badash is telling me that the title that I'm seeing, Venezuelan gangs take over an apartment complex, or did they, is not actually the original title. That the original title for this was even more right wing.
And then collected the rents. Arrests have been made, but these operations
I'm glad that the leftist mafia are keeping Anna honest.
are still ongoing.
I mean, as much as you can.
After that, it appeared that the state and local leaders kind of went into panic mode because they started to claim that there's no problem at all. What do you mean? This is a figment of your imagination. In fact, the governor, Jared Polis, claims that the allegations are a figment of your imagination. And Aurora's interim police chief said that the gangs had not taken over one of the complexes. Now, depending on what you're hearing different things. And whether or not this is a widespread problem in Aurora, Colorado remains to be seen. Let's be clear about that. But the issue of this Venezuelan
Dreaded Land is telling us about Hassan Hussein propaganda shorts account
gang carrying out violent acts and crimes in the area.
I hope this isn't advertising.
There seems to be a lot of evidence of that, while the Democratic lawmakers and leaders in the state and local level want to pretend like it's not happening at all.
Hey, don't scroll away. Come back, and we love you for it.
Okay, let's go to the evidence. There's a.
Thanks for the jump scare, Uncle Jank.
Law firm representing the lender to the landlord of that apartment complex, okay? Remember, this is the lender. The lender wants to know, hey, I've loaned a lot of money out. I want to know what's going on with this apartment complex. So the lender hires the Perkins Coie law firm, and they start to investigate claims of gang violence because the lender had caught word that.
Now wait, we looked earlier, there was, I don't know if it was in the Hassan video. I thought it was here, maybe. There's like a let's see. Yeah. Wait, no, for officials, it was supposedly more of a public relations issue. Okay, so it's not here. It's not in this one, right? But I feel like maybe it was in the Hassan piece. They talked about a PR firm that had been hired by the holding company for the apartments. Anna's talking about a law firm.
That there was an issue of gang violence at this apartment complex.
At least the Venezuelan gangs have left the couches alone, right?
The law firm says that it interviewed witnesses and reviewed video from the Whispering Pines, that's the name of the apartment complex, for its investigation. They then shared their report with Aurora, Colorado's top administrators on August 9th. Now, the video that we showed you earlier was taken later in August. So even before that incident occurred, there were already concerns about gang violence. There was already a law firm investigating it on behalf of the lender. And they submit their report on August 9th. And they also sent it to a local CBS News affiliate. And the report was further confirmed by the Aurora Police Department, which is now denying that there's a problem of Venezuelan gang violence at this apartment complex. So first, here's what the report found. The evidence we have reviewed indicates that gang members are engaging in flagrant trespass violations, assaults and battery, human trafficking and sexual abuse of minors, unlawful firearms possession, extortion, and other criminal activities, often targeting vulnerable Venezuelan and other immigrant populations. So the person who authored the report on behalf of the law firm, T. Marcus Funk, wrote, and he is a former US attorney. So look, for the lefties who are watching this, who are concerned, oh my God, please don't report the truth because it's gonna paint migrants in a negative light. The migrants are the ones who are victimized by this. So if you care about migrants, if you care about immigrants, you should want
them deported. That's what she's saying. Right? You should want a moral panic about them. You should want them getting weird texts from people in their neighborhood, which they're getting. Threats, right? You should want them to be demonized because of their nationality and because of their undocumented status. Yes, that is what she's saying. All right, go on.
Want them to live under these conditions. Let me go to more of the report where they write that the gang activity at Whispering Pines escalated in 2024, according to the document obtained by CBS News Colorado. In April of 2024, a housekeeper called the property manager, informing him that two individuals at the property went into an apartment, came out with large firearms, and were coming to kill him, the property manager. The individuals were apparently past due on rent. The property manager said, quote, that the two individuals.
Oh my God. So a situation where the problem is a delinquent landlord gets turned into a demonization of tenants. violent tenants who are behind in their rent and will not pay rent come to shoot up their landlord.
Individuals were arrested as they were coming to kill him, end quote. The report says the men, who were armed with large firearms, were gang members. Now, the property manager went on to say that the gang members...
Because that's how you solve a rent dispute. Yeah, you'll be totally fine if you unalive... No, goddamn, like, what the fuck? Like, I love this being explained as like, yeah, no, this is what they're doing. They were, didn't want to pay their rent, so they brought their assault weapons and
allegedly stabbed,
to pay it in lead, I guess,
a Whispering Pines resident for refusing to pay rent to the gang. Since then,
okay, so now it's weird. Where is she getting this, right? Because this is stuff that nobody else confirmed. Snopes didn't have any of this stuff, right? No one else has had this stuff. Property manager said CBS News Colorado. Okay, so it's local news. We're going to local news. You know about local news, chat? 5 things that will kill you tonight at 11. Yeah, that's what local news is, right? Their news gets ratings when they can threaten the lives, when they can worry their viewers, right? Anything that is deadly, anything that bleeds. This is where the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads comes from, right? So, I mean, this is what Anna's doing. This is where she's going.
The property manager went on to say that the gang members allegedly stabbed a Whispering Pines resident for refusing to pay rent to the gang. Since then, the property has recorded footage of gang members knocking on doors without authorization or without any justification, attempting to collect rent from the tenants of Whispering Pines. And then in June, the report says suspected gang members.
I remember that is the apartment complex where the residents protested. The residents came out and protested and said that there was not gang violence, there was not gang anything. There was a delinquent landlord that was ruining their fucking lives.
Approached the property manager and offered to help the manager if he agreed to pay the gang 50% of everything the property management company collected in rent. Now, the investigators who wrote the report said gang members said that they were taking over vacant units at this apartment complex and would start collecting rent from the tenants. And they allegedly said, quote, "This is our business plan." One gang member told the housekeeper, if he, meaning the property manager, doesn't like it, we will fill him with bullets. The report says video footage shows Tren de Agua gang members violently
having trouble saying it.
Breaking into vacant apartments, kicking doors open, and also moving Venezuelan immigrants into the empty apartment units. And I'm about to get to confirmation of all of this by the Aurora Police Department in just a minute. But before I do, Cenk, I want to give you a chance to weigh in.
Yeah. So, guys, I
don't. Philip Ogilvy says, you sound like a hack. Do your homework. You're looking at Anna fucking Kasparian. You're looking at somebody who sold her soul.
I don't know what the dispute's about. So the left wing is saying what? That they didn't take over the apartment buildings. They're there. They're obviously there. There's no question.
They're there as in there's fucking gang activity in the area and that is a gang. Yes. Right? The question is there a fucking reason for a moral panic about Venezuelan immigrants, about Venezuelan gangs? Is this an actual threat, or is this more election year bullshit meant to boost the presidential campaign of somebody that Cenk and Anna say that they're against?
They're there. Did they take over some apartments?
And given what we've just seen about Tim Pool and his ilk, given what we've just seen about money being given to people to spread these kind of narratives that make Americans afraid of immigrants, narratives that make Americans afraid of queer people, narratives that make Americans afraid of each other. What do you want? What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet that TYT has been likewise swayed? Maybe not by the Russian government, maybe not by RT, but they have hopped on board of that gravy train, and they are getting that bag right now. They have flipped on a dime in order to collect the very lucrative gravy train that is the right-wing bullshit industrial complex.
There's no question that they took over some apartments. So they're saying, what, the lawyers are lying about the entire building being taken over. Remember, it's not the property owner. Now, a lot of people say, oh, the property.
And when you say they, we're talking about the residents, Jink, right? He's saying they, I don't know, they liberals, leftists, weirdos, blue hairs, people with multiple piercings, people with like advanced college degrees, I don't know, right? They. But we're really talking about the residents of the apartment in question that say, yes, we do have a problem and we want the media to pay attention to it. We don't want the media to go away, but our problem is actually our landlord. Our problem is actually not a violent Venezuelan gang taking over the apartment, you know, putting in like, you know, Venezuelan immigrants and collecting the rent from everybody, right? That's not happening. That's what they're saying.
He's a bad guy.
That's what they're saying.
That doesn't prove anything. The property owners could be bad guys that don't take.
Oh my God, Queenie Evergreen, you may be a little bit late to the table on this one.
Rodents and the bed bugs, etc. And event.
TYT's been listening to the right for a long time now.
Gang might have taken over the apartments. Those two facts are not at all logically connected. So I don't see how that disproves that there's a gang there. So there's more evidence coming that Anna's got for you guys. I was very persuaded by local news. Unfortunately, we can't show the video from local news because of copyright issues. But
oh, I'm sorry. Lady Badash is correcting me. No, NCC. They is obviously the birthing people. Yeah, the birthing people.
Legal.
Are the birthing people in the room with us right now, Anna?
Report that Anna is referring to was super clear. And I don't know why people are surprised that gangs do extortion. Of course they do, right?
I mean, they can, but you need to fucking show me the evidence. And you don't have that. And we have contradicting evidence from people who fucking live there.
And so, and then I was very persuaded by a local resident.
See, this is what I'm saying, right? If Anna, now understand, right? We're watching this kind of seems like they're covering the story just like Hassan covered the story, just like Tim Pool, an actual justice warrior, just like everybody's covering the story. This is a story, people are talking about it, and TYT is covering it, right? You might think that, but watch until we get to the, like, towards the end of the story, where this actually comes from, what this actually is about, right? Because believe it or not, this video is meant to be a refutation of the video that we saw from Hassan. The only thing that it's missing is any actual coverage of Hassan's video. She is not watching what he's saying and debunking what he's saying. She's saying he's full of shit. He's a liar. He's spreading disinformation. While spreading disinformation that demonizes people that Anna's pretending like she cares about. Like, this is just gross, TYT. Like, I don't know what money you're getting and from who, but I fucking hope it's worth it.
A Latina working class woman that we're going to show you in a minute who told her story of it. So it's definitely real. The only question is it the whole building? Is it some of the building? And is it no big deal if it's just some of the building? So we'll get into those questions in a little bit. But
here's the problem with breaking news, right? The story that sells is the story where you say Tren de Aragua is taking over the building, right? But you don't have that evidence. But you're able to kind of get in there by, well, we don't have the evidence that it's not true, so let's just go ahead and report it. And meanwhile, you help to demonize an already demonized group of people. You help to augment the racism that is already present, already running rampant in our country, and the racism that very well may bring Donald Trump into the presidency once again. Because you don't care about the truth, you don't care about the people, you don't sure as fuck don't care about those residents. You didn't say shit about the residents there, right? You didn't even show us that. You care about getting that bag.
Question that it's a giant problem. And the other question we'll get into in a minute is who's responsible? Because that mayor, I think, is the most responsible. And he's making it seem like, oh no, Biden's the most responsible. We can get into that conversation. But brother, Biden doesn't run your city, you do. Send in the goddamn cops if you think there's gangs taking over buildings.
Yeah.
But that, I mean, that's the other thing too, is that this myth, this story, this narrative that surrounds the viral videos is that somehow the police won't do anything. Is that there is a takeover over the apartment building and the police are like, you know, turning their eyes away from it. They are averting their gaze, right? And then the implication being that the police are part of the deep state and everyone's part of the deep state and there's this big shadowy cabal that's coming in. Does this sound familiar, chat? Because we're literally in great replacement territory right now. We are literally in that zone. It's a big conspiracy. The establishment won't do anything about it. And the only one who's telling the truth are the people putting out these viral videos with a narrative that makes them pop. Because if your narrative is like, hey, I actually don't know what this is or what's going on here. I don't know, like, you know, we don't actually have an answer for this. That doesn't bang in the algorithm the way it does if you say this is an evil Venezuelan gang of immigrants that come in and take over the town. They're taking over the apartment complex. They're taking over everything. They're leaving a mountain of garbage in their wake, and they're really dirty, horrible, evil people, right? Then that fucking bangs. Because there's a pre-existing audience out there of racists who are willing to believe that with no actual proof. That is what carries that story. Now, funny enough, chat, maybe there's a little bit of justice, right? I don't know. I don't know what TYT's normal views on a video are. But their video is 1 day old and it's only at 78K. So it's not like their, you know, sensationalistic story is actually, I feel like that, you know, the truth of the matter is that as far as doing breaking news stuff, they were a little bit late to the show. Tim Pool did this coverage 8 days ago. Hassan did this coverage like 3 or 4 days ago, right? Not that Hassan's video did particularly well, but yeah, TYT's a little late on the draw this time. But they're still sort of like wallowing in this morass of like half-truths, assumptions, and implications.
And it does appear, based on what one of the former residents is going to say, and you're going to hear from her, that the police didn't really want to deal with it. So we'll get to that in a moment. But the
Midas Touch blasted past TYT
response to that law firm's report.
I would love to see them blast TYT, but that's not going to happen, chat. They're both libs.
About the gang violence. Basically, the Aurora Police Department provided.
I will say, though, Midas Touch is a lot less centrist than TYT.
Confirmation. In fact, they had their own reporting on this.
They're not doing Midas or crooked numbers. Yeah. No, it's funny. You're going to see them brag at the end of this. You're going to see them try to flex on Hassan.
And their own reporting fell in line with what this law firm was saying. So, for instance, an officer reported responding to a call from a house cleaner at Whispering Pines. He said she told the police she was threatened that she needed to give up the keys to the vacant apartments at the Whispering Pine apartments so that a group of Venezuelans could move people into the Whispering Pine apartments. The officer reported, quote, suspects left, but not before warning her to comply or else they would kill her.
You see what this is, chat? They can't do the demonization with crime statistics because the crime statistics actually cut in the wrong direction. The crime statistics show that undocumented people are committing less crimes than your average citizen, right? So what they're trying to do is do it to them with narrative. And the narrative now, according to this, is that they're coming in, they're taking over the apartments, and then they're forcing the immigrants into the apartments, right? They're force immigrating people into the United States. It's like a it's an invasion. That is exactly the narrative that's being spread here.
Her or her family. The Aurora officer wrote to fellow.
Jink is mad that DNC gave Hassan better access. Possibly. I feel like a lot of people were slightly mad. But yeah, chat mentions Crooked Media and Midas Touch, and they're both doing really well. They've kind of gotten with the new algorithm. The Tren de Aragua fear-mongering is exactly the same fear-mongering 15 years ago for MS-13. I remember everyone back in NYC, you mean, making a big roar out of MS-13 in the mid to late 2000s. Good catch, good catch.
Officers, I would highly recommend you guys take 2 to 3 friends with you when responding to any calls there. So clearly, the Aurora Police Department was spooked about responding to any calls at this apartment complex. When CBS asked the Aurora Police Department about this, especially considering how they have recently denied gang violence as a problem, here's what they said, quote, "The information and claims in the letter underscore why Aurora Police Department and other law enforcement agencies formed a special task force to investigate violent crime impacting migrants and other communities in the Denver metro area." So which one is it? Is there a problem?
If people report a problem, they're gonna do a task force. They're gonna look into it. They're gonna go into these apartments like they did, like we saw them on the news, with cameras on them, right? To demonstrate, no, we are not ignoring the problem. No, we were not the deep state. You know, they're gonna kiss people's asses. They're gonna kiss people's racist fucking asses for PR, because that's what they fucking do. They're going to waste resources and waste time, like, investigating shit that they've already determined is not, you know, what is not the narrative that was given with the viral videos.
Problem with Venezuelan gang violence in the area, or isn't there? Because on one hand, they say this isn't a thing, figment of your imagination. On the other hand, they're like, no, totally. We created like a special task force to deal with it. And by the way, just going back to something that Cenk referenced really quickly. So there are still tenants living in this apartment complex. Many of them are low income. Many of them are migrants. And so recently they held a protest to protest against the landlord, who does seem like a giant piece of you know what.
Thank you. Now listen, Anna, if you weren't so bent on selling this like anti-immigrant and tough on crime bullshit narrative, and this is the problem, like, don't miss the point, right? This is the problem with TYT, this is the problem with Anna Kasparian. They are speaking to your deep fears. They are trying to harness people's fears for the algorithm. Your fear of the other and your fear of crime, your fear of violence, right? And that's the problem, is that you're not coming at this from like an empirical perspective, looking at data, looking at trends, looking at what's happening. You're coming here looking at a fucking viral video and saying, this video is so goddamn shocking that it's gotta represent some secret takeover of apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado, by this seedy underground gang from Venezuela, right? And so therefore we need to get tough on immigration, we need to get tough on crime, right? Let's look at the action item that you're proposing here, because you're not just like covering the fucking story, you're covering the noise. You're covering what's making the most noise in the algorithm to get fucking clicks. And it looks like you're not actually doing that well on it. So there's that.
They complain about bed bugs. They complain about rodents. They complain about the terrible conditions that they're living under. And some of them are.
And your mind never goes to think that maybe some of this violent shit is made up by the landlord in order to get them out of having to do something about the apartment. And why might you have that bias, Anna? Why might you be positively disposed to landlords and maybe not so positively disposed to low-income tenants? Why might that be? Does anybody know? Anybody want to make the connection for me here?
Are saying, no, the gang violence isn't the problem. The real problem is the landlord. But both things can be true, guys. The landlord being neglectful and not taking care of the building could actually attract more crime. That usually.
See, the problem is things like gang violence, right, would be things that you might want to leave up to the police to decide, right? Because what you're doing is you're like, I saw a viral video. It was very impactful and emotional. And my little heart go pitter patter, pitter patter. And so therefore, whatever the police are doing in reaction to this incident that I saw, it must not be enough. They need to militarize the police. They need to expand the police. They need to go in there and fucking crack heads. They need to deport everyone. And they need to, like, right? It's this, like, this is the reaction that you have. It's not a productive reaction. As bad as the fucking cops are, right? And as much as I say that the police tend to have a conservative bias on most issues, that's the kind of person that tends to go into policing in the first place. I would trust the police and their assessment of the situation more than I would trust the assessment of Anna Kasparian, or more than I would trust the cover story from the negligent landlord who you seem to be cutting a lot of slack for.
Usually happens when gangs or criminals see a building kind of falling apart. They see it as an opportunity to come in.
You have brain rot. Gangs see a building falling apart and they're like, it's time to come in and take that. Let's take that crappy dilapidated building, right? That's the one that we want.
And take over. And so I don't see that.
What are they, termites? Like, what are you talking about?
Oh, well, it's one or the other. It could totally be both. And how do you account for all of these reports and all of this evidence that's pouring in regard to the issues that they're having, not just in this apartment complex, CENK, but in the area in.
You know how I account for it? I'm looking at the crime statistics for Aurora, Colorado. All right. Now, look, think about it this way, right? When Anna talks about crime, she's talking about like Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, areas, urban areas with actually surprisingly low crime rates, right? We're talking about a suburb of Denver, all right? We're talking about Aurora in Colorado, a suburb of Denver, and Aurora actually has a higher crime rate than, I believe, 97% of US cities. That's a high crime rate. So why is there a lot of bad shit going on in this city, in this suburb? Because it has a high crime rate. That's the answer. Right? You're actually finding crime, and this isn't an anomaly either, chat. Other cities, other suburban areas, and in fact, rural areas in the middle of America actually often have higher crime rates than urban areas on the coast, right? So there we go. There's your answer. But no, you're fucking locked onto this gangs thing because you're like, I want there to be gangs. I need there to be gangs. We need more reason to demonize immigrants. We need more reason to get tough on crime. So I need there to be gangs. I really, really need it.
General. And look,
just like I need it to be the top of the hour ad break, which comes every hour on the top of the hour and lasts for 3 minutes at a time. Those are 3 minutes of your life that you will never get back. The only way that you can get out of it is with a Twitch Prime sub for free, or possibly with a discounted, as the subs are discounted this month on Twitch, right? This month only, it's September, and subs cost, I think, $4 instead of $6. So you could get it for a discount by paying for it, or you could possibly be gifted one, although that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
There have also been some pretty interesting arrests ever since this story went viral. Let's go to this next graphic, where the Denver Post reports that police have identified 10 people linked to the Tren de Aragua gang who are operating in Aurora, and 6 of those people have been arrested and are in custody. Aurora police spokesperson Joe Moylan told the Denver Post. Some are in custody in connection with a previously reported shooting on Nome Street in July. And so that shooting took place on July 28th. 2 people were shot. One other person was injured. Now, Moylan said that the officers have not yet arrested any gang members on charges related to collecting rent from residents at the Aurora properties. So these arrests are separate, but it also shows that there is a presence of this gang in Aurora and that police are trying to grapple with it.
Yeah, no, it's a high crime area, and yeah, there's going to be gangs there.
By the way, that interim police chief declined to comment on how many criminal acts connected to Tren de Aragua members are currently under investigation, citing the ongoing investigative work. He said the police department has been investigating the gang for a year and that the residents
Wait, I thought the interim police chief was she.
Making complaints about the gang's activity have largely been migrants who live in the buildings. Let me read that one more time so people can hear it loud and clear.
She is so fucking salty.
The intern police.
She does not like being called out for selling out.
Chief said that the residents making complaints
as their views crash, as TYT burns,
about the gang's activity have largely been migrants who
as they become largely irrelevant, as other platforms such as Crooked and Midas Touch subsume their presence on YouTube, on the internet.
Live in the buildings. Why are we allowing them to be victimized by this? This is ridiculous.
But don't worry, she's going to have right-wingers supporting her.
Yeah. So
and if not in terms of views and engagement, right? Which TYT does not seem to be doing great on right now. Definitely in terms of boosting them, of astroturfing TYT.
You're going to hear from
because they are useful idiots.
One of the residents in a second, and it's compelling. But I think almost everyone involved in this story is full of crap. So the governor, Jared Polis, who I like for other reasons, but
because he's a libertarian douchebag, is that why you like him? He doesn't have a state tax. Like, I don't know. Is it one of these states, chat? Does anybody know? Does Colorado have a sales tax? I know that some states have no income tax and they have a sales tax, and it ends up kind of impacting poorer people more. It's essentially a tax on the poor. Emphasis on the turf part. That's right, Lady Badash.
Case, Anna's 100% right. There is no problem. That's why I did a task force months earlier. Okay, that doesn't make any sense at all. And then the mayor, Mike Kaufman, who's a Republican.
They did a task force months ago. They looked into the complaints, and they did not see what you all are trying to superimpose on here, which is a apartment complex that has been taken over by a violent gang from Venezuela, right? That's what's missing. They're actually using Occam's razor to say that this is a negligent landlord getting out of their responsibilities by crying wolf. And in this case, Tren de Aragua is that wolf, right? Using people's racism, using their pre-existing biases in order to deflect from what he's doing wrong, or rather what he's not doing for the residents.
Is a Democrat.
Florida is like that regarding sales tax.
This is a problem because of the border.
Colorado has a flat income tax. Oh, wow. And a 4.4 sales tax. Oh, so it's a mix. Wait, somebody told me that Jared Polis, does he favor like a no state tax or something? Like Jared Polis is a Democrat, but people call him a libertarian. He's not, he's a part of the Democratic Party. He's not a part of the Libertarian Party, but people joke that, or I don't know if it's even a joke. I think that it's his like economic policies are to the right and his social policies are to the left is what I'm kind of getting. You say salty, I say bitchy and ignorant. Well, I'm bitchy and ignorant too, but you don't hate me, right?
Brother, the border's what, hundreds of miles, thousands of miles away from you? Do you run the city or don't you? Like, let's say that a terrible gang came in, crossed the border, which actually they largely fly in, and they drove all the way to Colorado and they came to Aurora, Colorado. So you're going to do nothing about it because, Biden should have done something earlier, so I'm just going to let them do it.
Or bust it.
Lookswine says Polis is not a libertarian. It does have a sales tax. So there is there is a sales. Oh, there's a flat tax. There we go. So there's a conservative policy. I don't know if Polis passed it or not. I honestly don't know much about Jared Polis.
Remember, Denver was one of the places where Greg Abbott was busing migrants into. So
But I do know that there's that ad break now.
So I don't know if, look, I don't know how these individuals arrived to that area, but that's just something you should
Colorado also does not have a sales tax on food.
keep in mind, because that was something that was happening.
Yeah. So Mike Hoffman, look, I'm the most mad at him because he's the one that's going, there's a big problem, and I'm not doing anything about it. So which one is it? Then I guess you're a loser, total utter loser who should definitely be fired in the next election. Who says, oh, there's giant gangs taking over buildings, and I'm not going to send in the cops. I'm not going to send in anyone. All I'm going to do is blame Biden for political reasons. Okay, well, you seem like a real profile in courage and not at all full of crap. Obviously, you're full of crap. If you think it's a giant problem, do something. Otherwise, you should obviously be fired. Now, right wing, left wing. So the right wing says, oh, because there's a criminal migrant gang, we should ban all immigrants. Well, that doesn't make any sense. And overall, when you look at the crime rates, we've been over this many, many times. I hate to break it to you guys, but native-born Americans, twice as violent, twice as many crimes as undocumented immigrants, and 4 times as many crimes as documented immigrants. So if we're gonna kick people out of the country based on how much crime they commit, we'd have to kick out the native-born Americans. And now right-wingers are going, hold on, dude, it's not my logic, it's your logic. If you're saying based on crime, native-born people are the biggest criminals. So if that breaks your heart, but wait a minute, you say that about immigrants, so when I say it factually about you, why does it bother you? Oh, if it bothers you, you think it might bother them, especially?
Look, I want Anna Kasparian to have to go on Breaking Points and call Sagar and Crystal, like, I don't know, leftists, right? You're gonna have to go on to Breaking Points and call them leftists. I don't even think that actual Justice Warrior was like as definitive and was as defensive as Anna Kasparian, right? So Jink's trying to soften it by being like, well, we're not against kicking, or we're not for the Trumpian policy of get tough on immigration, but you're literally like signal boosting Trump's campaign in this fucking video.
You're lying about it? About them?
And you're spreading a narrative. This is the problem. This is a problem. You're spreading a fucking boomer ass narrative because it is economically expedient for you to do so. And that's why I call you fucking sellouts. And you are sellouts.
On the other hand, the left wing. Why do you guys want to deny that any crime exists in the world? Like, how do you?
Jink, your argument isn't that any crime exists in the world, right? Nobody's going to argue with that. That's a silly thing to say. That's a silly thing to say. The argument is that crime rates are going down, and Anna and actual Justice Warrior are in denial over this. They are coping and they are seething because they want there to be higher crime rates in order to justify their get tough on crime approach. Right? And even when they see, here's the crime statistics, they're lower than they were last year. They're like, no. Some of the police departments aren't recording, and those are the ones with the huge crime epidemics. No, it's a big conspiracy. That's right. All the cops are in a conspiracy to make it look like the crime is low so they can get less funding. What fucking sense does that make? In some ways, Jink in this video is kind of acting as a fig leaf for TYT. He is the one that still pretends to care about progressive priorities, whereas Anna has pretty much sold out.
Anything that gives you credibility, and like, well, how does it help anyone? I mean, you claim you care about migrants, then why don't you care about the migrants that are in those buildings? In fact, I think the cops aren't going in. The mayor didn't do anything.
All right, Shorts chat, click the link on the pinned, and it will take you to the stream. This stream is ending. We're all gonna fucking end the stream in the full scale stream. So get in there. Now we actually might not have to look whether we have to end the stream right away or in a little while. It kind of depends on you. Right now we are only 35% away from the dono goal. If we hit that dono goal before the stream is over, we are getting, it's tick, 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 right? We're getting close to it. We have a very good chance of chat choosing violence and opening up a whole treasure trove of sun tint. Delicious, delicious milk from President Sunday and weird sexual harassing stuff. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if I'm selling this. I don't know if I'm selling this very well, right? Sunday's gotten weird, chat. Sunday's gotten weird. He's still talking about Tyler, and it keeps getting weirder. That's what chat seems to be choosing right now. We've also got Brianna Wu turns on Chud Logic. A lot of people are voting for that, but chat choosing violence is slightly ahead. Of course, that could all change by you donating. When you donate, you could let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see next, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is and add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice to actually help the topic that you want to see as bonus content become the bonus content for the day, which will happen if we hit that one. If we get from 65% to 100%. So I'm going to end the stream now in the shorts chat. We will all meet in the full scale chat. I will see you there. All right. And what is the other button that I have to hit? Oh, this one. Buttons are very important. Buttons are very neat. Sasha G with the gift membership to Dat Katie. Dat Katie, you just got and we've got a super chat with a deleted content. So we're up to 73% out of 100%. That leaves us 27% from our goal. Randomly stumbled across this stream. I'm glad you had a good time. Well, we may or may not be done just yet. Yeah, Sunday Fun Day for $5. Okay, Sunday Fun Day it is. I don't know why the message showed up deleted. Oh, you accidentally deleted. That's YouTube makes that way too easy to do. But yeah, we're up to 73, and chat chooses violence is way ahead now. So it's looking like that might be the topic for tonight.
Because they thought, what difference does it make? It's migrants. It's their people. Let them deal with it. No, we don't do that in America. We're all
meow, 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 meow. I gotta put on this music in anticipation of taking down President Sunday again.
We're citizens. We're U.S. citizens, okay? You go protect those people. And left-wingers, I just don't get it. I don't get it. If you're pushing back against the demagoguing of immigrants, I just did that. That's how you do that, okay? But if you say, in order to push back against...
How about push back against the fucking boomer Facebook meme that you are spreading as if it was the motherfucking news?
I said, I'm just gonna pretend that no immigrant has ever committed a crime and that those gangs aren't here and they haven't taken over anything.
Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that. Well, let's get to the part where Anna starts pointing fingers and we'll see who she points fingers at. And I'm actually kind of curious, right?
You sound ridiculous.
Yeah, I think the problem is that everything has devolved into extreme partisanship. And one of the most common comments I've gotten on Twitter about this, just simply noting what the facts are, is, oh, it's really sad to see that you're now on the other team. No, I need everyone to understand.
I mean, it's not. You've been on the other team for a long ass time.
Understand someone. I'm not on.
We're used to it. You never were on the. You were grifting the whole time.
Anyone's team. Okay, I want to know what the truth is, and I'm really not interested in lying to my audience in order to protect.
You want the fucking algorithmic truth, Anna. Not the actual truth.
One team or the other. So let's hear from Cindy, who until very recently was living in the apartment complex, was begging the cops for help, and they were not helping her. Let's take a look at Cindy, again, former resident of the Whispering Pines apartment complex. City council member, helped her move out recently. Now she says that she's been dealing with so much violence in the building that she bought 6 cameras to provide evidence of what's been going on. And
so I think this is the lady that got the free ticket out of the apartment building from the landlord by backing up the landlord's version of events. The crying of the wolf, the crying of Tren de Aragua.
And the videos that went viral were her videos. It was because of her cameras. Now, here she is speaking about her experiences.
I believe it was your doorbell camera video that we have been watching for the last few days of what appear to be gang members.
You've been watching it over and over and over again.
Armed, trying to get in.
Is this guy pleasuring himself to this video?
The apartment across the hallway from yours. What did you see there, and how bad did it get in that building?
On this particular date, it was really bad, but it is not by any means an isolated occurrence, unfortunately. I have months, almost a year and a half worth of footage from 6 separate cameras. Earlier that morning, I had seen several individuals carrying assault weapons down to the next floor of the building adjoining mine. And I had reported it to the police. So all day we were nervous and on high alert anyway, because they told us that they really couldn't do anything unless something happened. And we were just waiting all day for it to happen. We knew it was coming.
Wait a minute, you've got people running around the apartment complex with long rifles and pistols. You call the police and the police say they couldn't do anything about it?
They said they weren't coming.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, there you go. You've uncovered it, Anna. It's a conspiracy of the police refusing to police low-income communities of color because they're too damn woke. There you go. Good job, Anna. Good reporting.
Outrageous. By the way, some streamers.
She's just okay. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here's Anna choosing violence. Just like chat's trying to choose violence. Will they get it together in time, though?
Have decided to smear.
They're still 27% from hitting that number.
The city council member who helped this woman.
There we go. There we go. The poor city council member that helped this woman,
who's low income, move out of her home into a.
Oh, see, you leftists are against low income people too.
Safe place.
How long until Cenk Uygur says that Hassan's he's living in a mansion?
To live, and they smear her, the city council member, as racist because she is concerned about this crime that's going on. Okay.
So at first she didn't want to say it with her chest. She's like, some live streamers out there.
Okay. Now, Cindy.
No, she's not talking about NCC. All right.
Also provided.
She's not talking about random small streamer chicks. Okay.
Evidence of, bullet holes around the building, a bullet hole in her vehicle. So there's one example. This was in the building, and then here she is standing with a reporter by her Nissan. And if you look at the next photo, you'll get a closer look at a bullet hole that her car obviously
sustained.
Has as a result.
Sustained? Yeah, that's the word that journalists would use there, but that's okay. That's okay. You're Anna Kasparian. You're not a journalist.
Of the shootings and the violence in
you're a fucking drama streamer is what you are. You're worse than people think I am.
So look, you can't fix a problem or solve a problem if you're in denial of a problem. And clearly there is a problem here, and it's difficult to know the extent to which this.
Chat, I need to get some houseplants. Would it be cool to have, like, vines? Would it be cool to have vines? Ooh. I feel like that's what my background needs.
Criminal gang is operating in the area because it seems like there's this real effort to pretend like it's not even.
Yeah, even by the cops, it's really weird. Even by the most violent, racist, classist organization. Seems like there's an attempt to cover it up.
Happening. And I have a huge problem with that because I think that migrants who are here should be able to live in peace. They should be safe. American citizens should live in peace.
They're not going to live in peace if you keep fucking demonizing them. If you signal boost a story that is literally presenting them as a danger based on their fucking nationality.
They should feel safe. And the idea that we should just allow this type of criminal activity to happen.
Nobody's saying that.
Unchecked is ridiculous.
But we need to see the fucking criminal activity before we can, and you know who's going to do something about the criminal activity, Anna? You know who's doing something about criminal activity in the area? The police. They are doing it. They are not, in fact, woke. They are not, in fact, like, anti-police. I just don't understand your conspiracy theory. Are the police anti-police? Are the police not tough on crime? What exactly are you saying?
Yeah, so
like without really saying it, Anna is supporting the most fucking racist conspiracy theory you could possibly imagine. This is like something akin to like a Great Replacement.
I find both the leftist streamers and the cops infuriating here. They just won't go to protect those people. And I mean,
yeah, that's right. The cops are just like neglecting a chance to fucking bust up a community like that. Neglecting a chance to incarcerate people. Yep. That's the problem with American cops, isn't it? That's the problem.
The leftist streamers, you're looking for racial issues and you're blaming the commissioner who's actually trying to do something. How about the cops who won't protect the Latino and Latina immigrants that are there, that are begging for help? So, cops, do your goddamn jobs. Your job is to serve and to protect. We have a culture of cowardice in our police department.
You want to talk about the culture of cowardice that exists at TYT?
In this country, where they're taught, don't take a risk with your life. Your life is so much more important than the citizens. Don't take a risk, don't take a risk. Oh, they took over an apartment or an apartment building or half the apartment building, whatever it is. It's a bunch of migrants that live.
Yeah, that's what Hassan was saying. Let them take over the building. It's fucking base. Let them establish communism there. Let them make a tenants union, right? Like that's what.
Who cares? And now leftist streamers, you're not supposed to do the same thing. So here, Octosquiddy's member.
So no, it's weird, right? That he's saying leftist streamers, right? And look, like the media in general and the brain rot in the United States tends to call people like TYT leftists, right? There's a right-wing trend towards calling everybody to the right of like, I don't know, centrist Republicans is a leftist, right? But I don't know, with TYT, I think they actually do mean leftist, and they don't mean leftist streamers, right? Because there's not that many of us. There's like what, Vosh, Hassan, bunch of minor orbiters, random small streamer chick. You know, there's not a lot of us, right? He means a leftist streamer. He means Hassan. Well, we're about to see.
That's a good question. Jake and Anna, please.
On Twitch, yeah.
Who the left is that you keep referring to and never defining. I'd really like to know as a self-ascribed leftist. No problem. Because that we do that sometimes on the show. You don't know what we're referring to. Do we mean the whole left wing? Absolutely not. Okay, the majority of the left wing is perfectly reasonable on this.
Are they? You and I might have a disagreement here, Cenk.
She's like, I'm on the actual justice warrior side. I'm worried about the super mayor in Chicago.
Yeah, we have a massive disagreement. You give those tiny little leftist streamers way too much
They're
credit.
not tiny little leftist streamers, Cenk. Hassan called the city council member racist for helping this woman move out of that.
And you can't call them fucking racist. You're not allowed to. Your audience captured.
That's not a small streamer. That's a huge streamer. That's not a small
or donor captured.
Okay, I mean,
do you get what I'm saying?
I mean, what are we going to get into this now? We're going to be like Trump with crowd sizes.
No, but okay.
But hold on, Anna. Hold on.
Do Democrats come out and push back against that narrative, Cenk? Just the mainstream Democratic Party, do they come forward and push back against that narrative?
Chat, one in chat if you think that the conflict between Cenk and Anna here is real. Do you think this is a real conflict? Do you think that there's tension, turmoil behind the scenes? Do you think there's a recognition that Anna's, going further and further right, and it's actually making Cenk uncomfortable as they're portraying it here? Or do you think that this is just fucking drama for clicks? Because I feel like I'm being manipulated. I don't think any of this is real.
Because you have the Democratic governor denying all of this. So I don't know who on the left wants to do something about it.
Anna, look, you have to be specific. Okay, I'm so glad Octosquiddy.
CC says, of course they're both genuine. So they're really fighting, you think? It's real conflict, says Oak?
He's asked that question. Because we have to be.
I forget which was which. I forget which one was. Should set up Anna an actual justice warrior on a date. Well, you have to bring Anna's husband along too, although I don't know. I don't know. I'm not saying anything, chat. I'm actually not saying anything. I am not trying to make a Destiny. I'm not trying to make a Destiny. I don't know anything about Anna's husband.
Be specific about who we're talking about. So if you're saying, oh, well, you know, Hassan or some other leftist streamer is big, so that counts. Well, TYT Network is much.
He's genuinely trying to defend Hassan. Well, he's not saying that he agrees with Hassan. He's saying that Anna gives Hassan too much credit, and now he's gonna flex his triangle dick muscle in order to try to say that TYT is so, it just dwarfs tiny little footprint of Hassan Piker.
About who we're talking about. So if you're saying, oh, well, you know, Hassan or some other leftist streamer is big, so that counts. Well, TYT Network is much, much larger. So, okay, we win. We represent the left. So we can play this game all day long, all day long. Come at me, 400 million views per month. So we definitely represent the left.
You're comparing your YouTube numbers to a Twitch streamer, ignoring the fact that every view on Twitch, right? In fact, I don't even know. Like, is he trying to just, yeah, as far as the YouTube channel, right? TYT's channel has been around for longer than Hassan's. TYT's got, you know, what, 4 times as many subscribers. Maybe gets more, puts out more videos, gets more views over. I don't even know if that's true, but let's say it's true. What about Twitch numbers? And if you say, yes, Twitch numbers, Twitch views, okay, then tell me about some fucking watch time. Yo, oh my God. Sasha G with the gift sub to Apple Jones. Apple Jones, you've just been weaseled. And you just got weaseled. Casey Fortune, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. Oh my God, Mackenzie Carter Cameron, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. The Op Block, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. Carmen Does Stuff, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. Hollyticks, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. John, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. Observat, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. David Mashishi, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. Tactical Gaming Fool, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. And Charlie Martini, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. Thank you for the massive number of gift memberships there, Narwhal by Nature. Also, thank you, Sasha G. I'm sure that the people who just got gifted weasels, thank you as well. But yeah, I'm actually, this is an interesting question. It's not that interesting to me. Is it interesting enough for me to go to Social Blade? Should I go to Social Blade, chat? Should we do this? I feel cheap whenever I go to Social Blade. The Young Turks. All right, let's take a look here. Oh, they're down 20% for subscribers gained. They're down 20% for views in the last 30 days. This isn't a political season. That's not good. There's views. Now, obviously, this is them deleting a massive video or several videos. I don't know what that's about. I wonder what they deleted. But yeah, they do seem to be down this month for whatever reason. I mean, it's not a steady down thing, right? It's like they're hanging out. Yeah, every month they're gaining 10,000 to 20,000 or occasionally none. Oh, sorry, no, these are weeks. So what are we doing? 37 million views in the last 30 days. See what Hasanabi's got. Yeah, about half that. Right now, before you get too excited, chat, this is on YouTube. So yes, growth is slower. Views are about half. Although Hassan's kind of on an upswing lately, maybe. And then we change this to Twitch. And we look at Hasanabi. Got an A+. What am I fucking looking at? Why does this not work? Yeah, maybe they just don't. Oh, is it Twitch's API? Okay, chat. I thought do I have to go to Sullynome? Do I need to go to Sullynome? Does Sullynome even exist anymore? You know what? It's not. Sullynome does exist. Hasnabi has been watched for over 43.9 million hours. It's not giving me, like, views. Wait, in 30 days. I don't know if we're gonna get what we want. Shit, I can't compare them. Because, like, honestly, with Twitch, it is kind of apples to oranges. But, like, I think the thing that I wanted to zero in on was watch hours. And I believe that Hassan... Anyway, it doesn't matter, chat. This is Jink and Hassan's dick measuring contest. And I don't really want to get in between them.
Left. More than any streamer, no matter how popular they are, pretending to speak for the left, never showing any polling, never showing any facts, never showing anything about how they represent left-wing voters in this country. And if you tell me Democratic politicians are doing the wrong thing, that's called Tuesday. Democratic politicians and Republican politicians almost always do the wrong thing here. So we have a collaboration here from the Republican mayor, the Democratic governor, Democratic president, the local cops. They're all like,
yeah, all the cops. They're just like, crime. I mean, we don't know what to do about that.
I don't want this problem.
What is he saying? Does he think that they're afraid of the gang? They're like, no, Tren de Aragua, we're just the cops. We can't do anything about that. What the fuck?
Who cares? A bunch of working class
we don't want our budget increased. No.
Latinos are having a problem. Who cares? Just ignore.
Oh, that's what's going on. Sure.
Right? So,
not that they would say we got a chance to crack some heads, to bust in some doors, and to throw some people in jail in these lower income communities of color, right? No, never. Police? No, never. The police are woke. The police are woke, Jink.
So don't talk to me about the Democratic Party. What I'm talking about is the great majority of left-wing voters are, of course, normal, real Americans who don't want crime. That's so obvious. Only the craziest leftist streamers.
How about somebody who pretends that crime is going up when it's going down?
Or like, oh, there's no crime. There's no crime. There's no crime at all.
It's not what anybody's fucking saying.
There's no crime. If you ever mention crime, oh, you're a right-winger. You're a right-winger.
If you act like crime is an increasing fucking problem, the answer is more police and more funding and more militarization of the police and more fucking putting people in jail, then yes, you are a fucking motherfucking right-winger.
Ludicrous. You show the bullet holes, you show the guys taking over the apartment buildings.
See, we got bullet holes, we got pictures, we got viral videos. That must mean something.
You show the residents, you show...
Not police investigations, not anything like that. Not objective reality, not anything like that, right? Not the fact that these people are being fucked over by their goddamn landlord, and the landlord's trying to use Tren de Aragua as a boogeyman to excuse their inattention to these people's apartments, to these people's lives, right? No.
A giant report about how they have in fact taken over apartments and done extortion, etc. And they're like, no. There's never any crime, and crime is awesome, and there's nothing wrong with crime, and you guys shouldn't be worried about it. You know what percentage of actual human beings believe that? Like maximum
0, Jink, because it's a fucking straw man.
2%. 98% of left-wing voters do not want Venezuelan criminal gangs or American criminal gangs taking over.
You caught yourself.
The apartments of working class people who are just trying to survive in this country. So let's be accurate about who we're criticizing, but it definitely isn't the left-wing voters.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's the voters either. I think it's people with microphones. I think that it's to some level elected lawmakers as well, both on a local state.
Wait, chat, did I miss it? Did they cut out the Hassan part? They did say Hassan. Wait, let's just make sure. Let's make sure I'm not like... No, they definitely did say it when I watched it the first time. Now I'm like wondering, okay. Type in... Did they actually think better of it? Chat, I swear to God. I mean, it's obvious that they were talking about Hassan. They probably did cut it.
Voters.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's the voters either. I think it's people with microphones. I think that it's to some level elected lawmakers as well, both on a local, state, and federal.
Elected lawmakers and cops, and these people they're too fucking woke. They're all leftist. They're all Hassan Pikers. They're all Hassanabi heads. That's right. And they won't get tough on crime. And that's why Anna can't feel safe. She wants the cops to come in there and bust some heads for her, make her feel better. Have you heard of the High Elves? Wait, is this like a Oblivion thing? You don't remember being working class? Yeah. That's... Old man yells at clouds, yells at people across the street. He doesn't like the look of those teenagers. Yeah. And you saw that, like, what people are talking about is like this shit gets said anytime there is a like concentration of Venezuelans, right? Just in the same way that Anna sees crime anytime she sees a concentration of unhoused people, she doesn't see a fucking human rights violation by denying these people fucking shelter when there's more than enough housing in this country to provide for everyone, right? She doesn't see that. She sees crime. She sees danger. Triangles floating over their heads? Wait, what? They did say his name way earlier? Let's see. See if I can find it. No, I think Natalie's right. I think they probably cut it, which is smart. Like I said, if Anna really has this fucking burr in her ass about Hassan, she should react to his video and debunk it in real fucking time. She will not do that, though. She will not show her audience what he put out, because what he put out makes her look silly. And she needs to ride this narrative, and she needs to get this money. And she's never going to stop. She's just going to get worse. And I don't know, chat, what was our consensus? Do you think that go on his goddamn stream like Jink does, that'll never happen. She does not have the guts. She does not have the guts. Let's end on a good note. Should we end on a good note?
Let's talk about this Venezuelan thing. Yesterday or Wednesday on the program, we got a phone call from someone from Aurora, right?
I don't know if he was calling from Aurora, but he was calling about this particular.
And he asked me if I heard
situation.
about this sort of like fake story going around that the right wing is pushing, that there's gangs of like a Venezuelan gang that has taken over a.
Oh shit. Natalie Marie, did you just prove me right? That's amazing. Look at this. Look at this, chat. Sean Fitzgerald, this is actual Justice Warrior. Natalie just found this for me, right? Anna Kasparian just called out Hassan the Hun, aka Jink's nephew, and the left for covering up for Venezuela gangs in Aurora and Colorado. I was mad about it. Or Jink Uger was mad about it. All right. So
leftist streamers, you're not supposed to do the same thing. So here, OctoSquiddy's a member on Twitch asks a good question. Jake and Anna, please tell us who the left is that you keep referring to and never defining. I'd really like to know as a self-ascribed leftist. No problem, because that we do that sometimes on the show. You don't know what we're referring to. Do we mean the whole left wing? Absolutely not. Okay, the majority of the left wing is perfectly reasonable on this.
Are they? You and I
Anna,
might have a disagreement here, Jenk.
Yeah, we have a massive disagreement. You give those tiny little leftist streamers way too much
They're
credit.
not tiny little leftist streamers, Jenk. Hassan called the city council member racist for
I don't
helping this
care.
woman move out of that.
okay. Let's try this again. Wait, let's see if we can do this. Okay, so here we go. We're at the same spot, right?
You and I might have a disagreement here, Jenk.
Yeah, we have a massive disagreement. You give those tiny little leftist streamers way too much
They're
credit.
not tiny little leftist streamers, Jenk. Hassan called the city council member racist for
I don't
helping this
care.
woman move out.
Okay, there's my problem. I spelled Hassan correctly. So they didn't cut it out. There we go. We have our answer, chat. We have our answer. Thank you, Natalie Marie. Look, I didn't hear her say it. I remembered her saying it. But they also call Jink Jake. Oh, but yeah, it's Hassan. They spell it with two S's. That's the problem. It was there the whole time. I just wasn't thinking that about how captions is gonna spell it.
Let's talk about this Venezuelan thing. Yesterday or Wednesday on the program.
Oh, did I get what Narwhal and Sasha G, what you wanted to see of the bonus content? Where I should put those gift subs. I feel like you already told me and I'm just like being dense.
We got a phone call.
They call him Jake, that's right.
From someone from Aurora, right?
Jake and Fenn.
I don't know if he was calling from Aurora, but he was calling about this particular.
And he asked me if I heard
situation.
about this sort of like fake story going around that the right wing is pushing, that there's gangs of like a Venezuelan gang that has taken over a building in Aurora, Colorado.
Right.
And he was like, and I'm like, no, I haven't heard anything about this at all. And he's like, it's crazy.
Violence.
It is being perpetrated by a slumlord who has been cited by Aurora apparently for years now in not servicing this building. And there's been
violence it is
by people in the building. And the way that the landlord, who is an absentee landlord at literally I think he said was in Florida or a different state.
Very typical of these corporate landlord, slumlord types who apparently the complaints were of unsafe and unsanitary conditions, garbage, feces, rodents all over the place.
And they are trying to make it as if this thing has been sort of infiltrated by this Venezuelan gang. Now, it's conceivable that there are Venezuelans living in there. It's conceivable that there are,
violence it is.
Criminals living in there. I mean, it's,
if it's an impoverished area or a building that is, run down or maybe rent is lower,
we have
right?
criminals living in, Mar-a-Lago as far as concerned. But it's quite but the idea that this building has been taken over by gangs, Venezuelan gangs, is quite the story. And here is CBS Colorado reporting on this. I think they're probably just as sort of flummoxed by these sort of myths that are going around. But I'm
gonna pee really quick.
Well, it's not the gangs, but the landlords that are their biggest threat. And that's according to some people living in an Aurora apartment building that is at the center of an ongoing gang situation.
Your reporters in Aurora have been following this ongoing situation involving Venezuelan gang members closely. We showed you this video and others that have been circulating online and creating outrage on both sides of the border debate. Shows men with rifles in the halls of a building at 12th and Dallas. A former resident released this video saying gang members have taken control of the building and are terrorizing the people who live there. Tori Mason is your reporter in Aurora and has been following this closely for you. And Tori, residents say the conditions in that building are horrible.
Yes, and police have said there are components of the TDA gang operating in Aurora, but not to the extent of them taking over entire apartment complexes. Now, we have spoken to residents who say they have seen gang violence often, but today we heard from residents who say the problems in their building aren't gang related at all.
We're here today to set the story straight.
Residents at an apartment with reported gang activity say that's far from the truth. They say they're victims, but not of TDA.
There are no gangs. There are no criminals.
Gladys Tovar lives here with her children.
I have been here for a year and I have not received any kind of violence.
Last week, one of their neighbors shared a different experience.
It's really like being held hostage.
Cindy's doorbell video shows armed men entering a unit. These neighbors say that was an isolated break-in. They claim the biggest danger here are rats and bed bugs, and the real threat is the property owner.
The only criminal here is the owner of this apartment who steals from us every month, asking us to pay for this living.
CBZ management says the gang scared property managers away from another building off Nome Street. Gladys says they've been paying rent and nothing's getting fixed.
The owner abandoned us.
Aurora Mayor Mike Kaufman visited the building this week. In a statement, he says the goal is to get these properties under the control of owners as soon as possible.
Can you pause it? You want to guess what party Mike Kaufman is a part of? He's a Republican, the mayor of Aurora, former congressman. He has been key in pushing this particular narrative, and I just want to note that as we continue to hear from the actual residents of the building, as opposed to taking the word of the lawyer of a corporate landlord and a Republican mayor of a city.
Also amazing that this mayor was able to go into a building complex taken over by Venezuelan gangs. It's also amazing that these Venezuelan gangs have obviously been supporting these people who live in the apartments enough that they will come out and run cover for the gangs.
And they're playing the long game too by filing all those complaints about unsafe conditions that were in like 2021 and things like that.
You've also got to appreciate the commitment by these people who are living in these buildings. They have obviously made their apartments look like absolute hell as a way of protecting these gang members. It's fascinating.
Goal is to get these properties under the control of owners as soon as possible. Neighbors say false information puts their safety at risk. A text sent to a resident calls them animals and threatens them with more firepower than you can ever imagine.
Neighbors from other buildings are posting around where we live.
They say it's time the city stop using a gang as an excuse.
These families deserve the opportunity to have resources and time to move somewhere safe.
Now, the mayor says the best course of action is to shut these buildings down. Right now, the city's attorney's office is preparing an emergency court order to clear the buildings where gang activity has occurred. These people want a meeting with the city first. We're live in Aurora.
Well, you know, local news wouldn't have the incentive to play off crime if it really, you know, if it was really happening, right?
No, I mean, the irony is that you have got right-wingers promoting this story that that these buildings are being taken over by gangs, when the residents, are saying that this is putting us in jeopardy. Now, ostensibly, the reason why the people who are promoting this story that it's being taken over by gangs, because they care about the residents.
Right.
But yet, they're not listening to the residents.
And I'm reminded of stories that we heard about crime where it came from corporations that put it out into the press, and there were a lot of outlets on the right that took it at face value and then didn't correct themselves when the companies themselves corrected themselves. Target blamed shoplifting for
closing 9 stores, and of course it turns out that there were higher crime areas that they kept stores open. What they were basically doing is what a lot of these corporations do is, I'm going to blame my failure as the CEO or the CFO or the COO or the board of directors on choosing proper locations by saying it was a function of something other than me. I mean, it's that corporate thing. I just remember a guy at Air America when I was like, you completely lost like a market share, and he's like, well, there were 5 decisions that were made that were out of my control, you know.
Well, I mean, but this is a lesson, I think, for people in terms of media literacy, right? Like, look at who was making the claim. Is it the party that is interested in offloading the responsibility of, say, losses or poor conditions in an apartment complex onto an outside factor that is where they can basically scapegoat certain people or scapegoat people who are poor or who are undocumented? Look at who is making the claim. This entire right-wing hysteria came from the lawyer of the corporate landlord putting that out into the public, and then the Republican mayor backing him. And this is a problem broadly with these corporate landlords not being held to account and allowing apartments because they own property, and that's that's a privileged class in this country. Letting them fall into disrepair, and then again blaming broader societal ills that fit their political agenda for their own failures. This is something that happens all the time, and you gotta just read into the second or third paragraph before sharing some of this stuff. But I guess that's too much to ask for some people in the media.
Trombone guy regarding Aurora, Anna Kasparian has been spreading this as well as Jank supporting comments. I can't believe that. That's ridiculous. Seriously?
We had an IM about this yesterday, but I guess I didn't connect that it was the same story.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at
wait, really?
About 2.5 hours.
I missed all of the Sammy? How did I Chat, I was getting food. Because I need food if I'm gonna do the bonus content, which I don't even have to do the math for today, right? That is emphatically in the direction of chat chooses violence. I'll put it up on the board just in case anybody needs to see it. All right, 15 plus 39. Nope, not 49, 39. Is 54. $80 plus 23 is 103. And then these are just like But they are 16 and 23. And there's no Vox Populi today, which means that overwhelmingly chat is choosing violets. Let me see if I can find what you're looking for, all right? We've got two possible things to choose, chat. We actually have like some theory, some really weird theory from Sunday. And I'm almost tempted to like put that off till another day because I feel like I need to do a little bit of like there's something really out of whack in one of Sunday's theory streams. Actually, majorly out of whack. There is some explaining that Sunday needs to do. Oh my god, chat. I've got tortillas and avocado. Wait, whose pupils are large? Oh, Sam's. Hmm. What do you think, chat? Do you want to do theory, or do you want to hear Sunday talk about Tyler's eggplant? Sam's face is always priceless. Yeah, in the ending clip. No, I love that when he comes. I think they had this a long time ago, where he jumps up from behind the desk and he like confronts you, and then they like. I don't know, they got rid of it because they thought it wasn't cool, but it turns out it's actually really, really cool. So they did it again because they wanted you to be scared by Sam like he was a Five Nights at Freddy's animatron. Sam watching JD Vance buying donuts? Narwhal by Nature says I'm a theory head. SD Sanchez says Sunday, please. Is that avocado toast? I mean, it's kind of avocado toast. It's avocado corn toast. Steve Baker wants the theory of the eggplant. So yeah, that's what we got, chat. We got one Sunday video where he like goes over theory and kind of shows his ass. Wait. Of course I don't have it like pulled up here, but I can find it. It's not hard. I'm not talking about the eggplant, by the way. That wasn't an eggplant joke. All right, I'm trying not to make eggplant jokes. Some non-Tyler related sun tent would be interesting. Okay, well that's 2 votes for that. That's 2 votes for theory. We should do theory. We should throw it like, look, I know that I'm being watched. I know that I'm being examined. All right. And I'm not going to do what you expect me to do. Because unlike Tyler, I am not a known quarry. All right. I am, in fact, Sunday, your most dangerous game. And that game I choose is theory. I choose to dominate you with my mind, Sunday, with the immense and magnificent power of my mind, my very consciousness, Sunday. I will come to dominate your very existence. That's right. Let's do that, chat. Let's dominate. Don't get any weird ideas, okay? President, or else I'll hear back from it about Sunday. He'll accuse me of something. President Sunday, there we go. Look, all you can accuse me of, Sunday, is responding to the perverse incentive to cover your continuing downfall. But I'm gonna have to do a little bit of searching around, chat. This isn't gonna be... Let's just find some random theory here. You do theory, right, Sunday? You do actually do theory, right? Oh yeah, methodological anarchism, chat. Anybody in here a methodological anarchist? Any anarchists in here, first of all? I know I'm late to the party, but Anna sure does come downhill. I mean, is it like a skiing reference? Have you seen this effed up video of the weirdest thing I saw on YouTube so far? Maybe Sunday, look, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about, like, dominating Sunday and Sunday liking it, okay? That's not where we're going with this. Okay, so chat. Have I got any anarchists in chat? Do I have any methodological anarchists, right? You know about anarchist tendencies, like different kinds of anarchism. How about methodological? What is this methodological anarchism? I know, right? What is Sunday cooking? Authoritarian anarchist?
We're looking at an essay called Methodological Anarchism by
Jason Lee Bias and Billy Christmas. Now look, when I consult a theoretical text, I like to take a look at the the authors, right? I like to know a little bit about the authors. Methadone anarchism. All right, so what do we have? Jason Lee Bias. Jason Lee Bias with one S. And Billy Christmas. Yo, that's like Lloyd Christmas, right? Wait a minute. Didn't I have Sunday as Lloyd Christmas? The Dumb and Dumber character, Lloyd Christmas, the Jim Carrey goofy character. I believe that was Sunday that played that role. Okay, so I'm seeing that Billy Christmas is a lecturer in political theory at King's College London, Department of Political Economy. Okay, wait, political economy? I mean, look, chat. Marx was an economist. I mean, that's not entirely. I mean, it's kind of weird to find a author of an anarchist text. Teaching in the political economy department, where he is also the PPE program director. As a philosophy, his research interests lie in rights, property, and political authority. Okay. That's an interesting backstory. He's in a online library of liberty. Huh. OLL. Collections, people. Billy Christmas. Billy Christmas is a lecturer in political theory at King's College. The Department of Political Economy, where he's also the director of philosophy, politics, and economic program. But apparently an anarchist, though, right? He is also a program affiliate scholar in Classical Liberal Institute, in the Classical Liberal Institute at NYU School of Law. He is the author of Property and Justice, a Liberal Theory of Natural Rights, as well as various articles published in journals such as the Journal of Politics, Economics, and Philosophy, the Philosophical Quarterly. He's also currently working in various interdisciplinary programs on the relationship between property rights and political authority. That's an interesting that's an interesting bio for an anarchist, right? Yeah, so this is for Liberty Matters. It's an archive from 2021. Locke and Labor. Oh, this is actually kind of a short piece. We just want to know who our authors are, right? This is Billy Christmas. That's what he looks like. Lecturer in political theory at King's College, Department of Political Economy. This is like seems to be like an article or something on Locke and Labor. Vander Vossen gives a highly appealing elucidation and defense of the normative basis for commercial society found in John Locke's notion of freedom and equality. He focuses mostly on Locke's justification of natural individual property rights and how the context of market-based cooperation, these rights enable each person to keep what they make and thereby ensure that the common good is served by the individual good. Property is an essential institution. Property is an essential institution because it enables each person to reap the fruits of her labor. Now, that's great if we're talking about like personal property. I don't want anybody taking my toothbrush, right? But there's also this notion of private property wrapped up in here, which includes like owning, I don't know, something like the means of production. The role that Locke seems to assign to labor in the initial acquisition of property rights at chapter 27 of the second treatise is a fraught one. Locke notoriously invoked the idea that resources are originally acquired through the admixture with labor. This has been widely rejected as a conceptual confusion, and some have argued that Locke used his language to privilege sedentary agricultural land use over less sedentary use, that is the practice of the indigenous peoples of the Americas, so as to stack the deck in favor of property claims of settlers, territorial claims of colonies. Still, others have argued that the Lockean labor theory involves a commitment to ontological confused theory of economic value, that the mere application of labor produces value irrespective of whether it results the result of one's labor is actually valued by anyone. Van der Vossen acknowledges the notoriety of the remarks in Locke and argues that if we look past the invocation of admixture, that's mixing yourself with the mixing the labor with the raw materials, the proper role of labor within the justification of property rights that are essential to commercial society can be located. Individual property rights. Okay, so is that individual property rights are justified not because they have in the past come about through the process of labor mixing, but because they will in the future enable individuals to enjoy the fruits of their labor. The role of labor is teleological and not historical. In short, he defends the labor theory of property without labor mixing. My first line of inquiry is how far the historical role of labor can be done away with in the labor-based justification of property rights. All productive activity requires the use and disposition of various resources, individual rights to the particular resources that are productive to put to productive use: land, tools, fuel, machinery. Combined with the now you'd think a leftist would be about like something like machinery, something that's like and even something that's like resources, right? Not being enclosed and privatized into someone's private property to allow them the means of production, allowing them to exploit others, right? Combined with the rights to freely cooperate with others on mutually agreed upon terms, division of labor, division of fruits thereof, in the recipe to ensure each person gets to own, in a more metaphorical sense, the labor of their hands. Individual property rights and freedom of contract are essential components to commercial society. Once again, commercial society secures to each person the fruits of their labor. That is the role labor plays in justifying private property and the individual's right to use it. Private property, not personal property. Use it and transfer it as she wishes. The property and contract constitute socioeconomic environment in which labor is given its due. The socialist amongst the classical political economists endorsed the normative power of the idea that everyone should get out what they put in, but they were concerned with the history of the manner in which land, capital, or both came to be owned and concentrated. Yes, they were, which is to say how labor came to be landless without means of production. The worry was the original accumulation of the means of production, that labor would make productive what was not merely economic not a mere economic process involving work and the application of the law of value, but one of political rent-seeking, violence, plunder, and injustice. Okay, so this is our guy that's writing, half-writing, co-writing, this, essentially essay in President Sunday's compendium. And he'll describe what it's from while I get more information on Jason Lee bias. Because we want to know who we're reading, Chad. It's really important to know who you're reading and to allow your audience to know who you're reading so that they're not led astray by somebody calling themselves an anarchist who is actually an anarcho-capitalist, right? We wouldn't want that. Wouldn't that be silly, chat? You're a leftist, you're an anarchist, you're reading along, you find some article about methodological anarchism, and without you realizing it, you're reading ANCAP shit, right? You wouldn't want that to happen, would you? Right? Especially if you're a theory streamer, especially if you're a big brain. You're an intelligent guy. And that's what your audience values you for, right? Most of your Patreons, they're contributing to your Patreon because you are helping them learn theory. You are helping them understand the framework for their ideology. Let's let him go on. I'm going to find the Jason Lee bias.
Jason Lee bias and Billy Krishmash. And this is from the Routledge Handbook of Anarchy and Anarchist Thought, which you can find on...
So the Routledge Handbook of Anarchy and Anarchist Thought.
LibGen. Don't buy these things. They cost... And this is from the Routledge Handbook of Anarchy and Anarchist Thought, which you can find on LibGen. Don't buy these things. They cost like $100 or so, and it's just... You're getting it for individual essays. They're not all of equal quality, although this is a particularly good one. If I could find a hard copy of this, I'd probably buy it, but I'm wise with money that way.
So now I don't want to misinterpret him. All right, so dude is reading theory, right? Dude is sharing, you know, a work that he's read that he thinks is important, that he thinks you can get something out of. He thinks you can learn something from this, right? But he hasn't so far said, like, we haven't got like a full-on endorsement, do we? Make sure.
Anarchy and Anarchist Thought, which you can find on LibGen. Don't buy these things. They cost like $100 or so, and it's just you're getting it for individual essays. They're not all of equal quality, although this is a particularly good one. If I could find a hard copy of this, I'd probably buy it, but I'm wise with money that way. But let's begin.
So it's a good book, at least the Routledge Handbook of Anarchy and Anarchist Thought.
This is a position that I've more or less adopted wholesale, even before actually calling myself a...
Oh, I'm sorry. This is a position I've more or less adopted wholesale. Okay. So he does wholesale endorse this. I'm sorry.
Methodological anarchist.
Let the man speak for himself.
Before I read this essay, so there was some weird like synchronicity here. I think probably because it's kind of obvious, but the way they put it in this essay is very elegant, so I really like it. I'm fine with treating this as a representation of sort of my general perspective on things. We're gonna dig into this. It'll take about an hour, maybe a little more. We'll see. We're gonna go through this. We're gonna chat about it, and that will be the theory segment. This is what they pay me for, apparently. All right. Methodological Anarchism by Jason Lee Bias and Billy Krishmash. Anarchists all share the same basic public policy proposal: abolish public policy. With regard to foreign policy,
that's not how I would put it. Right? If I had to say what anarchists share, it is an aversion to unjustified hierarchy. And it is the necessity for any hierarchy that exists to justify itself in order to continue to exist. And yet, this is what we're getting. We're getting a very different idea of the common thread through anarchism, then I would expect. Now, chat, I don't know. Maybe I'm the one that's mistaken here. Or maybe there's something else that's being referred to than what I'm thinking of when they say anarchists, right? So, look, let's maybe put my biases on the table. When I say anarchist, I mean a left anarchist, all right? I am not including anarcho-capitalist in that description. But if I were to, I don't know, is that a way to tie two utterly opposing things together? Is that a way to tie a philosophy that prizes self-determination with one that prizes a one that prizes economic freedom, right? Coolest dude in the universe says, no, you said it exactly how I would have said it. Yeah, so it's curious, right? Because like I said, you know, I'm not adverse to reading stuff that you don't agree with, reading authors that you don't agree with, you know, being aware of what's out there. I got no problem with that, okay? But I do need to know who I'm reading, what their perspective is, and where I might disagree with it. Isn't this some of the shit that one of the libertarians who debated Sam Seder got into? It sounds like it, doesn't it? It sounds like it, yeah. Because, chat, if you ask somebody like Michael Malice, do we all know Michael Malice? Michael Malice is a Tim Pool orbiter, I guess. He's on Tim Pool's panel a lot, and Michael Malice calls himself an anarchist. But he's not a left anarchist by any mean. He's an ANCAP, right? And look, I gotta be real. Most anarchists do not consider ANCAPs to be part of us, right? If you really want to understand what I would call a appropriation of definitions, appropriation of label, an appropriation, if you will, of brand, you look at what entered into the lexicon in the mid-20th century, in the early to mid-20th century, as far as libertarianism, which used to describe a type of leftism, but came to be synonymous with a very right-wing economic, a far right-wing economic philosophy. A right-wing economic philosophy looks at, you know, a modern democracy like the United States and sees too much government interference with capital, too much government interference with economics, right? That group of individuals appropriated words like anarchist and libertarian to the point where now when I say libertarian,
Narwhal _ super chatted $5. Your mic is crackly.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. Yeah, I really appreciate chat letting me know exactly when the mic starts doing that, because otherwise we end up with a bunch of... How long has it been crackly for, though? We hear the term libertarian in the US, we assume right libertarian, but libertarian is firmly rooted in left-wing thought. Yeah, but at this point, it's basically been taken over, right? If I wanted to describe... Like, I mean, you might... Yeah, BCatK was letting me know way back... Oh my gosh, how many minutes was it doing it? Oh no. Oh no, that's so bad. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I don't know how much I want to go back. How bad was it, chat? Is it unhearable? Is it ununderstandable? Or is it cool, robot? My main objection to anarcho-capitalists is that they overlook how private power can be used as oppressive as state power. Yeah, it's a huge problem. In fact, I would... Look, my opinion is that an anarcho-capitalist is not an anarchist. Right? Their insistence on capitalism as a good in and of its own is an ensconced and unjustifiable, not just unjustified, but an unjustifiable hierarchy that they insist on entrenching. It was distorted but understandable. 7 minutes, fuck me! Of course it happens when we talk about theory, right? Of course it happens when we talk about theory. And I'm like looking at stuff, so I can't look at chat. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm just so mad. I'm so mad. And also, this shouldn't happen, right? This is my... It's my interface that's doing this. And it shouldn't be doing it. And the other thing that really annoys me is that I can't hear when it's doing it. Like, I'm listening to my voice as we speak, right? I've got a monitor that's monitoring my voice, but it's not coming from OBS. It's not coming from the computer. It's coming from the interface. So I guess if it doesn't break up before the interface hits it, then maybe 2 minutes? It wasn't the whole 7 minutes. It was like 2 minutes. It was good, just not perfect. Okay, well, there we go. So yeah, I mean, look, you know, you can like libertarianism if you want. You can prefer anarchism if you want. But when you start calling anarchism, or when you start calling your libertarianism anarchism, I feel like we have a problem. I feel like we have a pretty serious problem here. And look, if you want to appropriate something from a libertarian philosopher that doesn't really implicate, like, your overall ideology, fine, say that. But you can't fucking feed your audience theory from a couple of ANCAPs and expect to be taken seriously. We're hitting him where it hurts tonight.
Policy, their position is to abolish the military. With regard to education policy, abolish state schools. With regard to...
Now that's wild, right? Abolish state schools. That's the first thing you go to? Oh, you know what's really bad? The schools that are getting some funding from the state, yeah. Those are the priority. That's the first thing we need to do is take care of those state schools, not the private schools. Those are okay. State schools.
Law enforcement policy, abolish the police, and so on and so forth.
But see, the abolish the police thing gets misunderstood, right? It gets taken as like, and this is dangerous because the other misperception about anarchism is that anarchism is the Joker, baby. Anarchism is anything goes. Do you want to like rob people? Do you want to hurt people? Well, it's anarchy, baby. So you can do whatever you want, right? That's not anarchism. That is people asserting their own fucking hierarchy on their whim in a capricious manner. That's in some ways like worse than, some of the, potentially worse than, like an overbearing authoritarian government. So already I'm kind of weirded out by what Sunday has proposed as a concept that he's adopted fully.
Given this total agreement on policy goals, it might seem like anarchists should be free from infighting. Is anyone?
Yeah, exactly, coolest dude. Abolish police does not mean abolish public safety. Yeah. But it's because of it's because of the particular nature of the organization that we call the police. When we say the police, we are not talking about a fucking Platonic ideal of an institution of public safety. We are talking about a institution that traces its roots back to slave patrols, traces its roots back to strike breakers, back to Pinkerton thugs, right? That is what our modern police institution is. And that is what the culture of that institution is. And that's what I always say, is that anybody comes to me with this argument of like, well, you know what? The police have problems. They need to reform. They need better training. We just need to do the police in a different way. I say, like, look, if I had a bucket, okay, this is a terrible metaphor, right? But if I had a bucket that at one point a horse had pissed in it, but don't worry, because what happened is after the horse pissed in the bucket dried out, and then rain fell, and, some of the piss washed out from the rain, right? If I had a bucket that was tainted with horse piss, and I said, go ahead, take a drink, it's fine. It's fine. There's probably not much horse piss in it anymore. All right? It started off with horse piss, but there's been mostly water in it recently, right? And I feel like that's a charitable interpretation of the police. I think that's an overly charitable interpretation of the police. If the police were a bucket of horse piss, there would still be a lot of horse piss in that bucket, right? And then I would ask, like, why not dispense with the horse piss tainted bucket and start with a brand new bucket that doesn't have horse piss? This is a bucket that no horse has ever pissed in, all right? It's a clean bucket. That would be my choice. That would be my choice, right? But yeah, this is not the vibe I'm getting from this author. I don't know.
Anyone familiar with the anarchist movement knows they aren't. Each form of anarchism is vigorously opposed by at least one other form, with each often writing the other out of anarchism, quote-unquote, altogether. In anarcho-communist...
Okay, now, actually, I don't hear a lot of that. I don't hear a lot of anarchists. Like, I hear anarchists, like, cursing each other and disagreeing with each other and calling each other all kinds of names. But I don't hear a lot of left anarchists saying that other left anarchists are not actually anarchists, right? What I do hear, though, is left anarchists saying that anarcho-capitalists are not us. That is not part of the movement. That is not what we're doing. That is not what this is about. And so if this person feels gatekept, I gotta wonder. Sorry, person. This is two people, and we haven't really looked at Jason Lee Bias yet. I'm bringing his stuff up in just a second. Again, Chad, I wanted to do a little bit more research into this, just give it a full reading, full and comprehensive reading, really. But I'm gonna do what I can tonight.
Alexander Berkman's 1929 account of these differences, they are in part disputes about justice, and so must be abolished. About justice. For communists like himself, private property and commerce drive domination and injustice, and so must be abolished. For individuals, private property and commerce are fundamental constituents of freedom and justice, and so must be unleashed. Even between...
So we're we're presented with a spectrum, if you will, of anarchism, all the way from anarcho-communism private property and commerce drive domination and injustice, so they must be abolished. And remember, chat, the difference between private property and personal property is that personal property is shit that you use yourself, right? Private property is more than you can use, more than one person could need, and you know, and generally refers to a capitalist sort of accumulation.
Between market-friendly anarchists, the contents of justice are controversial.
For we market-friendly... Wait, did I read what I think I read? For individualist... So individualist anarchist, right, is what he's opposing to anarcho-communists. Private property and commerce are fundamental constituents of freedom and justice. So they must be unleashed. Unleash the private property. Unleash the commerce. Even between, it didn't say we market friendly anarchists. It said even between market friendly anarchists, the contents of justice are controversial. For instance, Murray Rothbard.
For instance, Murray Rothbard puts justice purely in terms of self-ownership, whereas...
Chat. We're discussing Murray Rothbard as an anarchist. Alright? How does market-friendly anarchism work? Good question. Look, like, I mean, all I can say is please no steppy. Please no steppy. No step on snack. No step on snack. Female domination and my last name next to each other? Oh, sorry, I was reading something else. Yeah, so we got Murray Rothbard here. Chat. Do we all know who Murray Rothbard is? Murray Rothbard was an American economist of the Austrian school. Economic historian, political theorist, and activist. Rothbard was a central figure in the 20th century American libertarian movement, particularly its right-wing strands, and was the founder and leading theoretician of anarcho-capitalism. This is entryism Sunday. What the fuck are you doing? You know what he's not doing? He's not doing his part. He's not doing his job. He's not doing the very basics of educating his fucking audience on what they're reading and what the biases of this source might be, which are really fucking clear to me right now. God damn, I thought this guy was supposed to be a theory head. I don't know, chat. Maybe you can't take the neo-reactionary out of the Sunday.
Gary Chartier argues for
You can take the Sunday out of the neo-reactionary movement, but you can't take the neo-reactionary movement out of Sunday. I don't know what this is. I don't know what we're dealing with. Like how? What?
much broader concept.
And I don't know what's going on. Like, does Sunday know who Murray Rothbard is?
That includes distributive and relational concerns. These differences are rendered unintelligible within a set of assumptions predominant within academic political philosophy. We refer to this discourse as the policy framework. It regards prescriptions of justice as little more than prescriptions of public policy.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Tyler, neo-reactionary movement? No. Who got Tyler? Did I somehow say Tyler? Did I somehow say Tyler there? Oh my gosh, if I did, that's a huge mistake. I'm talking about Sunday. If the word Tyler came out of my mouth, that's a huge mistake. None of this is about Tyler, right? We picked this specifically because this is Suntent that has nothing to do with. Does Sunday know who he is? Does he know who Murray Rothbard is? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. I found. I for one believe that humans can cooperate together. He looks like a failure to explain his idea. I don't know, chat. Maybe I'm going too far with that. Maybe I'm going too far. I mean, like, why explain with malice what could easily be explained with simple ignorance? What could easily be explained by somebody being up his own butt and overconfident in his own knowledge, right? We don't have to look for some dark enlightenment connection to this guy, some kind of secret like cause that he still serves as a quote unquote leftist streamer, right? We don't have to do all that. We don't have to do all that. We can just write it off to Sunday just not being what he pretends to be, what his whole brand is about, that fucking shelf of books behind him. Not being somebody with a comprehensive enough knowledge of academia and scholarship and economics to know who the fuck Murray Rothbard is. But Chad, I don't feel like I'm an expert on any of those things, and I sure as fuck know who Murray Rothbard is. This is kind of wild, isn't it? That's like Gary Chartier, you know, the market's not capitalism people. Oh God, so these are the people that feel like the market can solve like issues of social injustice. Is that what we're talking about, coolest dude? Does Sunday know who Sunday is?
For people who are familiar with my engagement with Brianna Wu, this will ring a few bells. For instance, in the Zigzag of Politics, underrated cartoon villain, where Robert Nozick explained why he had greatly moderated his libertarianism, he wrote that, quote, "The libertarian view looked solely at the purpose of government, not at its meaning," unquote. Taking questions of meaning seriously, he said, means that certain laws and programs must exist to voice social solidarity and humane concern for others. Beyond that, joint political action, by which Nozick means state action, does not merely symbolically express our ties of concern, it also constitutes a relational tie itself. If true, this presents a considerable problem for anarchists. If the means by which a society not only communicates but constitutes certain social relations demanded by justice must involve the state, then justice, or at least part of justice, is conceptually impossible in a stateless society. Moreover, these intra-anarchist disputes look nonsensical, given that there is no institutional organ to institute their different conceptions of justice.
These intra-anarchist disputes, like the disputes between ANCAPs and actual anarchists, right? Those petty intra-anarchist disputes.
To begin with. This sort of state-centric view, by the way, is something that's also challenged from other angles. So, for instance, in Parting Ways, Jewishness and the Critique of Zionism by Judith Butler, one of the points she makes very early on is the perverseness of identifying Zionism with Jewishness, or Zionism, or with Zionism with Jewish interests, for the reason that this would entail that a key part of Jewish identity is fealty or loyalty to a particular state project that has emerged only very recently in our history, which is obviously absurd. It's a 1,000-year-old religion or set of religious groups even.
So look, like I said, if what you're getting out of this is something just completely unrelated to like anarchist ideology, right? Like, I can understand it, but Sunday, for God's sake, at least explain that we are reading this from anarcho-capitalists who I disagree with and I do not think are actual anarchists, and I would not want anybody to see this fucking theory stream and be like, oh, cool, Sunday endorses these two authors, right? These two guys are cool. Jason Lee Bias and Billy Christmas.
If the means by which a society not only communicates but constitutes certain social relations demanded by justice must involve the state, then justice, or at least part of justice, is conceptually impossible in a stateless society. Moreover, these intra-anarchist disputes look nonsensical, given that there is no institutional organ to institute their different conceptions of justice to begin with. Centric view, by the way, is something that's also challenged from other angles. So, for instance, in Parting Ways, Jewishness and the Critique of Zionism by Judith Butler, one of the points she makes very early on is the perverseness of identifying Zionism with Jewishness, or Zionism, or with Zionism with Jewish interests, for the reason that this would entail that a key part of Jewish identity is fealty or loyalty to a particular state project that has emerged only very recently in our history, which is obviously absurd. It's a thousands-year-old religion or set of religious groups even. And other things as well. Anarchists and their critics then seem to be speaking different languages. There is a basic methodological difference in the way anarchists and non-anarchists think about politics, often more implicit than explicit. Anarchists see politics and justice as being concerns of social institutions, norms, and relations generally, both inside and outside the state. Much of academic political philosophy talks of politics and justice as if they are definitionally concerns about what states should do, or our relationships with each other through the state. In this chapter, we argue that the anarchists are on the right side of this difference. We call the insight, it's the Routledge Handbook of Anarchist Thought. Surprise! They're on the side of the anarchists. In this chapter, we argue the anarchists are on the right side of this difference. We call the insight...
But which anarchist Sunday? It's important. It's important. God damn it. It's important. Okay, so let me just summarize, right, by reading the abstract for this article, because I don't know if we're going to have time for this entire... He's got like 56 minutes cut out for this. So let me just make sure that everybody gets the point from the beginning. There's a basic methodological difference in the way anarchists and non-anarchists think about politics, often more implicit than explicit. Anarchists see politics and justice as being concerned with concerns of social institutions, norms, and relations generally, both inside and outside the state. Much of academic political philosophy talks of politics and justice as if they are definitionally concerns about what states do, or relationships with each other through the state. In this chapter, we argue that anarchists are on the right side of this difference. We call the insights that undergird the anarchist understanding of politics and justice methodological anarchism. So they're trying to write this for, all sorts of anarchists, right? But the underlying assumption being that they are anarchists, despite the fact that they're ANCAPs, and they're missing like a crucial aspect, right? For me, like I said, what ties together anarchism is a rejection of like unjustifiable hierarchies. And for them, there is a baked in fetish towards, and I mean that in the academic sense, of course, towards markets and towards capitalism, which, natural fucking hierarchy. Now they're going to, if they're of the strain of anarcho-capitalists that I think they are, they're going to be the type that argue that, well, it's just bad because the government interferes, right? The government interferes with the free market. And if the government didn't do that, then, the market would actually render the kind of justice and, plenty for all that leftism promises, right? Can be achieved by the strict adherence to non-interference with the market, with the free market, right? I'm sorry, but you just can't like reconcile this with any sort of left philosophy. And it really does make me wonder. It really does make me wonder about President Sunday. Anyway, we seek to exercise, that's exercise like you exercise a demon, the policy framework in favor of methodological anarchism. Okay, so policy framework, that being an understanding of politics, policy. Let me get back to this. Politics and justice as if they were definitionally concerns about what the state should do. So that's policy framework. Or our relationship with each other through the state. We seek to exercise the policy framework in favor of methodological anarchism, that being politics and justice being concerns of social institutions, norms, and relations generally. So in other words, what I think they're getting at here as anarcho-capitalist is that the market can serve to the market, the culture, social institutions like the market, norms, such as in culture, both inside and out the state, are what defines politics and justice. So in other words, your means to, well, what's weird, right, is if you read their article, it's like, here, I think I had their article. Oh my god. Had it open in another page. Let's get to where he is. Much of academic political philosophy talks of politics and justice as if they were definitionally concerned about what states should do or our relationships with each other through the state. In this chapter, we argue that anarchists are on the right side of this difference, right? With anarchists see politics and justice as being concerns of social institutions, norms, and relations generally. So we seek to exercise the concept of politics and policy as pertaining to actions or non-actions by the state in favor of an understanding of enacting these goals, right? Anarchists share the same basic public policy proposal. Abolish public policy. So what they're saying is that anarchism, left or right, sick, major sick, because there is no fucking right-wing anarchism. That's definitionally non-existent. In fact, indeed, we believe it should be embraced by all political philosophers, not only the anarchists among their ranks. So understand what this is, right? So the key insight of this paper is not so much like, you know, yay anarchism or, you know, this kind of, you know, it's trying to remain neutral between like left and right anarchism, even though it's written from the perspective of some ANCAPs, right? And it's arguing for an approach to political philosophy writ large that eschews policy framework in favor of seeking justice through social institutions, norms, and relations generally, both inside and outside the state. Again, like, because this because the point of this book is this chapter is not ideological as much as it is methodological. I don't have a problem with Sunday reading shit by people that he doesn't agree with. I don't have problem with Sunday reading shit from people that Sunday's chat, Sunday's community, the cathedral, would find reprehensible, right? But I do have a problem with Sunday not divulging a little bit more of the source and the nature of that source, the authors from whence this comes from, the perspective from whence this comes from. Because when you're bringing your chat through this article, right, and saying you wholly endorse it, right, that the assumption, the obvious assumption, is that there is nothing dodgy about these authors or their work. And while I don't really, honestly, I'm not as concerned with this like methodological anarchism as Sunday is. I mean, that's not what I have a problem with. Just to be clear, okay? Much of academic political philosophy talks of politics and justice as if they were definitionally concerned with what states do or should do, or our relations with each other through the state. In this chapter, we argue that anarchists are on the right side of this difference. We call the insight that undergirds the anarchist understanding of politics and justice methodological anarchism. We seek to exercise the policy framework in favor of methodological anarchism. Indeed, we believe it should be embraced by all political philosophers, not only anarchists among their ranks. Political philosophers ought to abstain from policy framework for two reasons. Firstly, it is analytically impoverished inasmuch as, when followed to its logical conclusion, it is unable to engage with the enormous areas of analysis that are relevant to what makes society just or unjust. Secondly, it instills subtle prejudice against other important approaches to mitigating injustice that are unconcerned with public policy. See, the thing is, it does really seem to be serving a libertarian interest here, right? It also carries the danger of lending ideological support for existing injustices and thereby entrenching them. Accepting our critique of the policy framework and adopting methodological anarchism does not necessarily require the acceptance of any kind of substantive political anarchism, but it does mean thinking a bit more like an anarchist in how we make society more just, and thus our characterizations of it as methodological. So yeah, like my fear is that they're eschewing of the policy framework is in service of opening up the meting out of justice to institutions like the market. Now, that may just be me having, experienced a lot of ANCAPs and a lot of libertarians and kind of knowing what they're concerned with. So I want to give this let's give it a little bit bigger of a chance. Let's give it a little bit more chance, okay? Let's see what Sunday's got for us. And hopefully he doesn't show his whole ass.
It undergirds the anarchists' understanding of politics and justice, methodological anarchism. We seek to exercise the policy framework in favor of methodological anarchism. Indeed, we believe it should be embraced by all political philosophers, not only the anarchists among their ranks. Political philosophers ought to abstain from the policy framework for two reasons. First, it is analytically impoverished, inasmuch as, when followed to its logical conclusion, it is unable to engage with enormous areas of analysis that are relevant to what makes a society just or unjust. Second, it instills subtle prejudice against other important approaches to mitigating injustice that are unconcerned with public policy. This also carries the danger of lending ideological support for existing injustices and thereby entrenching them. Accepting our critique of the policy framework and adopting methodological anarchism does not necessarily require the acceptance of any kind of substantive political anarchism, but it does mean thinking a bit more like an anarchist about how to make society more just, thus our characterization of it as methodological. So just to reiterate very quickly before we press on, what they are calling the policy framework, okay, is that which regards the prescriptions of justice as little more than prescriptions of public policy, i.e., justice in society is a set of good policies. Peel this back a little bit and you see immediately what's lying beneath the surface. If justice is a set of public policies, then justice requires that to which policy is appropriate, i.e., a political institution like a state that is capable of having policy. And not all kinds of states can have policy. So, for example, Athens doesn't have a policy. We don't talk about foreign policy. I mean, foreign policy nut jobs will talk about foreign policy in the context of Athens and Sparta. And maybe we'll see some of that when we cover the Sargon video later today. But policy understands has a particular understanding of the state as that which has a governmental apparatus that sets a program for the state understood as such. A direct democracy, say, doesn't have this because there is a direct one-to-one relationship between the will and decision of the citizen and the action or attitude of the state itself. So there is no free-floating, not free-floating, but there's no policy that floats above it that fixes the attitude of the government as a separate class within political society. There are people who govern, quote-unquote. There are people in positions positions of public office that make decisions in between voting assemblies, but that's not the same. There isn't like a charter that has to be followed, if that makes sense. Even though we tend to talk about policy in present day as something just like, well, what is the attitude? That's simplistic. Policy typically is ideally explicit, but explicit or implicit set of practices with a particular end in mind that exists apart from the engagement of the populace, of the citizen body, etc. The poverty of the policy framework. The policy framework is a mode of engagement with principles or theories of justice that treats them as little more than prescriptions for state actions. It's a better way, more succinct way of saying what I just said. If there is injustice, it is because there is something that the state ought to do, but does not, or ought not to do, but does. Once there is justice, it will be because the state has implemented a successful policy or repealed a policy associated with this concern. Politics, therefore, is always an exercise in attempting to change states or influencing their actions. Let me grab something very quickly. I hope these...
Wait. Chad, I have a bad feeling. Here, let's look at this really quick. I feel like Sunday's about to show us more than we're looking for. I don't know. This is the other this is the other artist. This is the other author. Jason Lee Bias. Jason is also the 2020 Adam Smith Fellow at the Mercatus. Oh my God, Mercatus Center at George Mason University. Could this be any more libertarian coded if it tried? He holds a philosophy and sociology degree, BA from Oklahoma University, University of Oklahoma, MA in philosophy from Georgia State. Works in ethics, political philosophy, philosophy of law. In particular, he is focused on questions like punishment and its alternatives, moral repair, rights theory, and justice beyond the state. Temperamentally, he enjoys discovering areas where ideas that first appear in conflict are actually mutually reinforcing. Yes, like anarchism and capitalism. Yeah, wonderful, wonderful. Okay. So what has he got? Recent publications, two-tiered mixed theories of punishment are not safe from the angry mob. Politics without romance, a meta problem for Virginia political economy. Entrepreneurship as political action? What the fuck? Sunday, what did you get us into? What kind of fucking ANCAP hellhole? Look, we're going to have Sunday call in to debate Sam Seder. We're going to have Sunday call in. Sam Seder, you need to straighten this guy out. You need to straighten this guy out. Anyway, so what's Sunday doing here? Let's roll him back.
Politics, therefore, is always an exercise in attempting to change states or influencing their actions. Let me grab something very quickly. I hope these are the sweatpants with the tear in them.
No! Oh no, chat. Oh no. Oh no. Chat, I said I was hoping he would not show his whole ass to us. Wait, let me look at this off screen and see if it's what I thought it was. Did you see what I think I saw? Did you see what I think I saw? No, chat, I rolled it back and there it is. Oh my god. All right, chat. Well, this is an interesting moment. Full moon. Yes. Full moon. God damn it, chat. I'm gonna have to burn this VOD. I'm gonna have to kill it with fire. I always miss important things that Sunday does. Well, you didn't miss much, Narwhal Bay Nature. Remember when I said that Sunday might show his full ass in this one? Sunday might show us his whole ass, right? Well, I thought I was being, I mean, I don't think it's, like, illegal. I mean, I don't think I'm in trouble. I mean, obviously, he's got it on YouTube. But Twitch might actually not like this very much. Chat, I don't know what I should do. Should I quit the stream? Should I end the stream? I feel like I need to end the stream. I feel like Sunday's gonna get me in trouble. Have you seen enough, chat? I feel like I've seen enough. I feel like I've seen enough. Look, he showed us his whole ass. I will blur that. Okay, I'll give you a version of the stream with the butt blurred because nobody needs to look at that. And I don't think Sunday knows that's there. You missed it? Look. Here, I'll give you Shall I give you the I better not give you the timestamp, all right? Okay, so I'll give you the VOD. Wait, I shouldn't do this. I feel like this is bad. Look, I don't want to encourage anybody in chat to look at Sunday's butt, okay? Do not harass streamers. Do not look at their butts. Do not try to see, even if they accidentally leave something that they don't realize. I thought it was metaphorical. I thought it was too. Chat, I gotta kill the Twitch VOD. That's not okay. I didn't mean to show that. Look. You can show a lot of stuff for educational purposes, right? And I was trying to show you, where Sunday went wrong on this whole, thing. God damn it, chat. We need something. We need some kind of a palate cleanser. Can we get a palate cleanser? Can I order a palate cleanser? I need a palate cleanser. No, Israel Genocide Podcast is not a palate cleanser. God damn, that's all I have. That's all I have is Israel. None of this is a palate cleanser, chat. None of this is a palate cleanser. We need a palate cleanser.
A few basic things about economics, just so we're all on the same page. And because since I do a lot of speaking around the country, I have come to learn the bitter lesson that whatever passes...
Chat, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Up there with education in nuclear physics.
The palate, my palate is uncleansed.
And most
duck
people
videos?
don't get it. And so they turn away.
I'm giving you Richard D. Wolf since we got some fake leftism tonight. I don't know what is, butt crack isn't okay on Twitch. Not even, you know, it was not, it was like somebody had that, you know, okay, no, it was pretty, look, chat, I looked, okay, so I stopped it early, okay? I didn't show you everything that I saw, right? Like, I hit fast forward, then I brought I brought it into a separate tab and I looked at it myself to see if like I saw, and yes, it does, it shows way too much. It shows way too much. I don't think I showed you way too much. I think we're going to be okay. I think Twitch will be okay. And YouTube, obviously YouTube will be okay because it's on his YouTube. So we're not in trouble with YouTube unless he's in trouble with YouTube. But I just don't want to risk it for the biscuit. I don't know what Sunday's going to show us next. Motherfucker showed us his whole ass. His whole ass.
From economics, a little bit like people turn away from mathematics and subjects like that are basically presented so badly that the student feels it's his or her fault and doesn't want to go there. So I'm not saying that happened to any of you, but it might have. And it might be helpful if we all started on the same page with some basic economics. Okay. So bear with me, this is simple, but it is more important to get it clear than you might imagine. Human beings are a little...
Yeah, he was talking about, I hope these are not the sweatpants that are ripped, right? He's like saying that he's got a pair of sweatpants that are ripped, but that wasn't the problem.
From most other creatures on this planet, because instead of simply looking and hoping to find what sustains us, food, shelter, so on, we make it. We are human beings who use our brains and muscles to shape, to control our environment, and to take care of ourselves. And to make a long story short...
Yeah, to pull your pants up. God damn it, I'm gonna become like a... what do you call it? Like a, like, not tone policing, what's the other word? A respectability politics leftist, right? I'm going to be like, as leftists, we need to pull our pants the fuck up. If we have sweatpants that have a rip in them, we need to sew that rip back together. We need to have a mutual aid sewing bee. That's what we do. We have a mutual aid sewing bee and a potluck. And we sew each other's pants back together. And we help each other not show our asses when we're not meaning to, right? I mean, if you're mean to show your ass, that's fine. Do that, right? Sexual mutual aid, just like Merrick said, but God damn it, chat.
We work. We use our brains and muscles to transform the things.
Yeah, that's an edited video. That's his editor fucking him. Jeez, I'm not shy. I shouldn't say it like that. I gotta be really careful around Sunday that none of my metaphors sound like they are, you know, in some way implying more, right? That's right. This has been a problem. And we'll see this the next time we do Suntent. The next time chat chooses violence, okay, we'll go for... I should have just gone for the spicy one. I didn't realize this was going to be spicier than I thought. I didn't realize we were going to be able to see... We're going to end up seeing bro's butt, right? And I... God damn it. God damn it. You're going to make yourself some tendies.
We find in nature, to put them in a new and different form that pleases us, that satisfies us. We take a tree and we make a table. We take a cotton plant and we make a shirt, and so on. And human beings, for as long as we have a human record, have been doing that. They have been working to produce goods and services out of nature to satisfy and take care of themselves. What has happened over the history of the human race is how we've organized that. We've done that very differently. For example, for much of the history of the human race, human beings did this individually or in very small groups, a family. That is, we went to work as individuals or very small groups, used our brains and muscles to produce the goods and services we consumed. We grew the vegetables. We cared for the animals. We found a way to get clothing by taking the fur of an animal, and so on. We built a little house, a shack.
I mean, some of us have a little fur of our own. Did you miss something spicy? Yeah, only President Sunday's butt. Only President Sunday's butt. And don't worry, I took it off before. Like, I ended up seeing more butt than the rest of you did, okay? I am scarred. This is why I'm reacting like this. This is why I'm a little out of sorts right now, right? I do have some problems with his ideas about LTV, with the proponents of LTV overall. However, his ideas, like Marx's, still have merit. Yeah, and that's in general, like, what he does, is he's a professor of economics. People don't regard Marxism as economics, but Marx was an economist. Almost before he was a philosopher, he was an economist. And, you know, understanding those basics of Marxist economy is, you know, the only way that you're really understanding, that's the only way you gain a basic understanding of Marx. Yeah, his butt. Were you looking at his OnlyFans? No, I mean, I don't know. I don't think he has one, but like chat, I saw more of it than the chat did. So like, it was a video of Sunday doing a theory stream, which we were responding to, and which was weird, right? Because he's glazing up these ANCAPs, right? As far as their article on methodological anarchism, without identifying them as ANCAPs, and without, you know, like, even with references to like Murray Rothbard and shit like that, he's just completely like, no, these guys are fucking cool. These guys are fucking awesome. Like, these are ANCAPs. These are ANCAPs that are trying to be like, hello, fellow anarchist. And Sunday is like, hello, fellow anarchist. Like, Sunday's giving him the Spock, like, live long and prosper shit. So Sunday thinks these are they're one of us, right? And like, after he figuratively showed his ass through apparently not knowing who the fuck Murray Rothbard is, he literally showed his ass to us through literally showing his ass. But luckily, chat, I got it off the screen before you saw the entire crack, which does seem to happen later in the video. I don't, chat, would it be a nice thing of me if I message Sunday with that timestamp? Like, I feel like that's the best thing to do. I feel like that's look, as much as I don't like Sunday being a super meanie butt to me, as much as I have legit concerns about, like, what the fuck is this guy's political philosophy anyway? And how does he fashion himself a theory streamer if he's just so inept as to not recognize an ANCAP as an ANCAP, right? That can be set aside for the human concern that a human, if I had my butt on stream at some point, I would hope that Sunday would very nicely, you know, make me aware of that. He'd be a real friend when he doesn't deserve it. I think he'd get mad, though. I feel like he'd get mad. He'd say I was sexually harassing him. I can't do it. Just like Tyler, he would call me, he would say, he and Aiko would do a stream and be like, NCC is sexually harassing Sunday. She wants to look at his butt. And it's like, dude, you're the one who's showing your butt, okay? I'm just trying to help you so you don't show your entire ass. Right? That would have been such an easy edit. That would have been such an easy edit. I feel like his editor maybe does not like him. I don't know what's going on. But regardless, chat, I gotta get to bed. You probably gotta get to bed too. I think I gave you more than what you bargained for. I thought we were just gonna do theory. I was planning to just do theory, and it turns out it's theory with a little crack of drama. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you Sunday. But make sure that that pants hemline hits you above where the good Lord split you, right? I just woke up at 7:40 a.m. here. Yeah, anyway, I wasn't trying to show Sunday's whole ass, but not, at least not literally. Chat got the violence. I mean, Sunday did it to himself, right? He's got nobody to blame but himself. And that's probably a pretty common refrain for this guy's whole sad life, right? His whole sad life. Yeah, wash my eyes. That's what I will do. You wash your eyes too. I am gonna do something about that. I need to get that off of my Twitch just in case, because I don't think, definitely will rewind it and look at Sunday's butt. Just look at this methodological anarchism video, okay? Actually don't, because you'll see his whole butt that way. You'll see his entire butt. Yeah, they gotta do better editing, this guy. I can't believe his editor did him dirty like that. But yeah, chat, I will talk to you again tomorrow, I think. What do we have tomorrow? I think we have something. We have something, chat, because I'm supposed to stream. I fucked up. You know what I did? Is I took 2 days off. So technically I'm supposed to stream through the whole week, but it's too hard. I should have taken Thursday off, but I didn't. I took Thursday on. Woo Tent. Yeah, let's do Woo Tent. Is there some Woo Tent? I feel like there's some Brianna Wu to talk about. So we'll look into Woo Tent. We'll look into we'll do some kind of drama. How about that? We haven't done enough drama lately. We've been too much political and not enough drama. When you told me that was edited, I was shocked, right? That is a fucking video that motherfucker put out. Does he even watch his own shit? Does anybody watch his own shit? Wait, let me see. Like, you know what the meanest thing to do would be, though? Is if I put the timestamp as a... If I put the timestamp as a... Like, as a comment. No, I won't do that because then other people would see it. Look, I'm not encouraging people to look at his butt. For the record, chat, don't look at his butt. I can't stop you from looking